Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the STADIO School of Education Flexible Hybrid Support Session for the 16th of October. Our live stream will start at 8:10. Our first session for today will be EHLF 200 for the July intake with Mrs. Tammy Bucks. So for those just joining, our first session today is EHLF 200 for the July intake with Mrs. Tammy Bucks. Good morning, Mrs. Bucks. How are you?
Good morning, everyone. I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Cannot complain. It's just about 8:10, so I'll stop my share. It's all yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much. It says I cannot start my video because the host has stopped it.
Oh, just give me a second.
Thank you.
Okay, should be all good now.
Thank you so much. There we go. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this lovely Saturday morning session. I hope you all are well. Today we're going to talk about children's literature. So let me start sharing my screen. There we go. So you will remember that we began Unit 1 by talking about poetry, poetry in foundation-based classroom, how to teach poetry effectively, how to discern appropriate poetry for the level of your students. And this unit builds on those poetry lessons because children's literature includes poetry, obviously. So it's not just books, it's not just fables, it's not just rhymes, but children's literature encompasses a wide range of different types of literature. So we're going to explore children's literature a little more today. So let's begin with a definition of what children's literature is. As the name implies, children's literature is a body of text defined by its intended audience. What it is and how adults think about it are intertwined with society's ideas about children, about who they are and about what they need to read. So children's literature obviously is dictated by what society deems necessary, what academics, what educators think is important for children to know about and to read about, but also the kinds of things that they're exposed to. These have all been predetermined, if you will. So what society thinks children should be exposed to is also very important. We know that we often try to shield children from uncomfortable topics, inappropriate content, things like that. So what is deemed appropriate for children? I would really like to hear your thoughts in the chat. Please feel free to ask any questions. If you would like to speak, we would gladly give you the opportunity to chat to us as well. So just let us know your thoughts. You know, what do you think is children's literature? And what types of literature do you think are appropriate for children, especially in the foundation phase? Okay, so children's literature may include picture books and beginner reader books. These are things that you would have been exposed to when you were a child. Think about the first book that you read when you were very little, or perhaps a book that your parents read to you. So children's literature, hugely important part of growing up, bedtime stories and the like. So children's literature is usually understood as the subsection of literature that is written for an audience primarily composed of children. There are some caveats to this definition, including debates about what kinds of literature actually are appropriate for children. And this topic is something that I absolutely love, because remember, each child is an individual, they read at different levels. You will often find children reading books that obviously is intended for an older audience just because they're such good readers. You know, they're quite advanced readers. They want to read, Charlotte Webb, for example, or Matilda, or, you know, all of these things. So we think, no, this is for children. And like, no, but I've outgrown these. I want to read different things. So it's important to know or to realize that every child is an individual and their needs might be slightly different from those of the other children in their age group. So as educators, it will be your job to discern in your classroom the level of English of your students. What do you think is appropriate? What do you think they might find a little bit interesting or a little bit challenging? Again, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the matter. Please share them in the chat. Feel free to ask any questions as well. So when we look at children's literature, we often think about folklore, we think about riddles, we think about poems. But who decides that this piece of literature or this set of poems or riddles or folklore is specifically for children? What makes them childlike? What makes them appropriate for children? And then how do we define a child in the first place? You know, is it from birth through to age 18? So is a 17-year-old going to be looking at children's literature, or a 16-year-old or a 15-year-old? So we realize that it's quite a broad definition. So when we look at children's literature, for some reason we think about foundation phase, we think about really young children. But remember, children's literature has different genres, it has different levels. And we need to look at this holistically and decide, okay, there's this very broad concept of children's literature, but for foundation phase, we need to break it down. We need to limit it just a little bit. So children's literature offers a significant truth expressed in appropriate elements and memorable language. And this is very important because remember, really young children, we want to teach them something. When we read books to them, when we analyze a poem, when we look at fables, when we look at folklore, we want them to understand what we're reading or what they are reading, and we want it to be appropriate. We don't want there to be, any elements or any words that they're not comfortable with or don't understand. But we also want them to remember it. We want them to have a memorable reading experience because we're hoping that these positive reading experiences will promote more reading in the future. So children's literature is more than a piece of writing that clarifies or explains. It also delights and reveals. So if a child is excited about what they're reading, chances are they're going to want to read more often, to read different things. So it's very important that when we choose literature for children, we choose something that we know the students are going to be excited about, that they're going to be interested in, and perhaps want to have a discussion about. I'm just going to go to the Q&A very quickly. And Michelle says, to help stimulate imagination and curiosity. And I couldn't have said it better, Michelle. That's exactly why we choose the specific text that we use in foundation phase, because we do want to help stimulate the imagination. We want students to learn something new. We want to really stoke their curiosity. So thank you for that. Nicely said. Anybody else want to share their thoughts? Please go ahead. In the chat, Tasneem says, children's literature mostly has a lesson to be learned, absolutely, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. And it's presented in an interesting way, making learners want to complete the story. I love that you said want to complete the story, because how many times have we read a book and thought, okay, this is a little bit boring, I'm not going to continue. But children's literature is written in such a way that they want to get to the end. They want their happy ending, they want their happily ever after. And that's actually become a very important characteristic of children's literature. Something interesting, there's a really good plot. And also you realize that the plot moves along quite quickly because really young children, their attention span is not great. So you would want them to pay attention, you would want them to be engaged, you would want them to get to the end to find out what happens. So, there's various things happening, and ultimately you want them to be left with a sense of, I learned something, the moral of this story is X, Y, and Z. So yes, it does teach children various life lessons. And again, we use literature as a tool to teach, sometimes if you say to students, don't litter, it's bad for you, we're not sure how much of that they absorb or understand. But if you tell them a story that explains how bad it is to litter, how damaging it is for the environment, even throw in a few pictures, the effect is absolutely significant, vastly different than just saying to a child, don't litter. So the morals, the values, the life lessons that come out of children's literature, hugely important. So thank you for those contributions. Okay, so when you look at children's literature, you have a target audience and you have an implied reader. So authors of children's literature are very aware of these audiences and who they need to target. So if you looked at a single audience addresses the child as its target. So the child is the reader. And this author who's only thinking about a single audience doesn't really understand or doesn't show any awareness that adults might also be reading this. And when would an adult read a book for a foundation-based child, you ask? Well, oftentimes adults are reading to their children. So they will read the book, and the author needs to consider this sometimes, that my book might not just be for a single audience, not just a little child who's going to read it, but sometimes there will be adults who might even vet the books. And I'm sure, those of you who are parents or going to be parents, when you have your children or, in the past, if you've ever bought books for your children, you will read through these books, you will vet them and decide whether it's appropriate for your child or interesting for your child, or if your child would like to know more about a specific topic, you will read the book and discern them. So oftentimes we find that the implied reader is not just a child, it's also an adult. So the single audience is something that many people just assume. We assume that you're going to have a single audience, and that's not necessarily true. So a double audience addresses both child and the adult reader separately. So there's elements in this book you will know that the author understands that it could be read, by a child, but most likely it'll be read to a child by an adult reader. And you'll notice certain nuances. I always talk about SpongeBob SquarePants. Whenever I watch the cartoon, I say, well, do little children understand what SpongeBob is talking about here? This is quite witty, this is quite funny. But also, the words that they use might be at a higher level than little children are used to. And I had a conversation with fellow academics, and we said, well, obviously, they understand that parents are also watching this, and if it's engaging for the parents, they're more likely to sit together with their children and watch together. So I thought that was brilliant. I thought, okay, the writers are really thinking about this double audience. And then sometimes you'll get a dual audience. So due to writers' strength of creativity and the strength of the narrative, this is the adult and child are granted a platform to share a story. So various things happening in children's literature, various audience that need to be considered, and little techniques, little tips here and there to strengthen the reading pleasure of both the child and the adult alike. So children's literature, far more complex, far more interesting than we ever thought about. Well, I don't know if you have, but I certainly did not realize, growing up, how innovative, how creative writers are when they targeting children, but also the adult readers who will be exposed to this because of their children. So children's literature has various characteristics, and when you read a piece of literature, when you read a poem for foundation phase, you'll notice that there's a very simple expression of ideas. And this is intentional, because if you're thinking about the child as being your audience, the child as being your reader, they need to understand the ideas that are being presented. So simple expression of ideas is hugely important. Simple vocabulary, okay? You'll know from your own experience, if you read a piece of literature, or even if you read an academic journal or article, and if the language was so technical and so advanced, if you didn't understand the vocabulary, chances are that you don't grasp the meaning. It also makes it very difficult for you to read and understand, or to continue reading. So simple vocab, very important in children's literature, because we have to take into consideration the attention span of young children. So stories need to be told more directly, with the relationship among characters shown clearly. Okay? So we don't want a child reading a story and having to, to discern with great difficulty what the author is trying to say. So characters need to be shown clearly and be clearly defined. For example, when you're reading the book, the child should be able to discern, this is the mother, this is the father, these are the children, or this is the pet, for example. Okay. And the relationship between each character, should be fairly obvious. So being explicit, even if you decide to write your own children's books or children's stories in the future, you will use these little tips, techniques, things like that, just to ensure that your audience is engaged. Children's literature is far more open to experimenting with more forms of literature than adult literature. Because children's literature is just, it allows us to be different people. It allows us to explore fantasy, just various elements, whereas adult literature is very much reality TV, if you will. Sometimes even documentary-like, but fairly realistic, whereas children's literature allows us to just explore different worlds. I mean, those of you who are Harry Potter fans like I am, you'll understand how, it's also a form of escapism. And you allow children to do this. You allow their imaginations to develop. You allow them to think about other possibilities. So in children's literature, you can experiment with various forms of literature. Children's literature provides spontaneous pleasure in rhymes and jokes, cartoons, comics, poems. This is very true, and sometimes we don't realize, the spontaneous pleasure. I always love when I observe a little child reading a book, and whilst reading, they start to chuckle or to laugh, and you realize that they're not just reading a story, but they're engaging with the story. It gives them pleasure, whether it's a laugh, whether it's a chuckle, things like that. It allows the child to kind of replay the story in their minds. They create their own little movies, I say, in their brains. But it's so much pleasure to be had by exploring children's literature. Okay, and then when we look at children's literature, there's also various genres. So a genre is a kind or type of literature that has a common set of characteristics. A genre is a grouping of books, for example, with similar style, form, or content. The term is used for movies, music, plays, TV shows, artwork, etc. They often overlap, especially those of early childhood. And I'll give you an example. The Disney princess or Disney princesses stories, that's a genre all on its own. They have very similar characteristics. There's often a princess who, at the beginning, is in deep peril or is going through very difficult circumstances. And traditionally, by the end of the story, she's been saved by her Prince Charming. And thankfully, Disney has evolved, and these princesses no longer need to be saved by a prince, and they often save themselves. But if you look at the Disney princess movies, or Disney princess stories, have very similar characteristics, and often very similar storylines. And we do see that overlap. So when we look at genre, we think, okay, these stories can be grouped together because of X, Y, Z traits, for example. Genres obviously can be grouped together in other ways. For example, when you look at children's literature, you have concept books, you have alphabet books, counting books, pattern picture books. You even have wordless picture books. And nowadays, all of these books can be found on the internet by digital files. You've got digital books, you've got ebooks. And what is amazing about these types of books is that they are geared very much towards teaching children how to read, how to count, how to do things. So they take seemingly boring, mundane lessons from school and put them into imaginative, creative books, often with the use of pictures, often with the use of color. So these alphabet books that we expose really little children to don't only have an alphabet or a word, they also have a picture that will accompany it. For example, when we teach children how to read, there's A for apple, and we'll have a picture of an apple, and it'll often be a bright red apple that looks really, really enticing. And purpose of this, obviously, very important, because you want the child to look at the picture, you want them to experience it. And that's a very basic example, but storybooks have taken that a little bit further, in that they realize that there's things that they need to do in order to draw in the child audience. So it's not just the use of words, but also various other visual elements and graphics that go along with it. If you look at other genres, you've got your fictions, and those can be broken up into fantasy, animal fantasy, contemporary fiction, historical fiction, science fiction. Science fiction for foundation phase, you ask? Yes, that is a thing nowadays. We've moved on from the traditional fairy tales, and you'll notice that science fiction does play a huge part of foundation phase, just because children nowadays are so advanced, and technology is a huge part of their lives. And we see this coming through more and more in new writers. They realize that the child audience is ready to tackle on elements of science fiction. And we will discuss this more in a few lessons to come. So when we look at children's literature, when we look at genres of literature, it's just vast. So I want to talk about traditional literature for a second, because traditional literature is the literature that we've all grown up with and will likely be around for a long time. And so some people often say, the traditional forms of literature are very outdated, but they form a really strong foundation. It's a really good basis for children to build on. So there's a lot of myth, a lot of fables, folk songs, legends, tall tales, fairy tales, and traditional rhymes. And these have become favorites amongst parents just because of their appropriateness for young children. The content that is being dealt with is very easy for children, and it also gives them a lot of pleasure. They're very happy to read these stories. Who doesn't love Cinderella or The Little Mermaid? Who doesn't love stories about James and the Giant Peach? Just because it's a light read, quite fascinating, quite engaging. If I think back to when I was little, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. There was an old man who lived in a shoe. These little rhymes, these stories, things that we were exposed to when we were very young, they stay with us. We never forget these things. So traditional literature has a special place in our hearts, especially when we are teaching in foundation phase, because we know that it is safe to teach these myths, these fables, or talk about these fairy tales. We know that there's not much controversy. So it really does allow us to explore ideas. It really allows students to, create characters in their minds, things like that. But if you used a picture book and the character was created for them, it's never a bad thing. It's really, really safe to go to traditional literature. And I want to talk about that evolution of traditional children's literature and how it's constantly changing. What are you finding when you go into a bookstore and look at the children's section? What lessons are being taught nowadays, versus in traditional literature? There was always this epic battle between good and evil, and good will always triumph. And nowadays we're seeing a shift in that dynamic, and it's not just black and white. Children's literature explores difficult topics and difficult concepts nowadays. So let me know your thoughts. How do you feel about difficult concepts being taught to young children? And do you think that we should be dealing with difficult topics? And what I mean by difficult topics could be a book about death, perhaps. And if you've gone through the content, you'll see one of our stories is Death, Duck, and the Tulip. It's a lovely children's story with pictures and all of that. So death and a duck become friends. And, death is a sensitive topic. Do you just say to a child, okay, the story teaches us that, eventually everybody dies, and then you're going to have a situation where they run home to their parents. My teacher said we're all going to die. So how will you deal with this in these stories? And do you think that you would be comfortable teaching foundation-based children about death, for example, or any other difficult topic that you've encountered? Please feel free to share your thoughts. I would really love to hear your opinion, or just the ideas that you have around what is depicted in children's literature, and what is appropriate, for each child specifically. So when I think about an educator, teaching various forms of literature in the class, there's so much that, us as educators, we need to consider. So we argue that it is important that teachers choose with care texts to read with and to young children, offering those that provide challenge in content, form, and language. So obviously this is a quote that I've just plumped in here to prompt some kind of discussion. So it is important that teachers choose texts very carefully to read with and to read to young readers. Do we all agree with this? Absolutely, right? Text should always be chosen carefully. It should provide a challenge in content, because you as the educator, it will be your job to now guide the students, facilitate this lesson, and to explain anything that students might be confused about or a little bit unclear on, and to teach them about the form, the language, because every story has different use of language. It might have a clever play on words, there might be little rhyming things, and the author puts this in for a reason. And as an educator, it's up to you to explain this, have a really good lesson with your students, ensure that they are happy with the story or the piece of literature that you've presented. I'm just going to the chat very quickly. And Tasneem says, we should deal with difficult topics as these help learners to understand these topics in an appropriate way. And it helps as learners are usually uncomfortable or scared to ask about these topics. That's a very interesting point. You know, I've never considered that they perhaps are too scared to ask about these topics, and that it is our duty as educators to incorporate some of these, and I know difficult topics is quite big, but to incorporate topics that, you know, some might be uncomfortable with, just to show children that it is okay to talk about them, especially if they were scared to ask. So thank you for that, Tasneem. I believe the same. I think we should be having discussions about things like death, or even, you know, perhaps divorce. Many children's books are now written about how to deal with divorce. I've even seen books that talk about having two mummies or two daddies. So we see this shift in children's literature that now talks about very real topics, things that children will be exposed to, in the hopes of helping them deal with the difficult circumstances they find themselves in. So, I mean, just by having this conversation, you realize that children's literature has so many, what's the word? So many functions, you know, it has so many uses, can allow children to explore emotions, can allow them to deal with, you know, dire circumstances, for example. I'm just going to the Q&A. Michelle says, I think it's very important. If we take COVID, for example, so many families experience death. I would definitely discuss it. However, I would actually include parents by telling them what we will be discussing so that there can be a mutual support to the learners. And Michelle, you are absolutely spot on. Including the parents is very important, because you don't want to have a riot on your hands after that, because parents were not aware that you would be dealing with sensitive topics such as death in the classroom. And COVID does provide us with that opportunity. It provides us with the opportunity to talk about death, because it has affected so many families. You know, death has just become a norm, if you will. So speaking about it, helping students through the process, helping them understand, said students, I meant learners, helping learners understand the process of death, how it happens, why it happens, is vitally important. But by including the parents, chances are they could even prepare their children for the lesson before the teachers take over, or before the teachers decide to introduce it in the classroom. So it's vitally important for teachers and parents to work together to teach sensitive topics. So thank you for that, Michelle. You are absolutely spot on. We should discuss it, and we really should include parents when we want to have lessons such as these. Now, anybody else would like to share their thoughts? You know, I would really like to hear what you have to say. I'm going to the chat again. Tasneem says it helps them validate their feelings. And this is very important, you know, validation, because children have these feelings, they have these thoughts, and when they're able to discuss it in an open forum, when they're able to understand that others are going through the same things that they're going through in the story, perhaps, you know, it makes it easier for them to say, oh, okay, there's nothing wrong with me feeling this way. So that piece of literature that you thought was just a story has actually helped a learner in your classroom. It helped them to validate their feelings. So thank you for that, Tasneem. I'm going to look at the next quote that says, teachers need to present other possibilities and introduce books that deal with powerful themes in ways that engage, provoke, and stimulate the imagination. So I don't know if you've ever chosen a book for a child to read. Did you consider this? Did you consider that it is your duty to choose something that offers other possibilities, that you are thinking about the powerful themes and how to engage your learners, how to provoke and stimulate the imagination. And if you have, then you're A for away, good for you. But if you haven't considered it, perhaps the next time you choose a book or the next time you look at a poem to teach in foundation-based classroom, you'll think, okay, what possibilities does this present me with, and what powerful themes, how can I engage my learners in a way that actually stokes their imagination? If you would like to share your thoughts on that, any stories that you've come across that do this, that offers these powerful themes. I'm going to go back to my example of Disney movies and Disney princess movies. Those of you who have watched Moana, for me, that story is just, so powerful. Again, it offers a different narrative. There's no prince that comes to save her at the end. She's ultimately the hero of the story, but she's defiant, but defiant in a good way. She's a defiant little girl who's powerful and strong-willed, and who's learned to trust in her gut feelings. And for me, those themes it was actually mind-blowing, because you want your characters in children's literature to inspire, as much as to teach and to engage, stimulate, provoke. You want there to be this inspiration and sometimes even motivation for your learners. So, the fantasy elements in children's literature allow us to do so much and to engage with so much. I'm just going to go back to the chat very quickly. Tasneem says, Roald Dahl books are excellent in stimulating the imagination. Obviously, Roald Dahl is next level, because he understands children in a way that many don't. So if you look at the BFG, for example, Big Friendly Giant, Matilda, what else did Roald Dahl write? Oh, lots and lots of stories. But BFG, Big Friendly Giant is my favorite. It's just because Roald Dahl knows what will excite children. I mean, the thought of there being a friendly giant. We all want, like Casper the Friendly Ghost. They take this big scary element and then they add the word friendly to it, and all of a sudden we're hooked, and we want to see this character have their happily ever after at the end. So yes, Roald Dahl really knows how to stoke the imagination. And his books do teach us a lesson, and it is often about the triumph of good over evil on some level. It's so funny that I just said BFG, and now I'm looking at the Q&A, and Michelle says the story of the BFG, the relationship between a normal-sized girl and a giant, the challenges they face together, and the funny English of the giant. I love that you mentioned the funny English of the giant, Michelle, because it is those techniques, it is those elements that really add to our experience. I mean, if you didn't have, a funny way of speaking, think about how differently the story would read. We like the way that he speaks, the funny things that he says, because it gives us that element of humor. Or I don't know if you have a different opinion, but suddenly nobody thinks he's stupid because of the way he talks. We just think it's different. And it could help us to understand, or help young children to understand, why different people from different places speak differently. So various lessons to be learned and to be taught by exploring these types of books. I'm going to go back to the chat, and Tasneem says, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory deals with poverty, greed, arrogance, and humbleness. So many topics, but is presented in such an entertaining way. And this is the point, or this is the purpose of children's literature. It is to allow students to engage with these topics. And we spoke about difficult, sensitive topics a little while ago. And yes, there are elements of poverty, greed, arrogance, and humbleness in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I mean, Charlie's character, is just amazing. He's this little boy who's quite poor, goes through, he has horrible circumstances, but he's a happy child. His family is happy. They have love. It shows us that money is not everything. And this family allows us to explore these these sensitive topics in a way that doesn't make us sad. We don't feel sorry for Charlie, you know, on a deep level. We realize that he also has wealth in different ways. You know, he might not have material wealth, but he's got a loving family, you know, and a child in a similar circumstance when reading Charlie and the Chocolate Factory or watching the movie, you know, will be able to see a sense of themselves in those stories. So again, just, you know, various purposes, various functions of children's literature and how it helps and engages young learners. So as foundation-based teachers, it is important to select a variety of texts according to different modes of address. So before we run out of time, I just want to talk about modes of address very quickly. Okay, so modes of address simply means how the text speaks to the audience and how it involves them. So it is your duty when you are looking for a poem, for a rhyme, something to discuss with your foundation-based learners. It's important for you to think about how the text will speak to your really young learners and how it might involve them or even alienate them or exclude them. You know, would there be any elements that would actually exclude your learners? And it's important to look at these possibilities. So modes of address also refers to how a text influences the audience. The model looks directly at the audience, or the writing speaks to you. So you, the audience, how does the writing speak to you? How are the messages conveyed? You know? So if, as educators, we consider these things, if we consider modes of address, we'll be able to understand a little better how our learners absorb that information, how they experience the information that we are presenting. So vitally important for us to almost wear a different hat when we're looking for appropriate literature. Yes, as educators, we think it's appropriate, but try and kind of put on your 5, 6, 7-year-old learner's hat. You know, how would you experience this piece of text? How would you experience this poem? You know, and what would you like your teacher to do differently in order for you to have a better experience of the children's literature, for example. So when evaluating a story, when evaluating a poem, any piece of children's literature, when we look at modes of address, there's things that we need to consider. And the first element is the language of the story. I'd really like you to share something with me when it comes to language of the story, because at the moment my mind is blank. I'm trying to think of a story where the language is very different than what we're used to. My mind goes to Shakespeare, but we're not teaching Shakespeare in foundation phase. Just different use of words, the way that the story is told or the way that the poem is written, you know, just consider the language, not only the level of English that is used, but the type of language, the word choice, very, very important. If you think the words might be too difficult for your foundation-based learners, you could either choose not to teach a particular story or poem, or you could take a different approach. If the learners don't understand certain words, that could be part of your vocabulary lesson. But also just remember to just keep it appropriate according to your curriculum, so you'll know what's appropriate in terms of language for your learners. The second element we consider is that children's literature often has a theme or a moral. So there's always a subsequent storyline that tells you, okay, the point of this piece of literature is to teach you to listen to your parents, for example, to teach you not to tell lies like Pinocchio did. If there's any other stories that you would like us to chat about or to analyze using these various elements, we could certainly do that. So the third element is the use of illustrations. And I'm sure you all understand how important or how powerful the use of illustrations are in foundation phase. You know, some people think, oh, it's just a picture, but it's not just a picture. You know, it offers the learners a chance to have, I want to say, texture almost. So the use of illustrations, if you can't picture a character in your mind, the illustration shows you what the character looks like. So it's a basis for children to develop their own imagination, so their own possibilities later on. So pictures, especially for very young children who haven't learned how to read yet, the picture is the way that they actually experience the story. Their parents might be reading a story to them, and because they don't know how to read, all they do is look at the pictures or the illustrations. And this presents them with an opportunity to read, in their own way. I'm going back to the chat, and Tasneem says illustrations help make connections between the written text. Exactly. What it does. So if there's, the word apple and a picture apple, there's that connection that this picture means this word and this word means that picture. And in stories with characters, with trees, with flowers, with various elements that bring the story to life, it really paints the picture, so the words obviously would explain it, in certain terms. When you look at the picture, it's there holistically, the full view in all its glory. So pictures just allow students to engage, to make connections between the written text. Thank you for that, Tasneem. Oops, I don't know what happened there. Okay, so use of illustrations, very, very important. But also think about the type of illustration it has. Stick figures, not so exciting sometimes, but it could be. The use of color, very, very important. But that doesn't mean that we should shy away from black and white picture books, for example. They also have certain elements. They also have things that, that are of interest. They present students with a different dynamic. And as educators, we should never be afraid to show students different things, to make comparisons, to allow them to experience different types of literature. Remember that whenever you're dealing with something slightly sensitive or difficult, like you guys told me earlier, include the parents. Very, very important. Okay, and the last element when considering modes of address is exploring the author's purpose. And sometimes the author's purpose might be very different from how the learner or the reader experiences that story. The authors might think, oh, the purpose of my book is to teach children about, if I look to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, maybe the author's purpose was to teach children just to be nice and to listen to their parents. Every time Charlie said, don't touch, don't go into the chocolate fountain, for example, the children didn't listen, and obviously they were punished, so to speak. So, if the author's intended purpose was to teach children to listen to their parents, to listen to their elders, yes, that was the purpose, and that came through very nicely, but there was other things that came through. So the author's purpose can also be very different from how the reader perceives the story, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, I'm going to the chat very quickly. Tasneem says, helps make more sense of the story, makes the book interesting, motivates learners to read. Are you still talking about the pictures, Tasneem? How the illustrations help make more sense of the story? It really does. It certainly does make the book interesting. Sometimes we need other elements. Sometimes words are just not enough, and yes, it does motivate learners to read. And then last, I'm going to go to the Q&A. Michelle says, Captain Underpants showing kids how to illustrate through comics. I'm glad you brought that up, because comics have become such a huge part of children's literature, because we know nowadays, because of technology, because of YouTube videos, things like that, children don't necessarily want to read traditional books, stories, things like that. They want to engage with their tablets a lot more. So what happens in these instances is that we, as parents, as educators, we find ourselves struggling to involve our learners in the story, and the use of comics. The fact that there's a picture, there's, you can see what the characters are doing, and there's all these words that show sound as well. Onomatopoeia is very prevalent in comics, so it allows very young learners to engage with literature on a different level. There's certainly nothing wrong with comics. Comics can be very witty, they can be very engaging, and they can also teach. So thank you for that, Michelle. Yes, illustrations and comics, very popular. And I'm sure as educators, if we explore that a little bit more, we'll be able to teach these valuable lessons that we want in our classroom, and have the students excited and motivated during those lessons. How lovely for one of them to say, I had the best lesson, we learned about comic books today. And they don't realize that they didn't just learn about comic books, they learned valuable life skills, which really should come through in the children's literature that you are choosing to talk about or to teach or to engage with your learners. I think we're out of time. Learners, thank you very much for your contributions today. I hope that you think about children's literature differently, and we're going to have different conversations about it going forward. Please let me know if there's anything that you think is difficult. If there's anything that you would like me to clarify, I'd be happy to engage with you one-on-one. You can just have a look on ECI if there's anything that you would like explained in the next lecture, for example. I'm happy to take questions and we can just discuss them. So again, thank you very much, students. I really enjoyed today's lesson. I hope you all have a lovely weekend. Thank you to our host.
Thank you very much for this session, Mrs. Bucks. I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Our next session will begin at 9 a.m. It will be SWHR 100 for the January intake with Mr. Bethuel Kabela. For those just joining, our next session will be SWHR 100 for the January intake with Mr. Bethuel Habale. Good morning. How are you today?
Fine, thanks. And you, sir?
Cannot complain. We have about 30 seconds to go before the session starts, but I'll stop my share and you can take it away.
No problem. Thank you. Dumelang batswana ba gaetsho. Ke a la amogela mo dithutetsong tsa rona tsa letsatsi la gompieno. Ke bua le baithuti ba ba ikwadiseditseng Setswana Home Language 100 ka kgwedi ya Ferikgong monongwaga. Baithuti ba ba ikwadiseditseng Setswana Home Language 100 ba ba ikwadisitseng ka January Ferikgong. Mme ba feleletsa module gona mo ngwageng o. Ke re a pula e le nele batswana ba gaetsho. Ke kopana le lona mo mafaratlhatlheng la boraro mo letsatsing la gompieno. Ebile e le letsatsi la bofelo ke kopana le lona pele le kwala teko ya lona. Ke buile kwa tshimologong ka Ferikgong le ka session ya ntlha fa re ne re kopana. Ke tlhalosa gore le tshwanetse go kwala diteko tse pedi le di-assignment tse pedi gore o wetse module o kgone go falola. Bontsi jwa lona le dirile yalo, lo setse le kwadile di-assignment tse pedi le teko. Mme le saletse ke teko e leng gore le ya go ikwala mo kgweding yona e tlhola matsatsi a le 27 ka Diphalane kgwedi yona 27th of October. Le tla be le kwala teko ya bofelo go wetsa module o. Jaanong teko ya lona e tle go simolola ka ura ya borobedi mo mosong. Mme e felela ka ura ya bone from 8 o'clock until 4 o'clock. Wena o tshwanna ke go kwala go tsena e bo kwala di ura di le pedi fela. Teko yang go e kwala ke di ura di le pedi fela. Jaanong fa o simolotse go kwala ka 8 o'clock, system ya rona ka 10 o'clock e tla be go tswalela gonne di ura tsa gago tse pedi di tla be di fedile. Fa ile gore wena o batla go kwala ka 12 o'clock, go raya gore ka 2 o'clock system e tle be e go tswalela. Fela fa o simolola go kwala o itse gore o na le di ura tse pedi. Mme o letleletse go ka tsena mo tekong ye go tloa ka ura ya borobedi go fitlha ka ura ya bone from 8 o'clock until 4 o'clock. Yaanong netefatsa gore kwa o leng kwa teng motlakase o teng, o na le enough data, o seke wa felelwa mo gare ga sebaka gonne mo di ureng tse pedi tse go tshwanetse wa bo o kwala. Jaanong ipaakanyetse di 27 tsa October, o itse gore o tla bo o kwala teko ya makgaolakgang ya go tswalela module. Jaanong batswana ba gaetsho ba Setswana Home Language 100 ba ba ikwadisitseng ka Ferikgong ka January. Ke kopa gore yaanong o nne tsebe ntlha gonne nako ya rona e khutshwane tota, ke metsotso fela e le 45 minutes. Jaanong ke tshwanetse ke go tlhabe botlhale gore e re fa o ya ko tekong e be o itse gore tota ke eng se se batlagalang. Ke eng se se batlagalang mo tekong. Le kwadile ka dinaane, le kwadile ka Umphi Modise. Jaanong re ya go tsena mo thutapuong. Re ke bue pele ka popego ya teko ya gago, the structure of the test. Teko ya gago ke 50, 50 marks. Mme ke dipotso tse pedi fela tse e leng gore o ya go kopana le tsona mo tekong. Potso ya ntlha e santse le ka Umphi Modise. 25 yona e tla be le 25 marks mme o ya go kwala ka thutapuo 25 marks e tla be e le 50 jaanong potso e nngwe ya thutapuo segolo se tonna ke ya go ntsha temana mme mo temaneng ego e be ke re kwala dikarolo puo tse di tlhagelelang mo temaneng e fa ke bua jalo ke lebisitse segolo se tonna ko dikarolo tsa puo re na le dikarolo tsa mmele fa re bua ka dikarolo tsa mmele re bua ka tsebe re bua ka leitlho re bua ka maoto jalo jalo jaanong fa re bua ka dikarolo tsa puo mo study guide-eng di tlhagelela bontle ke dumela gore o tla ya go se buisa di simolola ka mo tsebeng ya 24 page 24 mo study guide-eng sa gago fa ke bua ka dikarolo tsa puo ke bua ka maina re na le ditlhopha tsa maina re na le matlhaodi maemedi matlhalosi maetsi malatlhelwa masupi matlhophi marui madiri makopanyi tsotlhe tse ke sa tswang go di bua tse re di bitsa dikarolo tsa puo di mo page 24 up to 37 mo study guide sa gago ke rile ke maina ke matlhaodi ke maemedi ke matlhalosi ke maetsi ke malatlhelwa ke masupi ke matlhophi ke marui ke madiri ke makopanyi jaanong ke se ke buang gore mo temaneng ke ya go e ntsha ke tlabe ke ntshitse temana ke re kwala dikarolo puo tse di latelang wena o tshwanetse wa tlhopha gore a ke leina ke letlhaodi ke leemedi ke letlhalosi ke lelatlhelwa e tlabe e le 25 thutapuo mme ke re o ye go buisa dikarolo tsa puo mo study guide sa gago page 24 to 37 mme mo go yona gape go tla be go tlhagelela dikapuo maele le diane fa o buisa nkgo ya puo kwa bofelong e na le diane ka ga monna diane ka ga mosadi diane ka ga ngwana jaanong gona mo temaneng yego o tla bo o nopola diane tse di leng teng gongwe ebile o di tlhalosa gona mo study guide sa gago go na le makaela gongwe fa re bua ka makaela gongwe re ra mafoko a ka yang selo se le sengwe mme a sa kwadiwe ka go tshwana fa ke re mosimane o rathilwe ke tladi mosimane o rathilwe ke logadima tladi le logadima di ka selo se le sengwe jaanong ra re ke makaela gongwe mme re nna gape le molatodi malatodi a latola se o se buang jaaka nkare ke gorogile bosigo kwa gae le latodi la bosigo ke motshegare bosigo motshegare ke le latodi makaela gongwe tladi logadima ke dumela gore go tloa kwa mophateng o kwa tlase lo a marematlou tse ke di buang tse di bonolo thata mo go wena gonne jaanong wa tlhaloganya fa ke re malatodi ke ra eng fa ke re makaela gongwe ke ra eng Fa ke re makwalotshwano, jaanong ao ke mafoko a kwalwang ka go tshwana mme a se re selo se le sengwe. Mosidi o tserwe ke noka ebile o tlhokafetse. O tserwe ke noka ebile o tlhokafetse. Mosidi o tshwerwe ke noka ebile o amogetse kwa kokelong. Noka, noka, mafoko ao a kwadiwa ka go tshwana re a bitsa makwalotshwano. Jaanong mo temane ke buang ka yona ya maduo a le 25 o tlabe o ntsha mafoko a tshwanang le ago. Diane, maele, dikapuo ebile go le dikarolo tsa puo. Jaanong e tlabe e le potso ya ntlha e le 25. E le 25, 25 marks. Jaanong o ye go buisa study guide sa gago ka dikarolo tsa puo, ke buile ka re ke maina, matlhaodi, maemedi, matlhalosi, maetsi. O ye go buisa gape ka maele, diane, makaela gongwe, malatodi le makwalotshwano. O tla bona le maduo a le 25. Jaanong a re ye kwa go Umphile Umphi Modise. Ke santse ke ya go botsa gape potso ka yona buka e gonne mokwadi wa buka e tota ke mokwadi o na le botlhale. Ebile fa o se kelotlhoko o ka se tlhaloganye dipadi tsa di kwadileng. Jaanong ke rata gore o ithute go utlwelela potso. E re fa o araba potso e bo tlhalogantse gore go batlagala eng. Mo Umphile Umphi Modise e kwadilweng ke Rre DPS Monyaisi. Potso ke 25 marks. Mme ke tla nna go se nene mo go yona gore o kgone go tlhaloganya gore ka re eng. E re ke fe sekai fela. O ya go kwala ditsebe tse pedi ka potso e tlabeng e boditswe. Jaanong e re ke go fe sekai sa potso. Potso e tshwana le gore mathata a tlisitsweng ke Thandi go ketefaletsa Motlalepule botshelo. Mathata a tlisitsweng ke Thandi go ketefaletsa Motlalepule botshelo. Kwala ditsebe di le pedi. Gore Motlalepule a kgone go tlelwa ke mathata le matlhotlhapelo le kutlobotlhoko mo botshelong jwa gagwe jotlhe ke ka ntlha ya Thandi. Fa Thandi a ka ba a sa dire tiro e e dirileng e e bosula, Motlalepule o ka ba a se mo mathateng. Jaanong o tshwanetse go tlhaloganye potso e gore ke eng se Thandi a se dirileng mo go Motlalepule, ebe o kwala mathata a otlhe a tletsweng ke Motlalepule ka ntlha ya Thandi. Jaanong e re ke nnopole go tswa mo go Umphile Modise. Ke e buise jaaka ge ntse go tswa mo bukeng. Jaanong fa ke bua ka Motlalepule o nnetse ba ntlha moithuti wa gaetsho. Motlalepule ke buisa mo tsebeng ya boraro mo e ke e tshwereng page 3. E re a ya go tsena mo matlong a maleele a makgowa a bitswang difolete. A fitlhela go dira tshetsana ya Aforika Borwa ba tswa khutlong tse 4 tsa lefatshe. mo tsetsaneng e gabe go le mosetsana mongwe yo mo tshwana a bidiwa Thandi morwadi ya manana ga bone e le kwa tlase kwa Natala. Thandi o ne a tswa kwa Natala jaanong Motlalepulo ke yo go o duhetse kwa difoleteng kwa go leng Thandi gaufi le molapo wa Encanto. Fa o ya o lebile mo lewatleng la India fa go kileng ga bo go le sekolo se segolo sa Pholile mo metlheng ele ya maloba. Jaanong mokwadi o tlhalosa Thandi fo gore o tswa a le kwa kae kwa Natala o bua le ka lewatle la India. Thandi o ne a bua ka kodi ya Seesimane. Ntswe la gagwe le na le nnoto nngwe e neng e ka dira gore o tlhole o mo reeditse motshegare otlhe fa o tsega. Nna tsebentlhe jaanong go ke yang go buisa. E ne e le montlenyane wa Folete. Thandi e ne e le montlenyane wa Folete. A ratwa ke botlhe. Fa Motlalepule a tsena gone, Thandi a bona mokgelo o mo tswa mo dinaleng. O tsewa ke motho a tla a eme ka dinao. A bona bontsi jwa basetsana bo simolola go mo ila. A bona ba tswa mo tseleng ya gagwe a sa le kgakala. A ikana. A simolola go baya dirai go tshelela dithupa. Jaanong ke ne ke go nopolela fela ka ga Thandi gore Thandi ke yo go mokwadi o mo tlhalositse gore ke motho yo a ntseng jang. Mme se o tshwanetseng wa se tlhaloganya ke gore e ne e le montlanyana wa Folete. A ratwa ke botlhe. Mme e rile fa Motlalepule a tsena kwa difoleteng a bona gore mokgele o mo tswa mo dinaleng. A bona bontsi jwa basetsana bo simolola go mo ila. A bona ba tswa mo tseleng ya gagwe a sa le kgakala a ikana a simolola go baya dirai. Jaanong mo tsebeng e ya boraro e ke sa tswang go e buisa ke a go lemosa gore fa potso e tswa e re mathata a tlisitsweng ke Thandi go ketefaletsa Motlalepule botshelo ke eng. Jaanong fa bo e buisetswa kwa pele e fa mathata ao e fa matlhotlapelo ao go fitlha kwa bokhutlong. Jaanong fa potso e ntse jalo e re tlhalosa mathata matlhotlapelo a tlisitsweng ke Thandi mo botshelong jwa ga Motlalepule. O ka e araba jang? Ke buile ka re ke ditsebe tse pedi. Mme ka go neele sekai fela gore potso fa e le jalo ka ditsebe tse pedi dintlha tse ke tla beng ke di batla fa potso e ntse jalo e tla be le se se dirageletseng Motlalepule kwa difoleteng. O gopole gore jaanong Thandi e ne e le mmabontle wa kwa difoleteng. O na le montle go gaisa ebile a ratiwa ke tshetsana yotlhe e tswang dinageng tse nne tsa lefatshe, dikhutlo tse nne tsa lefatshe. Jaanong fa go tla Motlalepule o montle go mo gaisa. E rile fa a lemoga gore tota ga a sa tsewa jaaka mmabontle wa Folete, a nna le lefufa, a ikana, a simolola go loga maano a maswe gore ke eng se a ka se dirang gore Motlalepule a tlhakatlhakanelwe ke botshelo. Jaanong ke lefufa la ga Thandi lego. Mme jaanong wena o ka kwala jaana wa kwala gore Motlalepule fa a tsena kwa difoleteng o fitlhetse go dira basetsana ba le bantsi ba ba tswang khutlo tse nne tsa lefatshe jaaka ke sa tswa go buisa. Mme mo gare ga basetsana ba gona le o neng a bidiwa Thandi a tswa kwa Natala. Ke buile ka re Thandi o tswa Natala. Thandi o ne a bua ka lentswe le le tebileng a le montle ka dipopego e le ena mmamoratwa mo di-flat-eng. E ne e le mmamoratwa. Basetsana ba le bantsi ba simolola go rata Motlalepule mme ba tlhanogela Thandi. Thandi o tlhwa Motlalepule mo o ikaelela go montshetsa se a nang le sona. Thandi o laletsa Motlalepule kwa kamoreng ya gagwe ka pateletso. O buile gore ke tlile go mmela serai gore bomma bontle bo ke sale ka bona. Thandi a tshelela Motlalepule more o bogale mo tieng. O neng wa feleletsa o mo tlhakantse tlhogo a sa tlhaloganye a robala foo a sa ikitse. A kere o bona gore jaanong mathata a simolola. O ikanne gore ke tlile go mmela serai, o ntseela sekgele sa me sa bomma bontle. Jaanong wa mo laletsa kwa kamoreng ya gagwe ya borobalo gore tla, mme fa a tsena kwa o mo tshella more mo teng. More ke e ka nna poison, e ka nna dipilisi tse e leng gore Thandi ga a itlhaloganye. Mme fa go le jalo, Thandi o ne a bobisitse lekau la tedu tsa katse go itirela boithatelo ka Motlalepule gonne a mo ruta magokonyana a Gauteng. A kere wa utlwa? Jaanong fa o nositswe more kgotsa o tsheletse sengwe mo teeng jaaka go kaiwa, Motlalepule o ne a sa tlhwa ipona. Kganti ka bopelompe ba gagwe o bobisitse lekau, o fitlhile lekau mo kamoreng. Mme lekau le la itirela boithatelo ka Motlalepule. A kere wena ga o bone sepe o nositswe more. Re tswelle ka letsatsi le letelelang Motlalepule a tsoga a kgoberegile marapo, a feroga sebete, a ithwele ngwana wa lekau la tedu tsa katse fela a sena bopaki jwa kgang e. Wa bona gore Thandi ka ntlha ya lefufa la gagwe o dirang, o mo tsheletse more mo teeng, o tlisitse lekau a le fitlhile, mme lekau leo la ipusa ka lekgarebe le Motlalepule. Motlalepule fa a tsoga mo mosong, o feroga dibete ebile o pregnant. Mme ka gore o ne a sa ipone bosigo bo botlhe, a sena bopaki jwa gore rraagwe ngwana ke mang. Mathata a gagwe a simolotse jaanong. O boela gae o ya go tshola ngwana ya mo imileng a sa ikaelela. Ene e ne e le moila kwa motsesegae gore o nne le ngwana pele ga lenyalo, ebile e ne e le ditlhong. Jaanong Motlalepule fa a boela kwa gae, mme a imile ngwana yo o jewa ke ditlhong, ngwana wa belegwa. O bona gore tota batho ba motse ga ba sa mo tsaya sentle gonne o dirile se sa tlwaelegang mo motseng. Jaanong o dirang o mo isa kwa kgodisetsong. Kgodisetsong ka Sekgowa ra re ke orphanage home. O boetse kwa gae, ga a sa tlhole kwa Gauteng ka ntlha ya go ima. Jaanong o isitse ngwana kwa kgodisetsong, ngwana wa mosimane. O tlogela ngwana kwa kgodisetsong ka pelo e botlhoko. Selo se a se batlang fela go sena se a ka se dirang. O ikaelela go boela kwa Gauteng go ya go ipusolosetsa. Jaanong ke se ke buang ke re fa potso e botswa jaanong e re ke mathata a mafeng a Thandi a tliseditseng Motlalepule mo botshelong ba gagwe jotlhe. Re mmone ke go a robala le lekau ka pateletso ebile a sa litse a sa ipone. O boela kwa gae, fa a le kwa gae o nna le mathata a ditlhong a gore mo setšhabeng ga ba mo tseye sentle, o tsaya ngwana gape o mo isa kwa kgodisetsong. Mme a re ke boela gape kwa Gauteng. Jaanong o boetse gape kwa Gauteng, mathata a gage jaanong a gola a Motlalepule. O a nyalwa ebile. Ke ka mokgwa re tlo bona maina a bararo a tlhagelela e leng Omphile, Omphi, Modise. Gonne gongwe le gongwe kwa neng go diragala sengwe ka ngwana o ne a fiwa leina. Ngwana yo o ne a fiwa leina. Ke ngwana o mofe? Ngwana yo a sa itseng gore rraagwe ke mang. Ngwana yo a mo isitseng kwa kgodisetsong, mme morago o mmatla naga yotlhe. Batho ba motse ebile setse ba mmitsa gore o dinalanyana. Ebile go the o utswa bana gonne fa a kopana le bana ba basimane o ba lebelela mo tsebeng gonne ngwana yo o ne a mo tshwaile letshwao mo tsebeng gore a mo itse. Jaanong nako le nako fa a gopola ka ngwana yo o ya kwa orphanage home kgotsa kwa dikgodisetsong a batla ngwana yo a ba lebelela ditsebe. Mme go ntse go le jalo gape Thandi Motlalepule wa nyalwa. O nna le ngwana wa mosetsana a bidiwa Mosidi. Jaanong ga a bolelele monna wa gagwe gore gape ke na le ngwana wa mosimane. O nna ka sephiri se, ene sephiri se ke sona se mo lwaditseng botshelo ba gagwe botlhe go ya losong. Gore ke na le ngwana wa mosimane, mme mo botshelong ba me ga ka godisa ngwano, ene ga ka bolelela mogatsake rre yo a nyetseng gore ke na le ngwana wa mosimane. Ebile fa o e buisa, o tsamaya le rre yo mo kgodisetsong ya bana kgotsa mo orphanage home, tsotlhe tse a tsamayang mo go tsone a batla ngwano, fela ga a botse rre ka fa. Gore nna fa ke tsamaya le wena yana re tsamaya mo di-orphanage home, ke a be ke batla ngwana ke wa mosimane o ke mmelegeng kwa Gauteng. Ke mo imisitswe kwa Gauteng, mme ka ya go mmelegela kwa gae e be ke mo isa kwa kgodisetsong. Jaanong mathata a gagwe a mantsi. Fa o leba maina a mararo a Omphile, Omphi, Modise, o tla bona gore tota maina a tlile jang. Jaanong ke gatelela mathata, matlhotlapele a tlisitsweng ke Thandi mo go Motlalepule kwa di-flat-eng. Mme se supa gape gore fa o tswa kwa gae, kwa metsesegae, o ya kwa metsesetoropong, o tshwanetse o nne botlhale. Ga wa tshwanela go dumelela motho mongwe le mongwe go nna tsala ya gago. Mme o tshwanetse o ithute batho pele o ka ba dira ditsala. Bona gore go diragalang ka Thandi. Bona gore go diragalang ka Motlalepule. Thandi ena o batla go nna mmamoratwa ka dinako tsotlhe. Fa a bona sekgele se se motswa diatleng, ba rata Motlalepule jaanong ka ntlha ya bontle ba gagwe. O mo logela le mena la gore ga nkitla ke tlogela motho yo a tseya bommampodi jwa me jwa bontle. Jaanong o dira maano a bosula. Fa o buisa bukae, o tla bona mathata le matlhotlhapelo a tlhagetseng Motlalepule. Ke buka e leng monate tota, ke padi e leng monate tota, fela ga ya kwadiwa go tlhamalala gore dintlha di latelane ka tatelano. mokwadi o dirisitse puo e humileng. Fa a tlhalosa motho tota wa mo tlhalosa gore o mo tlhaloganye gore ke motho wa mofuta mang. Fa o sena go buisa ka motho a mo tlhalosa, o itse le semelo sa gagwe gore se ntse jang. Goreng ke gatelela gore o tlhaloganye potso, fa o tlhalogantse potso, dikarabo tsa gago di nna maleba. Difolete di tliseditse motlalepule matlhotlhapelo le mathata. Batho gantsi mo botshelong ba ka go tlhoa kgotsa ba ka nna ba se go rata o sa ba dira sepe. Motlalepule o bopilwe ke Modimo ka mokgwa ntseng ka teng, fela bona lefufa la ga Thandi. Batho ka dinako dingwe ga ba go ratele lenyalo, ga ba go ratele thuto, ga ba go ratele ntlo e ntle, ga ba go ratele sejanaga, ga ba rate fa bana ba gago ba rutega. Ga wa ba dira sepe, wena o tsene mo lenyalong le le boitshepo le le tshogofaditsweng ke Modimo. Mme go nna le batho ba nnang kgatlhanong le lenyalo la gago, go nna le batho ba nnang kgatlhanong le bana bao ba belegeng. Jaanong buka e, molaetsa le thuto e re rutang ke gore mo botshelong tota o tshwanetse o ithute batho, o tlhaloganye batho, e re fa o tsalana le batho ebe o ba itse. Motlalepule wa tlhokofala ka sephiri sa gore o na le ngwana wa mosimane. O tlhokofala a sa itse le gore ngwana wa gagwe o kwa kae. Fa o e buisa le kwa bofelong kwa, modisa a gorogile, a tlile go mmona ka malatsi a bofelo ba re o ne a lebelela mo tsebeng, mme a didimalela ruri. Gopola botshelo ba gago botlhe gongwe o tlhokofala o le 70 a dingwaga, e sale o belega ngwana o le 21. O fitlhetse le monna wa gago gore o na le ngwana. A mo botshelong ba rona ke o ipotse potso, a go na le basadi ba ba fitlhelang bontate bana na? Ka ntlha ya gore o batla o tsena mo lenyalong. Ngwana yo o mmelegeng tota. A fa o nyalwa o na le go tlogela bana bao ba belegeng le koko le ramogolo gore ba godisiwe ke koko le ramogolo, mme wa bona a tshela. Jaanong mokwadi o ne a bua ka dilo tse di diragalang mo botshelong. A go a kgonagala gore tota mosadi a e ka sephiri kwa mabitleng, jaaka Motlalepule a ile kwa sephiri kwa mabitleng. Wena jaaka moithuti jaanong o sekasekang padi e, gonne kwa bofelong re tshwanetse re re wena o ithutile eng ka padi ya omphile omphe modise. Re batla go utlwa wena yaanong gore mo botshelong ke eng se wena o se ithutileng fa o sena go e buisa. Gonne ga re go rutele fela gore o kwalolole se se leng ka mo bukeng e bo o falola. o tshwanetse o fapane le motho yo a sa ikwadisetsang Setswana, yo a sa buisang buka e. Wena o tlhalefile botoka mo letsatsing la gompieno. O tlhaloganya dilo tse dingwe tsa botshelo gore go a kgonagala gore mo botshelong go nne jaana. Fa o buisa dikuranta, ebile o tsamaya sa go le setonna mo Gauteng, tshwane le kwa Johannesburg kwa, segolo setonna mo go rekisiwang dijo le malwa, a dilo tse ga di teng na? Tiragalo e diragaletseng Thandi. A batho ga nke ba tshelelwa dipilisi mo dinong tsa bona, ebe ba tseelwa di tsa bona, ebe ba go tsoga ka moso ba sa itse gore ba mo lefelong le lefeng. Ka gongwe ebe gape go diragala le tse di diragaletseng mo Tlalepuli. O fitlhela o imile, kgotsa o iphitlhela o le kwa kokelong kgotsa kwa mapodising o sa itse gore o ile jang. Jaanong ke buka e le padi e leng gore tota fa o e buisa, o tshwanetse tota wa e tshwantshanya le botshelo bo re botshelang. Jaanong ke ne ke gatelela ntlha e gonne mo tsele di kwadileng dikarabo tse dingwe di ne di se maleba go supa gore le ne le sa tlhaloganya potso. Mo assignment-eng e ne ke leletseng yona ke ne ke re ke bua ka setlhogo se se maleba, omphile omphe Modise. Ke re a setlhogo se se maleba na? Title e maleba na le ditiragalo tsa buka e? Ge re bua ke re ga o ithutele fela go falola, o ithutela botshelo ka kakaretso. O tlile go nna mme kgotsa o mme o na le bana. Ke thuto efe e o ba fang yona? Omphile omphe Modise e kwadileng ke Rre Semakaleng Monyaise. O file thuto gompieno ke ego, gore fa o tswa kwa magaeng o ya kwa metsesetoropong, o nne botlhale, o bule matlho. Gonne go na le batho ba ba ka nnang le lefufa mo se Modimo a go fileng sona. Ke buile ka re e ka nna lenyalo, e ka nna thuto, e ka nna bana. Batho ba fufegela bana ba gago. Jaanong Thandi ke yo o fufegela bontle ba mo Tlalepuli. Ebile o tsaya matsapa a gore a mo tlose mo pele ga matlho a gagwe le mo difoleteng, gore ka dinako tsotlhe e nne ena bomma bontle. Jaanong ke teko ya bofelo e le yang go e kwala jaaka ge ke buile ke re e tlile go nna le dipotso di ka nna 2. 25 ke omphile omphe Modise, mme o tshwanetse wa kwala ditsebe tse 2 ka potso e tlabeng e boditswe. Potso ya bobedi ke buile ka dikarolo tsa puo, ke buile ka dikapuo, maele, diane, makaela gongwe, malatodi, makwalotshwano. Ke rile ke tlile go ntsha temana. Mo temaneng ego, wena o tshwanetse wa ntsha matlhaodi, maemedi, matlhalosi. Ke dumela gore 25 fa o buisitse dikarolo tsa puo jaaka ge ke buile. Maina, matlhaodi, maemedi, matlhalosi, maetsi, malatlhelwa, masupi, matlhophi. Ke saletse ke metsotso e le 5. Ke a leboga. 5 minutes left. Ke tla be ke kgaoana le lona. mme ke dumela gore le nkutlwile gore ka re dipotso ke tse pedi, 25 marks, 25 marks. E nngwe ke omphile modise, 25, e nngwe ke thutapuo ke 25 marks. Lo e kwala ka di 27, go simolola go e bulela from 8 o'clock until 4 o'clock. Wena o na le diura tse pedi fela from 8 to 4, o tla bona gore o e kwala ka nako mang. Ke rata gore o ska wa emela diura tsa bofelo. Mme ke lefile lenaneo la diteko le di-assignment ngwago otlhe o ne o ntse o itse gore ka di 27 tsa October o kwala, e tla be e le la boraro. Jaanong fa e le gore wa dira, ke dumela gore o dire dithulaganyo tsa gore o tla thari o simolola ka go kwala kgotsa ga o itirong. Ke dumela gore nna le wena re tla be re utlwane gore tota ka letsatsi le go la di 27 tsa October o tla be o kwadile, data ya gago e tla be e le teng, load shedding ge e le teng, e be o ipaakantshe. Fa o na le mathata a load shedding, mme e le gore e tlile ka nako o kwalang, go na le seo re se bitlang second opportunity. Fela o tshwanetse wa fa bopaki jo bo tletseng gore o paletswe ke go kwala ka ntlha load shedding. Kgotsa fa o na le matsapa, o ka tla mo campuseng ka di 27. Gonne fa re na le generator e leng gore go na le mathata, generator ya dira gore o kwale. Jaanong pele ke saletse ke metsotso e mebedi, e re ke utlwe dipotso fa di le teng. Ke tla emela dipotso. Any questions, comments? Le ka di ba mo chateng mo, ke utlwe gore re kgone go bua ka yona. No questions, no comment?
None at the moment.
Yes, I was just checking if there are questions or comments, but there's nothing so far. How many minutes now?
Well, there's about 3 minutes left, but if you've covered all your content, I think we could safely end the session.
Yes, everything is fine now. I think.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you
at the
very
end
much
of
for
the
the
lesson.
session.
Okay, thank you and enjoy the day.
Yeah, I'll see you a little bit later.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Right. Okay, so the next session will begin at 10 to 10. It'll be EHL 100 for the July intake with Mrs. Tanya Dupria. For those just joining, our next session will be EHL 100 for the July intake with Mrs. Tanya Duprier. Good morning, Mrs. Duprier. How are you?
Morning, Darren, and morning to the students. I'm well, thank you. Hope you are too.
Cannot complain. It has just gone 10 to. I'll stop my share and it's all yours.
Okay, perfect, thanks. Doesn't seem to be responding. Let me see, maybe I should close it and open it again.
Yeah, we're just seeing the PowerPoint window open at the moment, but nothing else.
Yeah, it's like it's frozen. Just trying to close it so that I can reopen it. Let's see if I can reopen it.
I think I'll manually stop your share because
Thank
that
you.
may
Might
have
help.
an effect.
Sorry, everyone. We'll get it sorted out now. Okay, I'm just going to reopen it. Should work. Okay, perfect. Can you see that?
So if you've reopened it, but you haven't started a new share yet.
Okay, let me just go back to the Zoom. Okay.
Okay, see the PowerPoint.
I've pressed F5 3 times now.
Is it showing the slideshow on your screen at the moment?
Oh, there. Okay, I've used
Okay,
the bottom.
there we go.
I used the other one at the bottom. Okay, perfect.
Success.
Good to go. All right, thank you for everyone's patience. Then with no further ado, I'll start our session for today. So this is a session on EHL 100. And I'm Tanya Duprier. I'm your lecturer for the July intake for this group. And I thought for today, we could focus on your assignment that's due on the 5th of November, which is a creative writing assignment on writing a fairy tale. So if you had to go through your assessment guide in a nutshell, you are given 3 sections as such for this assignment. So the first section comprises of 3 fairy tales that have been selected for you. And they are Rumpelstiltskin, The Emperor's New Clothes, and The Bremen Town Musicians. And you need to choose one of these 3 fairy tales. And that's section 1. Then in section 2 of the assignment, you need to find and read 2 versions of this fairy tale. And I would really recommend reading them one after the other so that it's quite obvious to you how they differ from one another. I would also recommend that one of these versions, that you read the online version that's available on the PIT repository, that's also used in your study guide for some of the other fairy tales. And I've got the links to those later in this session. Just because those are quite, very much the traditional fairy tale that hasn't been altered all that much, and it will give you a nice benchmark to compare one version of the fairy tale to another, and to set yourself up so that you have 2 versions of the fairy tale that do actually have differences in them that you can speak about in the research section of your assignment. So when you get to, after choosing the fairy tale, when you get to the actual writing of the assignment, there are 2 parts in the assignment. There's the research part, and there is the actual modern retelling of the fairy tale, which is the creative writing part. So in the research part, what you need to do is you need to take the story that you've chosen, you need to discuss it in terms of its origin, its background, and of course here you would have had to read a bit and do some research, and you'll have to reference your sources. And you also need to talk about the theme or the main message in the story, in this section. So what you would identify as the theme, or if you've had help from sources that you've read, you can quote there again and reference them. And talk about the theme of the fairy tale that you've chosen. And at the end of this section, you also need to state why did you choose this one out of the 3 provided? And then you also need to just explain in your modern retelling that is going to follow on from the research section. Give us a little bit of an oversight of how you interpreted this fairy tale in a modern way. And then you go on to the next section, which is then the creative writing section. It's also important to note that the research section is only 300 words, whereas the modern retelling is actually 900 words. And then in the research section, we want you to in-text reference wherever you have used sources for information that you came across in your research. And then we also, at the end of the research section, want to see a full reference list, the final reference list. And if you look at your rubric for this assignment, you'll see that 10% of your marks are going towards this research section. Another 10% are going towards your references. And 20% go overall to language and grammar usage, and just correct and sophisticated use of language in writing this assignment. And then the bulk of your marks are going for the 900 word section of this assignment, which is the modern version of the fairy tale that you have created and that you are telling in this section. So basically, this is a creative writing exercise, and you will have to think about how you're going to adapt the story, how are you going to keep the theme and the message in this modern version, and which ways do you want to deviate from the original. So where do you want to make changes, and why particularly? You'll need to think about those before approaching the task of rewriting a fairy tale in a modern setting. Okay, so in talking about the section in which you need to retell the fairy tale that you've chosen from the list of the 3 provided in a modern setting, in a modern style, you need to really spend a bit of time, I think, looking at modernized fairy tales. And I found a modernized version of Cinderella, which is called Interstellar Cinderella. It's a 2015 children's book that is a modern take on the traditional Cinderella fairy tale. So I've given you here the link to go to Google Books. You can actually see, as Google Books does, you can see a few pages from the actual book, and then it stops you. So I think you've got about 3 pages that you can read, and you can get a sense of what the book is like. And then there's also a very useful link to a review on Goodreads, where there are loads of comments and even bits of the text that have been inserted by the reviewers. And it gives you a very good idea of how the tale of Cinderella has been retold in a modern setting in this book, Interstellar Cinderella. So I was thinking of putting this on the chat. So I just want to see if I've got access to the chat. So there it is. I'm going to see if I can put the link on here for everyone. I copied and pasted it earlier. Darren, am I allowed to do this? Put a link in the chat.
Yes, putting a link in the chat is perfectly fine.
Okay, great. Okay, so anyone who wants to go and have a look while I'm talking, you can just click on that link and go and have a look. And then basically what I'm going to look at next is looking at how the author of this book has modernized Cinderella. And the aim of that is to give you some ideas about how you can go and take, a fairy tale. It will have to be one from the list provided to you. So either Rumpelstiltskin or the Bremen Town Musicians or the Emperor's New Clothes. And you'll have to look at that fairy tale really carefully. That's also why we give you the research section prior to rewriting the fairy tale. You have to really read various versions of the fairy tale, engage quite deeply with it, understand its theme and its message that it wants to carry across, and then think about how you're going to modernize it. So in this case, let me just go back to sharing the screen like that. Okay, so here is the cover of the book Interstellar Cinderella by Deborah Underwood and illustrated by Meg Hunt. And this is then an excerpt from the Goodreads website from the start, almost like a blurb before the reviews are posted. It's like the text that you would read on the back of the book if you were to pick it up in a bookshop. And it uses the start of the story in italics there, and then it gives you the little blurb in the usual normal font beneath it. So it says, once upon a planetoid, amid her tools and sprockets, a girl named Cinderella dreamed of fixing fancy rockets. And then the blurb says, with a little help from her fairy guard robots, Cinderella is going to the ball, but when the prince's ship has mechanical trouble, someone will have to zoom to the rescue. Readers will thank their lucky stars for this irrepressible fairy tale retelling, its independent heroine, and its stellar happy ending. So if you go to the Goodreads site and you have a bit of a look on the website, you'll get a good sense of how the story starts and the direction it takes and how it ends. I'm trying to not reveal the ending in my lecture, because I think it would be a lovely book to find and to purchase. But there is actually one of the reviews on the Goodreads site that shares with you the ending of of this version of the fairy tale, this modern version. And the ending is different to the traditional version. So basically, in this example of a modern retelling of Cinderella, I'm going to look at, what has been kept and also touch a bit on what has been changed. So in this telling of the story, the elements that are kept are the main characters. So Cinderella is still Cinderella. The prince is still there. And there is a replacement for the fairy godmother, a fairy god robot. So this obviously fits with the space theme. Cinderella is living on another planet in a futuristic type of time. There's still a prince. And then there is still the helper, but instead of a godmother, she's a god robot, fairy god robot. There are also the secondary characters, which I haven't mentioned here, which are also kept. The evil stepmother or wicked stepmother and the mean stepsisters, they're also still characters in this modern retelling of Cinderella. Okay, what has been changed entirely by the author is the setting. So setting totally different. It takes place on a planet in outer space. It's a futuristic time frame. Cinderella spends her time at home. She's subject to the whims of her stepmother and her stepsisters. She's forever having to fix things like a robot mop that breaks or a fancy mechanical dishwasher, which is much more fancy than the ones we have. And she spends her time basically almost like the mechanic of the household, fixing all of the broken items in the house. In terms of the plot here, the main elements are kept as well. Cinderella wants to go to the ball. There's a ball, which in the book is called the Princess Royal Space Parade. So it's almost like, everyone arrives. And if you think of a matric dance type of setting where you arrive and the car you arrive in is quite a big deal and you get out, and it's almost that type of scene, but with spaceships. So the Princess Royal Space Parade. And Cinderella wants to go to, let's call it the ball, but is prevented from doing so by her mean stepmother and stepsisters. So they don't want her to go. They come up with all sorts of excuses and eventually say there's just no space for her in the spaceship that they own. There's only space for 3. And they leave her at home and they further prevent her from coming by confiscating her toolbox so that she can't fix a broken spaceship at home to then actually zoom through and to attend the Princess Royal Space Parade. However, when the time for the ball comes, Cinderella is helped by a fairy guard robot to go to the ball. The fairy guard robot arrives and gives her brand new tools and also an atomic blue spacesuit studded with jewels. And she gives Cinderella a power gem that will help her to power her ship until midnight. But this fairy guard robot doesn't fix the spaceship at home that is still there for Cinderella. Cinderella has to use the tools that she's been given to fix the spaceship, which she does. And then she's got this magic gem that's going to power her ship until midnight. So at the ball, she arrives and she captures the prince's attention, but not by her beauty, but rather by her knowledge of mechanics and fixing all broken rockets and spaceships. And they have a long conversation, and he is just fascinated by Cinderella. But when her time runs out and she has to leave the ball, she accidentally leaves her socket wrench behind. And the prince uses this to find her and to propose marriage. And at this point, there's a clever twist on the traditional ending of the fairy tale, which I'm not going to reveal here. And then other important deviations are that at the ball, the prince's ship malfunctions and he doesn't know how to fix it. And his chief mechanic has just left. But fortunately, Cinderella is there and she volunteers to have a look and see what she can do and manages to fix his spaceship. And then in terms of the theme is also retained. Good overcomes evil. So Cinderella, who is kind, good, and hardworking, ultimately overcomes adversity and manages to escape the miserable life she lived under her stepmother and her stepsisters for a better and a happier alternative. And here you can also remember the original intention of fairy tales, which was to comfort the poor and the powerless in society. So before fairy tales were, repackaged for children, they used to be for adults and really represented the poor and the powerless in society with a fantasy escape into a story where they could actually change their position in society. They could change their lives for the better and improve upon their fate, as it were. So these are nice, this story has a lot of nice touches. Cinderella, for example, doesn't need rescuing, does need rescuing, but she's not completely helpless. She is able to fix the ship. She is very knowledgeable when it comes to mechanics and can help herself in that sense. So I think you can see that there have been quite nice adaptations there, and that in rewriting this traditional fairy tale, in essence, a lot of the traditional fairy tale is still in this modern version, but there are key points at which it deviates. So, for example, the fairy godmother is replaced with a fairy god robot. Setting is very different. Cinderella it isn't her beauty in the end that leads to the prince's proposal of marriage, but rather her knowledge of mechanics and her interest in fixing old and broken rockets and spaceships. And so she's not a beautiful, helpless Cinderella, but rather a Cinderella who has different skills and different attributes that the prince values. And then the prince is also not all powerful and able to solve anything. When his ship breaks, he actually doesn't know what to do about that. So there's also a nice gender inversion about, the girl knowing how to fix the spaceship and the boy not knowing how to fix the spaceship. But it's not handled clumsily, it's done very smoothly, and it's one of the important ways in which Cinderella is recast in this modern version. And then the ending is also different because the prince proposes marriage, but Cinderella's response is different to in the initial fairy tale, and it's a response that is more in keeping with the more modern time. And that also is important. I see there's a question. Let me just quickly go and see. Hi, can we make the story how we want it to be? Yes, of course. I think what's most important is that you really, before you start writing your own modern version, you must really think carefully about, are you going to change the setting, for example? Are you going to reset the fairy tale in a different time and place? And then it's not enough to just change that. You have to change something in the actual story as well. Like you can change one or two responses by the main character. I'm just thinking now of the different fairy tales that you have. So you can change, for example, how in The Emperor's New Clothes, how his advisors that he sends in to see the cloth, they all pretend that they can see the cloth because they're so scared that they going to admit and look like they are foolish if they can't see the cloth, if they say that in fact they can't see any cloth. But then you have to retain the theme of the fairy tale. And that's why I say it's so important for you to do your research thoroughly and to have a really good look at what is the theme? Be sure that you can identify the theme and that you are retaining the same theme in your modern retelling of the fairy tale. Does that answer your question? Okay. Right, so I think my next slide is stuck again, but the next slide was really just asking you what questions you had. And then also just anticipating whether you had questions already on the fairy tales that had been provided to you. So the Emperor's New Clothes, or Rumpelstiltskin, or the Bremen Town Musicians, and if you have any questions on any of those. Okay. So I'm not seeing any questions. Oh, there. Okay, perfect. Sorry, my screen was getting stuck. Does anyone want to ask anything at this point? You can type it in, or you can unmute yourself. I don't know if you can unmute yourself and ask a question. I think you can.
If a seer would like to ask a question live, they would just need to raise their hand and then I can give them the ability to talk.
Okay, perfect. So you could raise your hand, or otherwise just type your question. Even if it's a question on a different topic, that's fine. Just let me know. Okay, so the next question is, hi, will you be able to provide an example of the assignment so we know how to go about it? Clarice, that is what I have attempted to do now in providing you with this example of this modern version of Cinderella. So basically, if you think about the traditional version of Cinderella, it's Cinderella who is living with her wicked stepmother and stepsisters, and she's like, she has to clean and cook and do everything in the household. And then when there's an invitation to the ball, she can't go, but desperately would like to go. And then the wicked stepmother and stepsisters end up going without her. So I'm just going to go back now to this modern retelling. So in the modern retelling, we've also got a girl named Cinderella. She's also stuck in a household where she has to service the needs of her stepmother and her stepsisters, and they don't treat her well at all. It's just that in the modern version, the household is different. It's a household on a different planet out in space, and they've got these fancy Android mops and very high level dishwashing machines, for example. And whenever anything breaks in the household, Cinderella is the one who has to fix it as quickly as possible, because it's disrupted the ease and the comfort of the lives of her stepmother and her stepsisters. And then in the modern retelling, there's an invitation from the prince to attend the Royal Space, let's find the name now, Royal Space Parade. And she would desperately like to go and to attend this, but of course the wicked stepmother and stepsisters say, no, you can't, there's no space for you, and they leave her behind at home. So I'm sure you can see the parallel between the two. Then in the traditional fairy tale, you have the fairy godmother who would arrive, and she's now going to save Cinderella and transform her, take away all the dirt, provide her with a beautiful dress and a carriage to go to the ball. and Cinderella just needs to step into the carriage and go to the ball. So here's where there's the first difference between the modernized version and the traditional one. So there is a fairy god robot that appears and that does rescue Cinderella in the modern retelling, but she doesn't provide her with a carriage. She provides her with the tools to fix the spaceship at home. She does provide her with an equivalent of a fancy dress. She provides her with a blue, atomic blue space suit studded with jewels. And she also gives her this power gem, which will power her ship until midnight. So that's the same as the traditional version, where at midnight the spell wears off, basically. And then in both, let's go back to the traditional version. So Cinderella goes to the ball, captures the prince's attention. He's very taken with her, but at midnight she has to leave, and in her rush, her shoe gets left behind. And then in the modernized version, it's very similar. Again, midnight, time has run away with her. She went to the ball. She captivated the prince's attention, but not by her beauty and not by dancing with him, as in the traditional version, but rather by her knowledge of mechanics and the fact that she could fix his spaceship when he needed help, and that she's interested in fixing broken things. And they had long conversations about that. And this is what captivated the prince in the modern retelling about Cinderella. And when she leaves in such a rush that she leaves her socket wrench behind. And then in both, in the traditional version, there's the hunt throughout the kingdom to find Cinderella, and it's the same in the modernized version, but with a socket wrench. And then when he does eventually find Cinderella in the traditional version, he proposes marriage to her, she accepts, and she becomes queen of the realm with the prince. And in the retelling, the modern retelling, when the prince proposes to Cinderella after finding her, she has a different answer to him, which she has considered, does she want to be married to the prince? No, but she has another alternative. She makes an alternative suggestion about something that she would like, that would make her extremely happy. And the prince agrees. And as a result, she is rescued from the hard life that she lived under her stepmother and her stepsisters. And it's the same in the traditional version. Once she marries the prince and becomes queen, she lives in the castle, and she no longer has to clean and listen to all the orders from her wicked stepmother and stepsisters. So I hope that gives you an example, maybe a more, sort of, parallel example of how these two tales move one next to the other. So I can't give you an example with the actual fairy tales that have been provided to you, like Rumpelstiltskin or The Emperor's New Clothes or the Bremen Town Musicians, because then I would be inhibiting your own creativity in attempting that task. What I have said, though, is that you really, and have tried to encourage you in this session, is that you really need to think carefully about your modern retelling. And I would say read quite widely, look for other modern retellings for other ideas as well. I've shared one idea with you in this session. Think about also in the assignment, it actually suggests that you need not only read 2 versions of the traditional fairy tale, but you could read more. So the more versions you read, the more you will see how they differ from one another. So if you read 3 or 4 different versions of The Emperor's New Clothes or Rumpelstiltskin, you will see how they differ from one another. And you can even read, that's why this PITS repository is so useful, because it classifies the fairy tale as a fairy tale type. And if you scroll down, once you've used the link, you will find similar fairy tales from other cultures, also in that same category, being retold by PITS or translated for us by PITS and made available. And you can look at the differences and the similarities there. And then there's another question saying, hi, can we keep the story but only keep the main characters? I think it's important that you have the same message coming out of the story. So in other words, a theme. I think it's necessary to keep the main characters and the theme. The things that you can fiddle with the most are the setting and the plot, in my opinion. And the things that you should fiddle less with are the main characters and the theme of the story. Because even though you're modernizing it, you're updating it, you're making some changes, you still want to, at the end of the day, have the message of the fairy tale remain the same. Even though you've made certain changes, you've done a modernized retelling of the fairy tale, you still want to retain that essential message that the fairy tale wanted to put across. Okay, then Zamilia is asking, hello, I want to find out about referencing. When we write the creative writing, information must be based on the research we provided, or is this different of the essay? So in the creative writing, there should be no referencing at that point. All the referencing should be in the research section. And at the end of the research section, you have a little part where you're going to almost introduce your modern version. And in there, you can say that I've taken ideas from this source that I thought would be good to use in my modern retelling, which is given below. So once you get into the actual section that you're doing the creative writing, although some of your ideas might be based on the research and the reading that you've done, you don't need to reference it there. You need to rather reference it in the top in the research section. And the creative writing it's a modern retelling of the fairy tale. So think of it as a book that you send to a publisher, an idea for a new story, a modern story on, let's say, Rumpelstiltskin. And you wouldn't have references in a modern retelling of Rumpelstiltskin that you're going to sell to the public, as a new version of an old fairy tale. So your references and your ideas and your influences, those all need to be identified and referred to in the research section. And after the research section, you have your final reference list. And after that, you have your modern fairy tale. And then just remember that the modern fairy tale, this modern version that you tell of the fairy tale that you choose, is 900 words, and is also the bulk of your mark for this assignment. So it must really be something that you've put a lot of thoughts and effort into to create the best possible modern version of the fairy tale that you could. Maybe what you could do is you could write a draft and you can share it with some family members or friends or colleagues if you're working, and get their thoughts and their input on it. Most people would know most of those fairy tales. And if they're not sure, you can give them the link to the original fairy tale and then say, this is the original fairy tale and this is my modern retelling of it. What do you think? Okay, Clarice, are you happy then with the way I answered your question? Is that all right? Or do you want to ask a follow-up question? And if anyone else wants to ask, we've only got about 5 minutes left, so you can just ask. Even if it's on a different topic, as I said earlier, you can ask anything that you need to, that you're unsure of. And then, of course, following this session, if another thought comes to you, another question comes to you, you can just email me. I've put my email address on the front of this PowerPoint. It's also on the ECI page. And you can just email me questions then as well directly if you would like to. Okay, then there's a question, do we need to add any picture of how the story will be? Okay, that's a good question. No, you don't need to add pictures. You know, obviously if this were a real modern retelling of a fairy tale that you wanted to send to a publisher, for example, then there would have to be pictures. But for the assignments and for the requirements that we have, you also see in the rubric, there's no reference to pictures at all. We're just going to look at your story and how you've adapted and changed the story from the traditional fairy tale to a modern setting. So no need for pictures at all. Just that, that story that's been changed and adapted and retold in a modern way. Okay, it's good that you're asking questions so that you can get clarity. It's not that long to go until the 5th of November. I'm actually very glad that our session is today because it still gives you time to go and read quite widely. If you haven't read quite widely enough and you still don't have a good idea for your modern retelling of the fairy tale, maybe instead of just reading more and more versions of the fairy tale, go and look for other modern retellings of other fairy tales, you know, and have a look at them and see if you can get any ideas from these. Okay, then there's a question from Beverly. Will we be penalized if the research exceeds 300 words? If it exceeds 300 words by a lot, like it becomes 500 words, then you will be penalized, because the other students have been told to keep it short, keep it to 300. And, you know, we can't now favor your response, which is in actual fact longer than it should have been, and give you a higher mark when you actually exceeded the guidelines, which said that you had to stick to 300 words. So certainly if you go over 300, that's fine, but not excessively. You know, we're not going to sit there and count and see, oh, you're on 352. You know, now we're penalizing you, but it should be around the 300 word mark. And yeah, not, I would say definitely not more than 450. This should be the absolute maximum. And actually you should try very hard not to exceed 300 words. Even 400, I think 400 should be your max. But yeah, when we mark, because we mark quite a few, you easily, it's not that we're counting your words, but we easily see, okay, this is longer than the other students that I've marked before you. And then you do out of a principle of fairness, not, you know, you do want to be fair to everyone. And so we can't, you know, really give you a much higher mark, for example, if you've exceeded the word count by too much, because we have to bear that in mind as well. Then there's another question about the audience. Is the audience of the modern retelling supposed to be for children? It doesn't have to be for children. It can also be for adults. It was quite funny. One of the reviews I read on Goodreads actually said that this lady raved about the Interstellar Cinderella, and said she bought the book and read it to her children who didn't really like it. But she, the adult, the mom, loved this book. So it can be for adults, it can be for children, it can be for both adults and children, where there's like a, you know, subtext that an adult can enjoy that might go above the head of a child. But certainly it doesn't need to be for one or the, you know, other. It can be for either children or for adults. And then there's a question about the spacing and the type work. It is usually 1.5 spacing, and I think it is Arial 11. I remember looking at your assessment guide, and this information is in the assessment guide. So just look at it's before the actual assignments in in the starting part of the assessment guide, it does specify the font and the size and the spacing. But I think those are correct. Okay, I think someone could get one more question in, Ariel 12. Yeah, I don't actually have the assessment guide in front of me now, so I don't want to commit to anything, but please look in the assessment guide at what it asks for there. And try to stick to those requirements. Yes, definitely. So there's a question on creative writing. Can we include figures of speech where we personify characters to things? Yes, you can. You can adapt the fairy tale in the way that you like. So for example, the Interstellar Cinderella uses rhyme, where the original Cinderella is not told in rhyme. So it incorporates that element. So if you want to use figures of speech, as long as they add to the story and are meaningful and serve a purpose, definitely you may do so. Okay. Any other questions, final questions? Okay, I'll just encourage you to read widely once again for this assignment, and all of the very best with it. And don't hesitate to email and ask more questions if you have any. And I look forward to reading your modern fairy tales.
Thank you very much for the session, Mrs. Dupré. Hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you. Same to you, Darren, and to the students. Bye, everyone.
Next session will begin at 22:11. It will be SWHL 100 for the July intake with Mr. Bethuel Kabale. For those just joining, our next session will be SWHL 100 for the July intake with Mr. Bethuel Khabale. Welcome back.
Thank you, I'm back. Thank you.
We have just about 5 seconds before the session is set to start, so I'll stop my share and it's all yours.
Thank you. Dumelang Batswana ba gaetsho. Batswana ba gaetsho ba ba ikwadiseditseng Setswana Home Language 100 ka kgwedi ya Seetebosigo le Phukwi. Ke bua le baithuti ba ba ikwadisitseng ka June, July. Ba ikwadisetsa go ithuta Setswana Home Language 100. Ke itumella gore le kgonne go ipha nako go tla go tlo utlwa tshedimosetso ya modulo wa lona wa Setswana Home Language 100 e le ikwadisitseng ona ka Seetebosigo le Phukwi. Ke bua le baithuti ba Setswana Home Language ba ba registerile modulo o ka July. Ke gatella jaana gonne ke batla gore o nne moithuti o maleba wa go utlwella se se tlileng go buiwa mo sessioneng e. Ke re ke a le amogela Batswana ba gaetsho a pula e le nele. Ke letsatsi la ntlha ke kopana le lona gompieno. Mme ke re ke le fe tshedimosetso ya gore modulo o wa rona o tlile go tsamaya yang go fitlhella kgwedi e tlang ka kgwedi ya Seetebosigo. Fa le tla bo le wetsa dithuto tsa modulo o. Puo ya Setswana e botlhokwa ebile re rata lona le e godisa le e fetisetsa kwa baneng le kwa dikokomaneng. Jaanong o ka kgona go dira seo jaaka e le loleme lwa ga mme fa o ithuta yona jaaka ge le dira. Jaanong ke re Modimo a le godisa gore e be le tsere modulo. Gonne Batswana ba Pedi Mazolo jalo ba tsaya dithuto tse ding di le botlhokwa gona le puo ya ga mme. Fa o itse puo ya ga mme wa ikitse wa itlhaloganya. Jaanong mo modulong wa rona wa Setswana Home Language 100 ke dumela gore wa amogetse dibuka tse di maleba tse re tlileng go di dirisa. Padi ya rona e re tlileng go e buisa ke Umphile Umphi Modise. Padi ke novele ka Sekgowa. Umphile Umphi Modise e kwadilwe ke Rre DPS Monyaise. Padi e kgotsa novele e o tshwanetse wa nna le yone. Gonne fa o sena yona tota ga ke itse gore o tla bo kwalang gonne diteng tsotlhe tsa padi e di ka mo bukeng e go ditiragalo le diteng di mo bukeng e go. Jaanong moithuti wa gaetsho le ka natla gore buka e padi e novele e o nne le yona ke Umphile Umphi Modise e kwadilwe ke Rre DPS Monyaise. Re na gape le study guide se se leng mo ECI. Se e leng gore o tshwanetse wa se dirisa go itse gore re tsamaya fa kae. re na gape le assessment guide e leng gore yona e tshwere di-assignment tse tshwanetseng wa di dira, wa di tlisa, wa di submita ka matlhatlhabeng ke a buile fa. Jaaka ge ke bua yana, mo maabaneng e ne e le letlha la bofelo, due date la go tlisa assignment ya ntlha. Ke amogetsa assignment ya Mokone Lebogang le Monyeki Emily. Ke di-assignment tse pedi fela tse ke di amogetseng, ya Mokone Lebogang le Monyeki Emily. Jaanong lona ba le santseng le feleletsa, ke santse ke le fa nako gore ka Mantaga e tla be le letsatsi la bofelo la gore le submit, mme ke kopa gore le romele ka email. Ke lemogile gore email e bonolo, ebile ga e tshwenye thata mo mafaratlhatlheng. Mo nakong e baithuti ba di-module tse di farologaneng ba submita ba tlisa. Jaanong o fitlhele malatsi a mang ise ya e se teng. Gonne ke diketekete tsa baithuti ba ba ikwadiseditseng dithuto mo STADIO. Jaanong nna ke dira dilo bonolo ke re le tliseng ka email. Jaanong ba le sa tlisang ke santse ke le fa mogau wa gore ka Mantaga ge letsatsi le wela e be e tlile. Jaanong re ke tsene mo tsamaisong ya module eo gore module o monongwaga o re tshwaretseng. Monongwaga go fitlha ka ngwaga o tlang ka kgwedi ya Seetebosigo, o tshwanetse wa bo o dirile tse di latelang. Module o na le di-assignment di le pedi, 2 assignment. Module o na le diteko di le pedi, 2 assignments, 2 tests. Diteko tse pedi, di-assignment tse pedi. O tla be o feditse go dira se se batlagalang mo moduleng, ke di-requirements. Jaanong le setse le kwadile assignment ya ntlha jaaka ke buile ka Mokone Lebogang le Monyeki Emily gore ke bona ba setseng ba tlisitse. Go raya gore ba saletse ke assignment e le nngwe le diteko tse pedi. Jaanong lona ba ise le tlise le saletswe ke di-assignment tse pedi le diteko tse pedi. Ke rata gore o tlhaloganye bonolo gore ke eng se se batlagalang mo moduleng wa rona. Ke dumela gore fo ra utlwisisana baithuti ba gaetsho, batswana ba gaetsho gore ke 2 assignments, ke 2 tests. Buka e re yang go e buisa ya padi ke Umphile Umphimodise. Assessment guide e tlhalosa ka di-assignment tse tshwanetseng la di tlisa, mme le setse le tlisitse ya 8. Jaanong boemo jwa gore le kwa leteko pele ngwaga o fela o, ke tlo le fa assignment, gonne assignment e go fa nako ya go bala, ya go ithuta, ya go ka bua le baithuti ka wena kgotsa batho bangwe ba ba dirang Setswana. Go fa nako ya go consulta, ke bone gore ke fetole teko ke dira assignment. Jaanong ke tlo le romela ka email assignment ya bobedi e leng gore ke tlo e batla mo kgweding ya November. Jaanong fa ngwaga o fela le tlabe le dirile di-assignment di le pedi, mme mo ngwageng o tlang le tlabe le saletse ke diteko di le pedi. Ke tlile go bua le lona ka email, ebile ke santse ke tlile go kopana le lona gape. Re saletswe ke di-session tse di ka nnang pedi tsa go tshwana le letsatsi la gompieno tse e leng gore di tlo nna teng mo ngwageng o tla ke tla be ke ntse ke tlhalosa jaaka ke tlhalosa gompieno. Nna ke motlhatlheledi wa Setswana mo STADIO ke Rre Kgabale. Fa o itse go kgaba o tsenya LE e bo re Kgabale. Ke nna motlhatlheledi wa Setswana wa module o wa lona o. Ke dumela gore jaanong ra utlwana wa itse gore go batlagala eng. A ke tsene jaanong mo di-assignment-eng. Assignment ya ntlha e le tlisitseng kgotsa ba le santse le tlo itlisa ke ya 8. Mme assignment ya bobedi ke tlo le romelang yona ka email e tswa mo go Umphi Modise. Ke buka ya padi ke novele e tshwantseng wa e buisa wa e tlhaloganya. Ke se buang ke rata assignment gonne e go fa nako ya go ka buisa, ya o ka botsa dipotso, ya o ka ya go balekaneng kgontsha baitsanape ba bangwe ba Setswana go tlhaloganya le go bona maduo a botoka. Jaanong rona Batswana re na le ditlhangwa tsa Setswana. Fa re bua ka ditlhangwa tsa Setswana re bua ka dibuka tse o tshwanetseng wa di bala tse di itlhametsweng. Re lebelela mefuta kwalo ya ditlhangwa mo puong ya Setswana. Yaanong mefuta kwalo e latelang ya ditlhangwa tsa Setswana ke setse ke buile ka padi ka novel ya ga Umphi Modise. Re bitsa padi. Mme gape mefuta kwalo o mongwe ke poko. Poko ke poetry, ke maboko. Ke tse o tshwanetseng wa ithuta tsona fa e le gore o tlile go tswelela ka Setswana mo dingwageng tse di latelang. Re na gape le drama. Ke mofuta kwalo. Re na le dinaane folk tales. A ke re ke tsona tse e leng gore o setse o kwadile ka tsona mo assignment-eng ya gago. Mme kwa bofelo ra nna le kgangkhutswe e leng short story. Jaanong ke mefuta kwalo ya ditlhangwa mo puong ya Setswana. Padi novel, poko poetry, drama, dinaane folk tales le kgangkhutswe short story. Jaanong ke ditlhangwa tse o tshwanetseng wa di seka-seka fa e le gore o tswelela ka module o mo dingwageng tse di latelang. Fela monongwaga wena o tshwanetse re dira padi. Yaanong fa re dira padi novel go na le diponagalo tsa padi tse e leng gore o tshwanetse wa di itse. Fa re bua ka diponagalo re bua ka the features. Padi nngwe le nngwe kgotsa novel nngwe le nngwe e na le baanelwa. Re bua ka baanelwa re bua ka the characters. Kgotsa re ke go balele diponagalo tsa padi pele re tlo tsena mo go tsona. Re na le baanelwa. Mokwadi o dirisa baanelwa go tlhagisa thuto kgotsa molaetsa. Jaanong ke ponagalo ya ntlha ego. Ponagalo ya bobedi ya padi ke morero. Morero re kaya kgang e mo padi a re tlotlelang ka ga yona. Kgangkgolo kgotsa thitokgang. Ka nako nngwe mokwadi a ka kwala ka lenyalo, botlhokwa ba lenyalo. A ka kwala ka botlhokwa ba thuto. A ka kwala ka COVID-19. A ka kwala ka maemo a loapi. Jaanong ke eng se mokwadi a ratang re se itse ka se a se kwadileng. Ke se re reng ke morero, kgangkgolo, thitokgang ke se mo padi a re tlotlelang ka ga sona mo pading ya e kwadileng. Ke buile ka re ponagalo ya ntlha ke baanelwa. Mme fa re bua ka baanelwa ra be re reng re re baanelwa ke batho ba ba itlhametsweng ke mokwadi gore ba tsamaise ditiragalo tse a senolang morero ka sona. Fa o bua ka lenyalo o tshwanetse o bue ka monna le mosadi. E bo ba fe maina jaaka bo Motlalepule, bo Thandi, bo Mosidi, bo Khumo, jalo jalo. Jaanong mokwadi ga nkitla re kgona go tlhaloganya molaetsa wa gagwe fa a sa dirise baanelwa kgotsa maina a batho. Jaanong ke ponagalo ya ntlha e ke simolotseng ka yona ka re mokwadi o dirisa baanelwa. Mokwadi o dirisa morero e leng kgangkgolo. Mme gape ntlha ya boraro ke poloto. Nako ya rona e khutshwane ke ka mokgwa ke sa dirang di-slide ke go fa tsona ka boripana fela, mme tsona di teng o tlile go di itse le go di ithuta. Go na le buka nngwe gape ko di-library re e bitsang Ntlhomo le Mmutlwa. E kwadilwe ke O Nthusitse Lobelo. E tlhalosa diponagalo tsa padi tse sentle. Ntlha ya boraro ke poloto. Poloto ke tatelano ya ditiragalo go ya ka mabaka a di tlhotlheletsang. Poloto ke tatelano ya ditiragalo go ya ka mabaka a di tlhotlheletsang. Ke ntlha ya boraro ego. Moithuti o falotse ka gore o ne a ithuta. O utlwa polelo e o re reng, motlhala o reng o falotse ka ntlha ya gore o ne a ithuta. Goreng a falotse? Ka gore o ne a ithuta. Ke lebaka le le neetsweng, jaanong ke yona poloto. Tatelano ya ditiragalo go ya ka mabaka a di tlhotlheletsang. Ke rile ke baanelwa, ke morero, ke poloto. Mme ntlha ya bone ke kanelo. Kanelo re e kaya e le motlotlo wa ditiragalo ka go latelana ga tsona. Tatelano ya ditiragalo ka go latelana ga tsona ke kanelo. Fa motho a tswa kwa lenyalong mme wena o ne o se kwa lenyalong wa re a ko ntlotlele gore lenyalo le tsamaile jang. Wa tlotlelwa fa gongwe ebile ga gona mabaka gore ba ne ba tsamaya ka dikoloi tsa mabaibai, ba ne ba apere jaana. Dijo tsa teng di ne di le monate, batho ba ne ba le bantsi. Ke motlotlo, re e bitsa kanelo. Jaanong ke ntlha nngwe gape ya ponagalo ya padi. Baanelwa, poloto, morero, kanelo. Mme re na le ntlha gape e leng botlhokwa e leng maitshetlego. Mme maitshetlego ke mafelo a ditiragalo di diragalelwang kwa go ona. Jaaka ke bua ka botlhokwa ba lenyalo, lenyalo le ne le diragala kwa kae? E ne e le kwa Rustenburg, e ne e le kwa Kanana, e ne e le ko Dikebu, ko Lebotlwane, ko Marapjane, ko Pankopo, jalo jalo. Ke kwa ditiragalo di diragalelang kwa teng. Jaanong mokwadi fa a kwala novel kgotsa padi o dirisa mafelo. Mafelo a go ra bitsa maitshetlego. Mme gape go na le metlha. Re na le metlha, setlha sa jaanong, metlha ya bogologolo, metlha ya jaanong. Mokwadi a ka nna a se dirise mafelo, a dirisa metlha e re tshelelang mo go yona. Rona fa re gola ka nako tsa rona, re ne re sena mekgwa e mentsi ya go ka bua le batho kwa kgakala. Re ne re dirisa makwalo. Ebile makwalo a tshwanetse a ye kwa kantorong ya poso, ko post office. O ema beke kgotsa go tse pedi go tlo amogela lekwalo. E ne e le metlha ya bogologolo. Jaanong metlha ya jaanong go dirisiwa eng? Yaaka ke setse ke buile di-email di a dirisiwa. Re na le mogala wa lethekeng le cell phone. O bua le motho yaanong ka se o batlang go se bua. Fa o romela madi ga o sa ema beke kgotsa tse pedi. Re na le mekgwa e farologaneng ya go romela madi kwa bathong. Fa o ya kwa re bolokang madi teng e leng kwa dibankeng ba tla go tlhalosetsa ka mekgwa e farologaneng. Ba bang ba re ke cash send, ba bang ba dirisa di-e-wallet. Ke mekgwa ya yaanong. Metlha e ke metlha ya yaanong, ga se metlha ya bogologolo. Jaanong mokwadi fa a kwala buka o lebelela le metlha, ke yona maitshetlego. Gore a ditiragalo tsa gage ke tsa jaanong kgotsa ke tsa bogologolo na. Mme gape mokwadi a ka dirisa metseselegae kgotsa metsesetoropo. Go na le ditiragalo tse dingwe di diragala kwa magae. Go buiwa ka kgosi. Go buiwa ka banna ba ya lekgotleng. Go buiwa ka kgosana. Ke kwa magaeng kogo. Ke ditiragalo tsa kwa magaeng. Mme fa o simolola jaanong o bua ka sefofane, o bua ka marekelo a magolo, jaaka di-mall-o o di fitlhela kwa metsesetoropong. Gona jaanong re dirisa dinamelwa tse di farologaneng jaaka dijanaga, dikoloi, jaaka difofane, jaaka setobe-tobe, jalo-jalo. Jaanong mokwadi fa a kwala a ka dirisa mafelo jaaka ge ke buile, a ka dirisa metlha ya segompieno kgotsa metlha ya segologolo, kgotsa le ka meaparo. Kwa go iwang bojale ko teng, kwa go iwang komeng, mokwadi o tla ba supa gore ke kwa magaeng. Jaanong fa re bua ka maitshetlego, ra be re bua ka mafelo. Jaanong wena jaaka o le moithuti wa Setswana ke tla be ke re seka-seka mafelo a mokwadi a dirisitseng gore a maleba le ditiragalo tsa buka ya gagwe na. Mo metsesetoropong ga gona kgosi. Jaanong ke ntlha tse tshwanetseng wa di ela tlhoko gore fa re bua ka maitshetlego re bua ka eng. Ditiragalo di tshwanetse go lebagana gape le setlhogo sa buka. Fa o re buka ke Umphile Modise, a setlhogo se maleba le ditiragalo na tse di diragalang le mafelo a mokwadi a kwadileng na. Jaanong ke ntlha nngwe gape e ke ratang go e ama. Re na gape le puo le setaele. Puo le setaele. Mokwadi mongwe le mongwe o na le setaele sa gagwe sa go kwala. Ka puo segolo se tonna go lebilwe bogolo puo, mafoko kgotsa yona tlotlofoko e mokwadi a e dirisang go abelana le babuisi. O tlhagisa jang morero wa gagwe? A mokwadi o dirisa melawana ya thutapuo na? A o tlhopha mafoko ka kelotlhoko na? Puo ya mokwadi ya nopolega na? E na le diane le maele le manatetsapuo na? Jaanong fo ke gore bua ka puo ya mokwadi, gore a mokwadi wa tota a o dirisitse puo e bonolo e tlhaloganyegang, e tlhalogangwa ke mongwe le mongwe na? Mme fa o buisa omphe modise, mokwadi o dirisitse diane, maele, dikapuo, tota puo ya gagwe e boteng. Fa o e buisa o tshwanetse o iphe nako o akanye sentle gore tota mokwadi o raya eng. Ga e tlhaloganyege bonolo fela e bonolo. Ke ge re bua ka puo gore puo ya mokwadi o e ntse jang. Yaanong setaele yaka ge ke setse ke sa amile ke mokgwa o mokwadi a lekang gore tlhalosetsa botshela ka ona mme a dirisa puo. Mme ka setaele mokwadi a ka dirisa mmuisano mo pading, mo baanelwa ba ipuelelang teng. Ke setse ke buile ka botlhokwa ba lenyalo gore pele o ka nyala o tshwanetse o ipadile mabala a kgaka. Lena la re ke go fereya ko propose akere. Mme mokwadi a simolole ko gore o kopana ka ele lekaule kgotsa le kgarebele. Mme ke mmuisano, batho ba ba buisane pele. Jaanong setaele sa mokwadi e ka nna mmuisano. Kgotsa mokwadi a ka bega kgang a tlhamaletse ka tlhamalalo fela e se puisano, a le itsese se ena a batlang gore le se itse. Mokwadi ka nako e nngwe a ka dirisa diane, dikapuo tse di sa felelelang. Setlhogo sa gagwe fela ba re bontle. Wena o tla itse gore bontle bo na le dibelebejane. More mogolo go betlwa wa taola. Jalo jalo, ka nako nngwe o dirisa mafoko a seane kgotsa a dikapuo. Ga a feleletse mafoko a gagwe. O tlogela diphatla fa le fale gore wena moithuti o kgone go tsenya mafoko a gago. Setaele se sengwe gape sa mokwadi ke gore mokwadi a ka simolola kgang e le mo bogareng, e kwa tshimologong, e be le gona e yang kwa bokhutlong. Segolo se tonna mo di-short story mo dikgang khutsweng. Mokwadi fela mo temaneng ya ntlha a ka re o ne a bolokwa ka la matlhatso. A simolola fela mo temaneng ya ntlha. O ne a bolokwa ka la matlhatso. Wa bona gore mokwadi o simolotse ka bokhutlo. Sa ntlha ga o itse gore ke mang yo a bolokilweng. Ebile ga o itse gore o bolailwe ke eng. Ebile o ne a bolokwa kwa kae. Jaanong e nna setaele sa mokwadi go dira gore o ngokege go ka buisetsa pele. Ke setaele sa mokwadi. Jaanong ke ponagalo e nngwe e tshwanetseng wa itse mo pading gore mokwadi ka puo le setaele re a be re raya eng. Mme re na gape le thuto le molaetsa. Fa re bua ka thuto ke ponagalo nngwe gape. Wena o ithutile eng fa o sena go buisa padi e novele e? Ke dumela gore ga se la ntlha o tlo e buisa novele. Wena o ithutile eng? gonne mo go omphile modise go dikakanyo tse dintsi o santse o ka ithuta gore mo botshelong fa o tloga o le kwa metsesegaeng o ya kwa metsesetoropong o seke wa tshepa motho mongwe le mongwe o kopanang nae wa mo dira tsala gonne mo go omphile modise re bone Motlalepule a ima a imisiwa ke monna yo a sa mo itseng ka gonne o ne a tsheletswe more mo teeng a tshwara ke boroko a se ka itlhaloganya fa a phaphama o fitlhetse e le gore o ithoile fa a ya ko dingakeng yaanong o belege ngwana a sa itse rraagwe ya re fa a ya go nyalwa a fitlhela monna wa gagwe gore ke na le ngwana wa mosimane mo botshelong ba gagwe botlhe o ne a tshwenyegile ka ngwana wa mosimane yo a mo isitseng kwa kgwedisetsong gonne kwa magae ba ne ba sa letle gore e ne e le ditlhong go nna le ngwana kwa ntle ga lenyalo jaanong o ne a bona gore a mo ise kwa kgwedisetsong a o godisa ke bomme ba bangwe ko lefelong le le rileng mo lenyalong la gagwe a tlhoka ngwana wa mosimane a gopola ngwana o lao a mmelegeng a sa mo godisa fela a palelwa ke go bolelela rre e be a ya badimong ka sephirisego jaanong o ne a dirilwe ke mang o ne a dirilwe ke Thandi gonne Thandi e ne e le mmabontle wa folete e rile fa Motlalepule jaanong a goroga mo foleteng Thandi a nna le lefufa gore jaanong bontle ba ka bo a tsamaya sekgele sa ka sa bomma bontle se fiwa Motlalepule a nna le lefufa a mo tshella more mo tieng a ba a bitsa le lekau gore le dire tiro e le e dirileng jaanong o ithuta sengwe ka botshelo gore mo botshelong batho ba ba atimetsang gaufi le wena o tshwanetse o nne kelotlhoko jaanong molaetsa kgotsa thuto e o ithutang ke eng mo pading e o e buisang jaanong ke ponagalo nngwe gape diponagalo tsa padi di buile ka baanelwa jaaka ge ke ba tlhalositse ke buile ka maitshetlego ke buile ka puo le setaele ke buile ka kanelo ke buile ka poloto ke buile ka morero dintlha tse o tshwanetseng wa di ela tlhoko fa potso e tswa e re seka-seka omphile modise ka diponagalo tse di latelang wa itse gore fa re bua ka baanelwa ra be re reng fa re bua ka maitshetlego ra be re reng fa re bua ka puo le setaele ra be re reng jaanong mo go baanelwa re na le baanelwa bagolo le baanelwa ba ba tlaleletsi gore fa re bua ka baanelwa bagolo re ba ka ba e leng gore padi e simolola ka bona go tloga kwa tshimologong go ya kwa bokhutlong ditiragalo tsotlhe tsa padi di ikaegile ka moanelwa o jaaka ge ke buile ka lenyalo baanelwa bagolo ke monyadi le monyadiwa ditiragalo tsotlhe di tshwanetse go ikaega ka bona mme go na le baanelwa ba ba tlaleletsi ba e leng gore ba ya go dira dikhai diaparo tsa lenyalo go na le baanelwa ba ba tlaleletsi ba e leng gore ba ya go dirisa dikoloi tsa bona go na le ba yang go apaya dijo ke tirwana fela ya bone ya go tlaleletsa tiro ya lenyalo jaanong mo go baanelwa re na le baanelwa bagolo le baanelwa ba ba tlaleletsi jaanong ke diponagalo tsa padi tsona o ka di fitlhela mo dibukeng tse di farologaneng ebile segolo se tonna mo bukeng ya Ntlhomole Mmutlwa e kwadilweng ke Umthusitse Lobelo ke ne ke go tlhaba botlhale ka ga yona gonne ke rile o ya go kwala assignment ya Omphile Omphi Modise e tshwanetseng wa itlisa ka November ke tlo bua le lona ka email gore e tla nna neng jaanong ke diponagalo tse ne ke rata gore le di itse tseo pele re tlo tswana jaanong ke buile ka di-assignment tse pedi ke buile ka diteko tse pedi ke buile ka umphi le modise. Jaanong a re ye ko study guide sa rona gore study guide sa rona se tshwereng. Study guide sa rona se tshwere naane, mefuta ya dinaane, tshimologo ya dinaane, botlhokwa ba dinaane. Mme be re tsena gape mo dikarolopuo. Dikarolo tsa puo. Fa re le jaana re na le dikarolo tsa mmele. Dikarolo tsa mmele ke tsebe, ke matlho, ke matsogo, ke maoto, jalo jalo, ke dikarolo tsa mmele. Jaanong fa re ya ko dikarolo tsa puo, ra be re raya eng? Dikarolo tsa puo. Yan dikarolo tsa puo ka mo study guide di simolola mo tsebeng ya 27 mo study guide sa gago. Re bua ka maina, mme mo maine re na le ditlhopha tsa maina. Re bua ka matlhaodi. Fa o ya go buisa ka dikarolo tsa puo, maina, matlhaodi, maemedi, matlhalosi, maetsi, malatlhelwa, masupi, matlhophi, marui, madiri, makopanyi, ke dikarolo tsa puo. Nako nngwe le nngwe fa o bua, karolo nngwe ya puo e teng. Fa o re mosidi wa tsamaya, mosidi ke leina. Wa tsamaya ke letlhalosi. Fa o re ena wa tsamaya, ena ke leemedi. Tlhapi e ne e biloga mo metsing. E ne e biloga mo metsing. Go ne go setlhefetse gore setlhe. Ke le etsi. Mosimane yo moleele le supi. Dikgomo tsa me le ruri. Makopanyi, monna o tsamaya le mosadi, le ke le kopanye e kopanya dipolelo tse pedi. Jaanong ke dikarolo tsa puo tsego. Ke se ke reng jaanong study guide se se tshwere dikarolo tsa puo tse tshwanetseng wa di ithuta. Maina, matlhaodi, maemedi, matlhalosi, maetsi, malatlhelwa, matlhophi, marui, madiri, makopanyi. Ke dumela gore la tlhaloganya gore study guide se tshwereng. Mme morago ga foo re na le dikapuo. Re na le maele le diane. Tsona buka nngwe le nngwe ya Setswana e na le maele, e na le diane, e na le dikapuo. Jaanong buka e ke ratang gore le nne le yona segole setonna ke nkgo ya puo. Ke yona grammar textbook ya rona. Nkgo ya puo. Fela nngwe le nngwe e siame gonne leina ga le fetoge. Matlhaodi ga a fetoge, maetsi ga a fetoge. Ona o ithutileng ona kwa marematlou. E santse le ona ga a fetoge. Buka nngwe le nngwe e siame, fela e re rebotseng ke nkgo ya puo. Mme gape mo study guide sa rona re na le makaela gongwe. Fa re bua ka makaela gongwe, re bua ka mafoko a sa kwadiweng ka go tshwana fela bokao bo tshwana. Fa o re mosimane o rathilwe ke tladi, e bo re mosimane o rathilwe ke logadima. Logadima le tladi ke selo se le sengwe, bokao ke bo le bongwe, fela ga a kwadiwe ka go tshwana. Re a bitsa makaela gongwe. E be re nna gape le malatodi. Malatodi ke gore o latola se o se buang. Fa e se bosigo ke motshegare. Go ne go le motshegare, go ne go le bosigo. Ke malatodi. Mme re na le makwalo tshwano, mafoko a kwadiwang ka go tshwana mme a sa reye bokao bo le bongwe. O tserwe ke noka a tlhokafala. O tserwe ke noka a tlhokafala. O tserwe ke noka a tlhokafala. Noka ya gagwe e botlhoko ebile o amogetse kwa kokelong. Ebile o amogetse kwa kokelong ka ntlha ya noka. Wa bona gore mafoko a kwadiwa ka go tshwana, fela bokao ga bo tshwane. Re saletse ke metsotswana e se kae. 3-4 minutes left. Jaanong fa le na le dipotso, botsang dipotso pele re ya kwa bokhutlhong kgotsa le tle le nkwalle di-email. Any questions, any comment, batswana ba gaetsho? Fa ke lebelela mo dipotso le mo chateng mo, go raya gore ga lena dipotso, fela fa di ka nna teng le itse email ya me, le tla nkwalela tsona. Le tla nkwalela tsona, fela ke tsaya gore ke le file tshedimosetso ka module o gore re ya go dirang. Ke buile ka re ke di-assignment tse pedi ke diteko tse pedi. Jaanong boemong jwa teko e ne tshwanetse la e kwala mo November, ke tlo le neela assignment e tla beng e tswa mo go Umphile Umphimodise. Mme mo ngwageng o tlang le tla be le saletse ke diteko tse pedi pele le kwala le tswalela module o ka Seetebosigo. Mme ke le neile gape tshedimosetso ya study guide gore study guide sa lona se tshwere eng, le tshwanetse la ithuta eng. Ke santse ke emetse dipotso mo go lona. Ke santse ke emetse ditshwaelo gape mo go lona. Go monate o buisana le batho, go supa gore ba tlhaloganya. Mme ebile gape mo nakong e tlang, ke tlo rata e kete le ka tla mo campuseng. Re bonane mo matlhong le kgone go botsa dipotso le lokologile. Gompieno e ne le letsatsi la tshedimosetso ya module gore o itse gore o ya go dira eng mo modulong o. Ke leboge gape ba ba tlisitseng assignment e leng Mokone Lebogang le Monyeki Emily. Ke re le lona ba iseng le tlise tšhono ke ego Mantaga ke letsatsi la bofelo le itlise gore le kgone go tsweletsa. Ke dumela gore thuto ya rona jaanong e ya kwa bokhutlong e swaletse ke metsotso fela e ka nna mebedi. Ke santse ke emetse dipotso kgotsa ditshwaelo. Rona Batswana re batho ba re buang, re batho ba re batlang go tlhaloganya. Mme ke rata go ya kwa bokhutlong ke re moremogolo go betla wa taolo wa motho wa ipetla. E re fa letsatsi le santse le tlhabile o la aramele, ntswanyana e bonwa mabotoboto. Tsotlhe tse ke di buang tse di ka mo mabogong a gago. O ka itshupa ka ditiro ka go dira tiro e o e neetsweng. Email ya ka e teng foo, nomoro ya mogala wa STADIO nna ke mo Montana campus. Fa o na le sengwe se o batlang go se botsa, o dumeletswe. Ke itumelela le baithuti ba gaetsho ba e reng ge ke ba letseditse re bua ka tsa thuto ya module o, ebe ba kgona go tshwara difounu ba bua le nna gonne bokamoso ba gago bo botlhokwa mo go nna. A pula e le nne le batswana ba gaetsho, ke itumetse gore e be le re editse dithuto tsa letsatsi la gompieno. Pula batswana, ke a leboga. Hi, sir.
Thank you very much for the session. Hope
Thank
you enjoy the
you.
rest of your morning.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next session will begin at 11:30. It'll be TP 200 for the July intake with Mrs. Jody Mitchley. For those just joining, our next session will be TP 200 for the July intake with Mrs. Jody Mitchley. Good morning. It's still morning. Yes, good morning, Jody.
Good morning, Darren. How are you?
All good, all good. It has just gone 11:30, so I'll stop my share and it's all yours.
Okay. Cool. Oh goodness, where's my screen? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Sorry, I'm just trying to set up my share screen here. Okay, I need PowerPoint. Right. No, I don't want that. Sorry. Yeah. Right. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all doing well on this Saturday. We've had such beautiful weather in Durban, and now today on a Saturday, of course, we don't have the best weather, but we are here. So let us start. Okay, today's session is going to be about your formal writing activities 3, 4, and 5, as well as your developmental writing activities. So we're going to discuss those. Any questions that come up in the chat or the Q&A, I will address at the end of the session. Right, okay, so let's start. So we have tackled formal writing activity 1 and 2, which was your life skills lesson plan that will be sent off for marking. We are very busy at the moment with a lot of electronic PoE submissions, so marking will be sent back to you timeously as soon as we can. Our markers are extremely busy trying to get all this marking done. So thank you to all of you who did submit, and your marks will be with you shortly. Right, I've just highlighted with a little red box here what we're going to be talking about today. So our formal writing activity 3, which is the DVD viewing. I don't think it should say DVD, it's more of a short clip, a short video of critiquing a language lesson. Formal writing activity 4, which is super fun and super exciting. That is designing a maths game. And you're going to make a YouTube video explaining this game for your markers to mark. And then formal writing activity 5, which is your online quiz, your last online quiz, and your developmental writing activities. Right, so let's just jump into it. Right, so formal writing activity 3, which is the DVD viewing, is out of 35 marks, and you will see that I have underlined the important parts for you to take note of. This information is all on ECR for you. It is also in your assessment guide. Right, so before you attempt formal writing activity 3, you should have covered lessons 5 to 7 in your study guide. Those were the 3 units about lesson planning for language, as well as how to critique a lesson. So once you've covered those 3 lessons, you can then attempt this activity. Most of you probably already have attempted it. You might even be done, which is great. And as soon as the portal's open, you can submit. Right, so if you are teaching grade R or FP class, so this basically means if you are a diploma, which would be grade R, you would focus on grade R, or whether you are a degree student, you're going to be watching a little video clip of a language lesson in grade R, so in the grade R classroom. There isn't a separate video for the diploma students and degree students. You're all watching the same video. Right, the title of the video, is Daily Letter Sound and Phonological Awareness Activities. This video is on ECR for you to watch before you attempt the assignment. The video is about 7 minutes long, just under 7 minutes. Watch the video and then answer the questions below. Right, the questions below in your assessment guide, I have made into a digital Word template for you. I will show you further on down the PowerPoint presentation what it looks like. So you do not have to handwrite this activity and then try scan it and upload it. There is a template for you to complete. Okay, you do need to have your CAPS document with you in order to answer the questions properly. Right, your portal or your ECR page will look similar to mine. I've just crossed out what doesn't apply to you in red. because my ECR page looks a little bit different to yours. I can see my July intake as well as my January 2021 intake. So I've just, for all intents and purposes, crossed out what I could see on my ECR page. So there at the top, you will find your video link, the one that we just spoke about, the daily letter sound and phonological awareness activities. You will watch that link and then go and open Formal Writing Activity 3 template. The template is, like I said before, an editable Word document. So you are going to be able to fill in your answers on that worksheet, and then you can save it on your device and upload it when you are ready. Formal Writing Activity 3 portal. So it will not be this portal that says January 2021 because you are not January. You shouldn't even be able to see this on your ECR. You will just see the one that says July 2021. The submission date is the 3rd of November. Remember, after 11:59, sorry, just before midnight, that portal will close. One of my biggest emailed questions is, ma'am, my assignment is popping up as a draft. It's saying that it's late. What can I do about it? Okay, so this process, the submission process, is a little bit longer than what you all, well, the people who have submitted as drafts seem to realize is there's a few more steps. If you scroll down on your screen, you'll see that at the bottom it says submit. Most of you are just leaving it as draft, which is fine. If you want to leave your assignment as a draft so that you can go back before the due date and change something, that is okay. But most of you forget to complete the submission process, and therefore it stays as a draft on ECR. And then students email me in a panic a week later saying, my assignment says it's late, it's sitting as a draft, will it still get marked? Yes, it is still there on ECR, it will still get marked. But it is best to complete the submission process. Just scroll down your page on ECR and you will see that there is a submit button at the bottom, but it is not a train smash. If you forget to hit that and it does sit as a draft, it will be marked. So I just want to show you what the Formal Writing Activity 3 template looks like, if you haven't already accessed it. So this is just a little screen grab of the template. It's the beginning. It says questions for Formal Writing Activity 3. You're going to insert your student name, your name, sorry, not your student name, your name and your surname, and then your student number. You will answer the questions on the lines, and you can see the mark allocation for each question down the right-hand side. I've then also just taken another little screen grab of what the end of the template looks like so that you can just compare when you open the template, make sure that you have all the questions. But it's pretty straightforward. It is editable. And yes, you just type in all your answers after you've watched the video. You can keep the little video open on the side and keep referring to it. There's no time limit on the video. The video is a YouTube link. So you can refer back if you perhaps forgot something or wanted to just double check. But please remember to watch the video before you attempt to answer these questions. Otherwise, nothing is going to make sense to you. Okay, so Formal Writing Activity 3 is pretty basic. You need to cover your 3 lessons, so 5, 6, and 7 in your study guide before you attempt this activity, as well as watch the little video clip. Now, the next Formal Writing Activity is quite a big one. It's for 32 marks, but it does count quite heavily in your overall weighting. So I'm going to spend a little bit more time on this and give you a little bit more instruction on what to do. So this one, we know we're designing a fun maths game, okay? It's in the title, it needs to be a fun maths game, as well as present yourself with a video on YouTube. Okay, don't freak out. I know it sounds very daunting. Oh my goodness, you need to make videos, but I think you have done a video for TP 100 already. If you're not quite sure how to create a YouTube video, there are instructions on ECR, but I will get to that just now. Okay, so in order to start this assignment, you should have covered lessons 8 and 9 in your study guide. Okay, those lessons pertain to maths in the classroom. You're going to choose any content area. Okay, remember when we talk about content areas, we're talking about those 5 content areas in the maths CAPS document. So I'm just going to show you my massive CAPS document here. This is maths, right? Remember, you have a digital version of this on ECI. This is where we create all our maths lessons from. We also have the language one and the life skills CAPS, which is not as thick as this beauty. But you do have access to those on your ECR page. So you need to choose any content area. Remember, there are 5. There is numbers, operations, and relationships. There is patterns, functions, and algebra. There is space and shape. There is measurement, and there is data handling. Right? If you are unsure about any of those 5 content areas, right, you need to open your CAPS document and go and read up on them. They are in the beginning of the CAPS document. Everything you need to know about your 5 content areas are in your maths CAPS document. Right, so you're going to pick any content area, right, for the subject of maths, obviously, and create or design your own age-appropriate mathematics game. So when we say age appropriate, obviously, if you are a diploma student, you are dealing with grade R. So you will only focus on grade R. Don't wander into grade 1, 2, or 3. If you are a degree student, you are going to then focus on grade 1, 2, or 3. If you already know which grade you will be placed in next year for teaching practice, I know a lot of you do from your mentor teachers forms, but some of you have said that your schools actually can't commit now as to which grade you will be in because they don't know which teachers are going to be in which grades next year. There could be reshuffling at a school, which is perfectly fine. If you choose grade 1 now for this maths game and you don't get put in grade 1 next year, it's not a train smash. Eventually you will do prac in a grade 1 class and you will be able to use your game. You could even adapt this game if you go to prac and you end up being in a grade 2 class. You could then increase the difficulty or whatever the case may be. It doesn't have to be dependent on what grade you are going to be placed in for teaching practice. Right, so this game that you're going to create needs to be used as an independent activity for a particular grade within the FP or grade R class. Again, there it states diploma in grade R teaching studies. Please ensure that you have created a game and merely not an activity. So if there is anybody here who can tell me what the main difference between a game and an activity is, I would love to hear from you. You can ask to turn your mic on or you can just pop it in the chat. What do you think the difference between a game and, okay, here we go. We have an answer. A game has a winner, right? Clear and simple. She is 110% correct. A game has a winner. Okay. A game is fun and interactive. You are 110% correct as well. It needs to be fun and interactive. The main focus of this assignment is if your game does not have a winner, whether it be a group, maybe it's team winners, then it is an activity, right? I will touch on that a little bit later down the line, but it needs to have a purpose. There needs to be a winner. Okay, so make sure when you're thinking about your game going forward that you are creating something that has a winner at the end of it. At the end result, there is a team or a group or an individual who wins. Think about the games that we play, our board games, Monopoly, Cluedo, all those kind of games. We play them so that we can win, right? So when you're thinking about it, that's where I would start. I would think about what I know, what games I know, and start penciling my ideas down. Right, I would take the fun aspects of games that I enjoy, I'd pencil that down. Another huge advantage is to use Google. Use Google, use Pinterest. Go and see what other teachers are doing. You might see an activity I'm saying activity now, not game. You might see an activity on Pinterest that teachers are using in the classroom to teach a maths concept. and you might be able to develop that into a game. So take on other people's ideas, make it your own. I don't want to see people simply recreating Snakes and Ladders or goodness, what is another game? Give me some examples of some childhood games that you played. You can pop some in the chat. Trying to think. It was a very long time ago when I played games in the classroom. So for example, I don't want you to create something called Snakes and Ladders or create a game like Snakes and Ladders and call it Earthworms and Scaffolding or whatever it is. It's the same concept. It needs to be changed. It needs to be your own. So you can use those ideas, but adapt it. Don't simply just change the name and keep the game the same. Right. If you can think of any games, you can pop them in the chat and we'll look at them again. Nana. Okay, I just want to move my camera out of the way because now I can't see my slide. Right, once you have designed and made the game, you're going to make a short video in which you both explain how the game works and demonstrate it. Okay, demonstrate how the game should be played. Now, I remember last year during COVID, well, when it was in the thick of it and people weren't interacting and households were shut, and there were students who were saying, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to record this because it's just me, or it's just me and my mom, or it's just me and my boyfriend, or whoever it may be. People were panicking as to how they would show how their game would be played. And again, these students, even if they were by themselves, they came up with creative ways of showing how the game would be played. So they would be player one here and then run over to the other side and continue and be player two. And it was so entertaining to watch. And I loved the creativity. My markers and myself thoroughly enjoyed marking these videos because students made a plan. But I do know now that you can, you do have access to other people. You can ask your friends to come over and you can record the game being played. If you don't necessarily need other people in order to explain and demonstrate the game, that is also 110% fine. You're not going to be penalized for it. But what I do, not kind of request, but a smart measure to take, if you are using children in your video, try to not, I mean, it could be neighbors, kids, or people that live nearby, or friends of friends, and their kids come over and play the game. Try and not get their faces in the video. There's a lot of red tape with regards to having children videoed and put on the internet. It's a different story if it's parents giving consent, but in order to just minimize any issues that may come from this, just try and get the hands or focus on the actual game and not the little one's faces. Obviously, if adults are playing and they're fine being recorded, that is fine. Okay, the videos must be uploaded to YouTube following the instructions on ECR. If you have accessed this portal on ECR, assignment or formal writing activity, 4 on ECR, you would see that I have given you a PDF version of how to upload a YouTube video, as well as a little video link explaining how to upload a YouTube video. It's crucial that you watch these videos and understand how to upload your video and make sure your link works. Make sure your channel is not set onto private. Make sure you send that link to a friend, send it to maybe 2 or 3 friends, family members, and ask them to access the video. If they can see the video, I will be able to see the video. Try sending it to a friend and opening it on another device. Don't constantly check on your device, because when you're on YouTube on your account, things open for you. As soon as you send that link to somebody else, there's always a problem and the video is set to private. So make sure you ask other people to please check for you on how, whether your video link opens on their side. I see there's something in the chat. Okay, how long must the video be? Minimum or maximum time? Anything from 5 minutes to 10 minutes. It also depends on how in depth your game goes. So something for a grade R might be quite simple, and grade 1 might be quite simple and easy to explain and demonstrate, and that might only take you 5 minutes. Something for grade 3 might be a little bit more complex, might have a little bit more detail that you need to put into your explanation. That's fine. 5 to 10 minutes is all good. What we don't want is whole half-an-hour videos of students playing the entire game. We don't need to see the entire game. We just need to see how it would play out, how this game would actually go, and how we get to the winner. So you can shorten it quickly, like just shorten it a little bit to make sure that you're not playing the entire game. If the game lasts for half an hour in the classroom, that's fine, that's perfect. That's a great activity for students to do, sorry, not students, learners to do in the classroom, but we don't necessarily need to see the whole thing played out. When I get to the rubric, I will break it up for you and tell you exactly what needs to be in your video. Okay, so all right, one important point here at the bottom, video links that do not open will not be marked. So as you can imagine, with over 500 students per cohort, if we have to try and contact every student and say your video link is not opening, we will never get the marking done. So this is here to safeguard us, to make sure that students put in the efforts. The onus is on you to make sure that your links work and that they are correct. We do not have the time to try and figure out why links are not opening, email students, waiting for students to email us back with correct links. It goes on and on and on, and it delays the marking process. So please be considerate. Please make sure you double check that your link is working. Right. Okay. So this is how you're going to start your video. You're going to start by stating the following. So that's just you on camera with your pretty background. You're going to state the grade, okay? The term in which the game will be played. So the term is also dependent on which content area you choose in your CAPS document. So if you choose measurement as, for example, your content area for your game was measurement, go and look at term 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and see how long out of the year would that game be able to be played. Does it only fit in term 1? Does it perhaps use term 2 and term 3? They kind of interlink. Does it maybe match with all the terms? Is it something that could be played throughout the year? You need to state in which term this game would be used for. Okay, and again, the content area, those are the 5 that we spoke about earlier. You can pick 1. You can pick 2 content areas. It might be that your game integrates numbers, operations, and relationship, as well as data handling. It could have 3 content areas, but you need to make sure that you state those in the beginning. Right, the topic. So for example, I'm going to be very simple here. Maybe you chose numbers, operations, and relationships, and your game is an adding and subtracting game. So then that is your topic, right? Adding and subtracting. The learning and developmental value that your game provides. So what is your game actually going to teach them? Is it going to developmentally enhance your learners? What is this game doing in order to grow your learners in the classroom? And of course, the CAPS page number from which you chose your topic. Remember that if I see students using pages, I wrote it down, from about page 20 to 38 in your CAPS document, you have an overview of from grade R to grade 3. You have an overview which states where learners should be going from the beginning of grade R, for example, with one content area, let's use data handling. So it shows you the progression of data handling through from grade R to grade 3. That is not using the CAPS document correctly. The overview is there for you to see progression. The overview is there for you to get an idea of where they should start and where they are finishing by the end of their foundation phase. In order to use the CAPS document, you need to go deeper, right? I showed you how thick this is. This isn't it. These first few pages is not it. This is here to guide you. This is here to break down the CAPS document. You need to go into the thick of your CAPS document, and you need to go and look at your specific grade, specific term, and specific content area. If you are familiar, which I'm sure you all are by now, with the CAPS document, you'll understand what I'm saying. You can't just always use the overview. The overview in the beginning is perfect for when you want to see progression, but that is not where you're taking the meat of that content area from. Okay. Right. This is what your rubric looks like. Now, your rubric is almost a recipe for success. We have pinned down exactly what we want from you. Okay, so the purple block here that I've highlighted, the first thing you're going to get marked on for 4 marks is the grade, the term, the content area, the topic, and the page number. Okay, if you mention all 5 of those things, you will get your 4 marks. Okay, it's an easy 4 marks. At the first 1 minute of your video, you discuss those few things, you get your full 4 marks. It's basically telling you, the green block has told you what I want for you to get full marks for this assignment. If you follow this correctly, then your marks will be great. If you don't put in the effort, then you're going to go and sit more towards the poor, 1 mark or 0, invalid. Right, so use this as a guide. Is the game, so this is number 2, is the game age appropriate and linked to the chosen topic? It says for number 4, to get 4 marks. The game is age appropriate and is clearly linked to the topic area. If you create a game for numbers, operations, and relationships, but it focuses on measurement or space and shape, you're not going to get those 4 marks. So it's there to guide you. Originality, right? The game is self-designed, it's been created by yourself, it's highly original, it's beautiful, right? That's 4 marks. Obviously, if you recreate a game that already exists, for example, here it says replica of a game that already exists. You're not going to get your 4 marks, you're going to get 1. Functionality, does the game work well? Okay, so is it functional? For 4 marks. The game works perfectly and is multifunctional and practical. It has practical storage. Right, by multifunctional, I'm meaning, does it use more than 1 content area, or can you teach your learners more than just the 1 topic you have given? So for example, if you do a game that incorporates okay, so your content area would be numbers, operations, and relationships, and your topic is addition and subtraction. If there is more to it, you've brought shapes and colors into your game. So maybe they have to answer a question about a certain shape, or they land on something and they need to answer something about a shape. I've also incorporated space and shape, okay? So it's multifunctional. It's not just addition and subtraction. It also covers space and shape. So that's what we mean by multifunctional. You don't have to fit in every single content area and make it a very confusing game to understand, where the children are just not going to get the point. By multifunctional, we just mean more than 1 function. Okay. Number 5 says guidelines on how to play the game. Okay, this is explicit rules and instructions. Now, this is important because a lot of students seem to think that they could just say the instructions on the video. Okay, they just spoke about the instructions. They explained it well, but there were no instruction cards or a pamphlet or a little anything that was created for the actual learners to be able to read in the classroom. Never once have I bought a board game or a practical game that never came with written instructions. Yes, I could probably Google it and watch a video on how to play the game, but a game always comes with instructions. Now, with this comes the next few points. So I'm going to get to those next few points now. Before I forget, I just want to state that when you show these rule cards in your video, make sure that when you are videoing it, you hold your camera over the instructions long enough for me to be able to see the handwriting or see the typed text that you have typed out, and make sure it's long enough for me to be able to pause the video and read the instructions. So don't just zoom your camera over and say, oh, there's my written instructions, and move on. Just make sure you pause for a little bit, hold over the instructions so that I am able to pause your YouTube video and read those instructions. If you have to go in closer, that is also fine, but it doesn't make sense to hold your camera or your phone so far away that I can't actually see the handwriting or see the text or see the pictures that you've used. When I say pictures, another point that I want to make is if you are designing a game, so you're a diploma student, if you're designing a game for a grade R, are you going to put your instructions in point form from 1 to 20? There's so much text, there's so much writing. Are you going to create your rule cards or instruction card like that? No, because your little ones are not going to be able to read it. So a great idea would be you could maybe put all your explicit rules, maybe for the teacher, on a sheet, and then have rule cards for your learners. The best way in grade R and grade 1, especially if you're working towards the beginning of the year in grade 1, is to use a lot of picture text. So what I mean by that is maybe find or draw little pictures to explain what the children are going to be doing. So if they're using their hands, or they're using scissors, or they're using dice, or whatever they're using, you can write the sentence and put a little picture underneath. Remember to keep your sentences clear and simple. Obviously the teacher will be going over the rules with the learners, but this is also now encouraging reading. It's encouraging their emergent literacy. They are associating the picture that they can see, or maybe it's a few pictures put together in order to make a picture sentence. They are learning to comprehend words and picture symbols at the same time. So make sure it's age appropriate. Obviously by grade 3, your instructions can be a little bit more difficult. Don't forget to use capital letters and full stops. Don't forget to use the correct font if you are typing out your rule cards. If you are handwriting your rule cards, you need to ensure that you are writing with the correct font, which would be, in some cases, some schools use a ball and stick font, which is where the letters are quite straight and rigid. And others use an Italia script, which has a curl. Okay, so I'm sure you're familiar with the two types of fonts. I'm sure you've come across them, but you're never going to use fonts where we use maybe, let's for example say, I think it's Arial that has, if you look on my slide, actually the A's all have that funny top cuppy. I'm doing it the wrong way. I don't know if you can see. They all have that weird little top cuppy. That's not how we write for children in grades R1, 2, or 3. So you need to ensure you're using the correct font. The fonts are on the ECI page to download. I think it's right near the top of our ECI page. Right, then number 6, okay, grammar used and written and verbal, right? Students seem to miss this all the time. They leave out written. So I've told you this before, we don't see rule cards, we don't see any explanation on paper in the video. So we can't give you your 4 full marks for your use of grammar. We need to know that you're speaking correctly as well as writing correctly, using the correct grammar. Right, number 7. Sorry, I just want to go back to 4 quickly, where it says practical storage. Sorry, I missed this completely. Practical storage. When we buy a game from a shop, it usually comes in a box or a container or a bag of some sort. You need to consider those things for your game. If your game has pieces, how are you going to contain that? I'm not saying you have to build a box. I'm not saying you have to create one from scratch. You might want to go and buy a nice box. You might want to use an ice cream tub. You might have something at home that you can use to store your game in. That is absolutely fine. It doesn't need to be extravagant. It just needs to be practical. It could even be that you use a big Ziploc bag, as long as your game is contained and it can be stored neatly. Often students don't show us that in the video either. So we can't give them their 4 marks because we don't get to see that. Okay, back to number 7. Neatness, professionalism, correct letter, and number, font, and size. Okay, so we have touched on this a little bit with the use of your font. Ensure that it is the correct size. You're not going to make rule cards for children with teeny tiny font like I have on my PowerPoint. You're going to make it slightly bigger so that they can read it and it's clear and it's bold. Make sure you stick to black writing. Don't try and make your letters all multicolor and rainbow-like. It might look great to us, but it is very confusing to your little ones in the classroom. Make sure it is neat and durable. I have been given assignments or games, actually, let me say, handed in on a piece of exam pad. So they've drawn their blocks for their board game they've created or whatever the game may be, and it's on a piece of foolscap paper. Who is going to take that into a classroom and use that? Children are not going to be excited to use a piece of paper from an exam pad with a hand-drawn activity on it or hand-drawn game. It's not neat, it's not durable. How long is that piece of paper going to last? Another thing to think about, investing in your game, maybe creating it in a way where you might want to laminate things so that they last longer. All those types of things. You don't obviously have to have everything laminated in time for your video presentation, but you need to make sure that you're taking this game into the classroom with you one day. Make sure that you have put all this effort into it, that you have taken the time to go and secure it and make sure it's not going to get damaged and destroyed. I still have all the things that I made when I was in college, because back then we were forced to laminate everything and make sure that it was protected, because those were the resources we were going to take out with us into the world, you know. So make sure that if you're putting all this effort in, it's something that's going to last. Okay, so we've spoken about the appropriate font size and the formation of the letters. So again, if you cover all those aspects, that's an easy 4 marks. Okay, then the learning value of your game. To get 4 marks, excellent learning value. Is it providing value in the classroom? Okay, that is the only thing you need to consider. Is it providing any learning? Are your learners playing this game and being able to leave with a concept that they understand? Do they understand addition and subtraction after playing your game? If your game is about addition and subtraction. If your game, your content area for your game is about data handling, do they understand what the concept data handling is? Were they able to understand that if they gather information and put it in this way or put it on this chart, it created a chart for the rest of the class to see, or it created their results? Did they understand the concept of gathering and accumulating the information and putting it on a graph? So ensure that your game has value. Just want to see here. Okay, so on the next slide, I've just put a few ideas that I found online. I really love this pizza one at the bottom. Okay, I'll tell you why I love it, because it can be multifunctional. It doesn't, so my idea when I saw this initially was just, I thought, wow, there's so much you can do with this game. You can use it for fractions, you can use it for data handling, you could use it for counting, you could use it for adding, you could use it for subtracting. And I wouldn't just stick with pizzas. I would make square shapes, I would make circles, I would use triangles. There's so much rectangles, there's so much I could do with this. So I really loved that pizza one. So I put that there as an idea. At the top with the little bunny, it's quite a simple one. As you can see, it's just addition. Okay, so this is an example to show you what I would do. I would add some subtraction in there. And then on the little spaces, maybe where learners are going to stop, or if they land on one of the cue card ones or activity, I would start doing things with space and shape. So maybe getting them to create shapes with their fingers, or find the blue square in the classroom. I would add things like that. So that is not just sticking with adding and subtracting. I am then also working with space and shape, or measurement, or data handling. I liked this little cup game that's going on here. It almost looks like they've created like a temp and bowling situation. I think this would be more towards grade 3, even grade 2. Your number range can also change. It doesn't have to be such high numbers. So this game would maybe be that they're in teams. Obviously, I don't know what the game is. I'm just assuming they are in teams and they need to knock down their cups and maybe add up all the numbers. Then there's this one over here where it also looks like temp and bowling, but they are creating a data sheet, basically, a table of which teams won. So even though they've done the activity or the game, there was an activity afterwards where they had to create a data handling sheet. They had to create a somewhat summary of who won, because my game still has a winner, right? If we're temp and bowling and they're adding up, the team is still going to win. It might be 2 learners against each other. It might be 4 learners against each other. The team is still going to win. Remember, you need to use your own resources. So you need to make these things. I will allow for things like dice to be used. You can make your own one, but you can use things like a dice. But don't bring other things that you've purchased and create a game from those. This needs to be handmade. Use your colors, use paint, print pictures. Go get a big piece of cardboard from, goodness, a CNA store open, a stationery store, and create your own board game, right? Don't simply print out another person's board game, blow it up and put it on cardboard and say that you've made it. If you want to design everything on your laptop, that is also fine, as long as it's an original design. And remember to keep note and reference of any websites that you have used. You see there's something in the chat. Oh, 5 minutes left. Oh my goodness. I didn't see that. Okay, quickly, I was getting ahead of myself. These are activities that I found. Okay, so I've written here on the side, these look great, but they are not games. They are activities, unless, so for example, I'm just going to go through one because I think this is the best. This would be an activity in the classroom, all right? Match the pegs to the correct numbers. But you could change all your wheels. Maybe you have 20 different wheels, okay? They all have different numbers on, like a bingo set, similar to a bingo set. And it's going to be a maths wheel bingo. So each student gets their set for the game. And this way, your activity, which you could use in the classroom as well one day, has now become a game. There's going to be a winner. Who shouts out maths bingo first, or the weird name that you've given this game? Okay, sorry, I need to move on, otherwise I'm not going to cover the next one. So you can adapt activities and make them games. Here you will find your YouTube, your how to create your YouTube video, the PDF version of how to create, your template in which you're going to copy your link and paste onto this template. This template is going to be uploaded here in the Formal Writing Activity 4 portal. Okay, and due date 3rd of November. Formal Writing Activity 5, simple. It is due, the cutoff is the 3rd of November. The test will open on the 1st of November. I cannot give you any information about your test, obviously, as it is an online test, but you will use the resources under lesson 8 in order to complete this test. So that would be this little maths video, this article that you're going to read, as well as your mathematics lessons, which you've covered in your study guide. Your developmental writing activities 1 to 9. Okay, you've been working through those throughout your TP module. Okay, so those are basically like homework. As you get to an activity and you've read that lesson, you complete it. These will also need to be submitted on the 3rd of November, but you should have started them already. So this isn't a big one. This is as you're working through your lessons, you're completing your developmental writing activities. The template is also on ECI, and here is the submission portal. You are going to submit the entire template as one. So everything from developmental writing activity 1 to 9 is on one template. You should all have already accessed this template and know what it looks like. But just in case you haven't, I just took a screen grab of what it looks like. So this goes all the way from the top, all the way down to the bottom. All you are doing is filling in your own answers and submitting. So the game must be multifunctional. Sorry, I'm just reading a question. Yes, in order to get those full 4 marks, try and make it multifunctional. It really isn't difficult. So you could say that your game incorporates addition and subtraction and counting. Okay, that's multifunctional. You don't need to think too out the box, but you kind of just need to think of how else could you use your game. Could you use it to teach a different concept, or does it incorporate another concept like colors and space and shape and measurement, or even simply counting? Okay, that was the end of my slideshow. I just want to see if there's any more questions before we run out of time. I see we only have a minute. If you do run into any problems, or you do have questions, you can email me and I will try and get back to you as soon as possible, as soon as time allows. But other than that, Darren, I am done. I see there's something in the chat. Can we video bit by bit and save as one video at the end? That's perfect. You can do that. The game can be for any grade. Yes, if you are a degree student, grade 1, 2, or 3. If you are a diploma student, only grade R. Okay. Darren, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Goodbye, everybody.
See ya. Our next session will begin at 12:20. It'll be SPHL 100 for the January intake with Mr. Hanati Shaku. for those just joining, our next session will be SPHL 100 for the January intake with Mr. Shaku. Good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm good, and how are you, Darren?
Cannot complain. It is 20 past 12, so I'll stop my share and it's all yours.
Thank you. Thobela baithuti ba Sepedi le leme la gae. Re a lamogela thutong tša rena tša tšatši la lehono mo re tlogo tla ra lebalela tshekatsheko ya padi ya nnete fela. Re hlamile thutwana ye go le hlahla gore ge le tlo tla la ngwala molekwana wa bobedi le tle le ngwale lena le tsebo ya gore ke eng se le swantšeng go se dira ge le ngwala ka tshekatsheko ya padi. Re tlo tla ra thoma gape ra lebelela thulaganyo ka baka la gore ga go kgonege gore re bolele ka tshekatsheko ya padi ntle le thulaganyo. Re tlo tla ra lebelela magato a re swanetšeng go a šomiša ge re sekaseka thulaganyo. Magato a rena ke a latelang: kalotaba, phekgogo, thulano goba kgagano, ra ba le sehloa, ra ba le tharollo ya bothata. Gomme ge re sekaseka thulaganyo goba ge o kopana le potšišo e kgopelang gore o sekaseke thulaganyo ya padi, se o swanetšeng go se dira ke go sekaseka thulaganyo o šomiša magato a mahlano. Gomme legatong le lengwe le le lengwe wa hlaloša gore mongwadi o le tšweleleditše ka mokgwa wa mohuta mang. Ge o hlaloša ka kalotaba o tla hlaloša gore ka gare ga puku ya rena ya nnete fela mongwadi o šomišitše ntlha ya kalotaba gore tsebiša baanegwa. Re tla no fa mohlala ka baka la gore mo karolong ya pele ya padi ya rena ke mo re tsebileng ka Bubbles le Ariel ge ba kopana mo meagong ya commissioner. Ke moka ka morago ga kalotaba go ba le phekgogo. Gomme ra se ka ra lebala gore ge re sekaseka legato le lengwe le le lengwe re gopole tlhalošo ya legato leo gore ge re ngwala re tle re ngwale ka re šomiša mantšu a le gore ke a maleba. Phekgogo re hlalošitše gore ke legato la padi mo le go gore ditaba di fetola seemo ge e le gore baanegwa ba be ba kwana ba thoma go fapana, gomme phapano ye ya bona ya feleletša e re tlišetša kgagano magareng ga bona goba e re tlišetša thulano mo gare ga bona. Ka gare ga padi re ka ba le dithulano goba dikgagano tše mmalwa e upša go na le thulano ye kgolo e lego gore e goga šedi ya babadi. Ka gare ga padi ya rena a re lebelele thulano ye le gore e bile gona gare ga karabo le Bubbles goba karabo le noko. Re e bapetše le thulano ye e bileng gona gare ga Bubbles ge a be a dirishana le aerial thulano ya e ba thulanang le ba syndicate ka yona ka baka la re a tseba ba syndicate ba be ba nyaka go hwetša aerial le bubbles gore ba kgone go ba bolaya ke thulano e lego gore e gogile matlakgogedi ka gare ga padi e ra gore ge re seka thulano go ba gagano le yona re lebelele gore na thulano ye re e seka-sekang a e ka ba ke thulano kgolo ya ka gare ga padi ye e gogang matlakgogedi go ba šedi ya babadi goba e no ba thulano fela e lego gore mongwadi o e šomišitše go ka tšwetša dikarolo goba ditiragalo tša ka gare ga padi pele gomme le gona mo legatong la thulano ge re ahlahla thulano re feleletše re fe mehlala go tšwa ka gare ga padi gore mongwadi o tšweleleditše thulano ka gare ga padi ka go hlola phapano gare ga bubbles aerial le ba syndicate gomme wa sekwa lebala gore ge o seka-seka thulano o swanetše ke gore taba o e bee pepeneneng gore thulano ye o bolelang ka yona ke ya ka gare goba ke ya ka ntle na e ra gore ge o seka-seka thulano goba gagano o swanetše ke go bontšha gore re na le mehuta e mebedi ya dithulano e leng thulano ya ka gare le thulano ya ka ntle o tla fa thulano ya ka gare wa fetša wa hlaloša gore ka gare ga padi thulano ya ka gare re e bone ge go hlaga eng wa fa gape thulano ya ka ntle wa hlaloša gore na thulano ya ka ntle re e bone ge go direga eng ra ba le sehloa ke molego gore kgagano goba thulano ya ka gare ga padi e fihlile ntlhorane mo lego gore thulano yeo ga gona le gore batho bao ba thulane ka tsela yeo go fetiša e ra gore boemo bja ditaba bo nyaka fela tharollo ka baka la gore ntle le tharollo o ka hojela gore yo mongwe a ka lahlegelwa ke bophelo bja gago ke ka baka le mo legatong la bohlano re nang le ntlha ya tharollo ya bothata ke legato la mafelelo ka gare ga magato a thulaganyo gomme mo legatong le ge re ahlahla legato le gona re swantse go bontšha gore na mongwadi o tlišitše tharollo bjang ka gare ga bothata bja padi re a tseba gore bothata ka gare ga padi ya nnete fela bo hlotše ke sengwalwa se lego gore karabo o se ngwadile se lego gore se be se swere diphiri tša botatagwe ke sengwalo se lego gore se hlotše diphapang tše dintši ka gare ga padi sengwalo se ke sona se dirileng gore bubbles a furafuretše aerial a bontšhe o kare o na le maikutlo a lerato mo go yena e fela go se bjalo a se na le maikutlo a lerato eupša a nyaka go ipatametša mo go yena gore a tla kgone go hwetša sengwalo sengwalo sona se sa karabo ke sona se se dirileng gore mafelelong bubbles a feleletše a hlanogela ba syndicate ka baka la gore ba be ba šomiša bubbles jwalo ka morumiwa eupša aerial a sa tsebe bubbles o rile ge a fetša go thoma go ba le maikutlo a lerato a nnete go aerial a fetola bophelo bja gagwe a fetogela ba syndicate a fetogela tatagwe a leka ka matla go šireletša aerial ka baka la gore o be a tseba gore bophelo bja aerial bo mo mathateng goba bo mo kotsing e fela o be a sa nyake go ka mmotša bothata gore na bothata ke eng le ge le gore aerial o be a tseba gore bothata bo gona e fela o be a sa tsebe gore na bothata jo bo leng gona bo hlolwa ke eng ke moka a re boele mo ntlheng ya tharollo gore na ka gare ga padi ya rena tharollo e tlile ka mokgwa wa mohuta mang. Ka ge ke bontšhitše gore go na le dithulano tše mmalwa, e ra gore le ditharollo tše le gore di ba gona ka gare ga padi e ba ditharollo tše mmalwa. A re lebelele ntlha ya kgagano goba thulano kgolo gore na e rarollotšwe ke eng. Ge Bubbles le Ariel ba hlaselwa ke ba syndicate, maphodisa ke ona a tlileng a rarolla bothata, ba rarollotše bothata ka go dira eng? Ka go swara ba syndicate, ka baka la gore mola maphodisa ba seke ba fihla mo tiragalong ya ge ba syndicate ba ya go hlasela Bubbles le Ariel. Le ra re gona mo ba bang ba lahlegetšwe ke maphelo a bona. E ra gore mo thulanong kgolo ya padi ya rena, tharollo goba se le gore ka mantšu a mang se bitšwa khunollo ya lehuto, se tlile ka maphodisa ba lego gore ba namotše ntwa goba ba swere ba syndicate gore ba seke ba tšwela pele ka leano la bona la go bolaya Ariel le Bubbles. Re ka no re Bubbles le yena a ka be a tlile ka tharollo ka baka la gore mafelelong o feleleditše a botša Ariel gore na ba syndicate ba nyaka eng mo go bona, ka baka la gore Ariel o be a sa tsebe gore na ke selo se segolo se le gore se hlakahlakanya bophelo bja Bubbles e be e leng, ka baka la gore ge a be a phela le yena tšatši ka tšatši o be a kgona go bona gore go na le diphiri tše lego gore Bubbles o di swere ga a nyake go botša Ariel ka tšona. Ra re mo ntlheng ya pele re lebeletše thulaganyo ka magato a mahlano. Ra le lena ge le seka thulaganyo le swanetše go šomiša ona magato a mahlano. Re tšwela pele re lebelela ntlha e latelang, pontšho ya baanegwa goba dimelo tša baanegwa. Mo ntlheng ye ge baithuti ba hlahla dimelo, ba swanetše go thoma ka go fa leina la moanegwa, ba fa semelo sa moanegwa, ba fetša ba hlaloša semelo sa moanegwa ka go šomiša mehlala go tšwa ka gare ga padi. E ra gore ge moanegwa wa gago e le Bubbles, o ka hlaloša wa re Bubbles o na le a re o na le pelo ye mpe, re no fa mohlala. Ge o rile Bubbles o na le pelo ye mpe, o swanetše ke go hlaloša gore ke ka lebaka la eng o re Bubbles o na le pelo ye mpe. Gomme mo hlalošong ya gago o swanetše go šomiša mehlala go tšwa ka gare ga padi gore bontšha gore semelo seo se fang o se fa e le gore o na le kwešišo mo go sona. E ra gore moithuti a ka se no gore Bubbles o na le pelo ye mpe a e tlogela fao. Re tlo emela gore re kwa gore na bopelo mpe bja Bubbles moithuti o bo bone ge Bubbles a dira eng ka gare ga padi. E ra gore ke ka mokgwa re swantse go araba dipotšišo tše le gore mohlomongwe di mabapi le pontšho goba dimelo tša baanegwa ka gona. Gomme se o tla se dira go moanegwa yo mongwe le yo mongwe yo lego gore o tla bo o mo ahlaahlaa ka gare ga padi. Ke moka fa re bontšha baanegwa ba lego gore ba kgathile tema e kgolo kudu ka gare ga padi. Ke baanegwa ba lego gore ba tšweletše kudu ka gare ga padi. Ra tseba re go na le baanegwa ba bangwe lego gore moanegwa o tšwelela ga tee a nyamelela mo lego gore rena bjale ka babadi re palelwa ke go ka seka goba go kwešiša semelo sa moanegwa yo ka botlalo. Efela go ba le baanegwa ba bangwe ba gona ka gare ga padi go thoma mathomong go fihla mafelelong, ke baanegwa ba lego gore re ka kgona go hlarolla dimelo tša bona goba ra kwešiša gore na mongwadi o ba bontšhitše ka tsela ya mohuta mang. ka gare boletše ka dimelo goba pontšho ya baanegwa se re tlo go tla ra se lebelela ke mehuta ya baanegwa ka gare ga padi go na le mehuta ya baanegwa e lego gore swantse go e tseba ebile re tsebe gore na baanegwa ba rena ka gare ga padi ba wela mohuteng o mofeng wa baanegwa goba wa moanegwa. Re tlo thoma ka ntlha ya molwantši. Molwantši ke o mongwe wa mehuta ya baanegwa gomme ra tseba gore molwantši ke yena motho yo lego gore o hlola ntwa gare ga batho ba babedi. Molwantši ke yena motho yo lego gore o hlola ntwa gare ga batho ba babedi. Ra ba le molwantšhwa. Molwantšhwa ebile yona e a itlhaloša ka baka la gore molwantšhwa re a tseba gore ke motho yo lego gore o a lwantšhwa. Ka gare ga padi ya rena re ka be re šetse re lemogile gore molwantšhwa goba balwantšhwa ebile Ariel le Bubbles ka baka la gore ke bona le gore ba be ba lwantšha ba syndicate le ge e le gore Bubbles o thomile le yena e le molwantši ka baka la gore ka sephiring o be a nyaka go hwetša sengwalo mo go Ariel. Eupša a ipatametša mo go yena a dira o kare o a morata efela a sa morate. Efela re bona ge nako e tšwela pele ka ge re šetse re hlalošitše Bubbles o a fetoga ga e sa le molwantši e ba molwantšhwa ka baka la gore ba syndicate ba lemogile gore Bubbles ga a sa le ka lehlakoreng la bona ke moka ke mo a fetogileng molwantšhwa. Re na gape le ntlha ya mohlohleletši. Mohlohleletši ke motho yo lego gore o hlohleletša bothata gore bo tšwele pele gare ga batho ba babedi. Batho ba babedi e lego molwantšhwa le molwantši. E ra gore ka gare ga padi re swantse go hlatha molwantši, molwantšhwa le mohlohleletši. Gomme seo re ka se lemogang ke gore mohlohleletši mabakeng a mantši ga e be motho. Mohlohleletši e ka ba motho, mohlohleletši e ka ba selo. Ge re lebeletše ka gare ga padi ya rena ya nnete fela re tla lemoga gore thulano ye lego gore e be e le gona gare ga Bubbles, Ariel le ba syndicate e be e sa hlohleletšwe ke motho efela e be e hlohleletšwa ke sengwalwa se lego gore se swere ke Ariel. E ra sengwalwa ke sona se bego se hlohleletša thulano gore e tšwele pele. Re re ke sengwalwa ka baka la gore mola ba syndicate ba feleletše ba hwetša sengwalwa. E ra gore ntwa ye lego gore e bile gona e be tlo fihla bofelong ka baka la gore diphiri tša bona di tla be di bolokegile. E ra re ka gare ga padi ya rena bothata goba thulano e be e hlohleletšwa ke sengwalwa e be sa hlohleletšwe ke moanegwa yo mongwe. E ra sengwalwa se be se hlohleletša thulano gare ga balwantšhwa ba babedi e lego Ariel le Bubbles le balwantši e lego ba syndicate. Mohuta o mongwe o latelang wa baanegwa ke moanegwa thwadi. Padi go a kgonega gore e be le baanegwa thwadi ba babedi goba ba bararo. Re ka be re šetse re lemogile goba re tseba gore moanegwa thwadi ke moanegwa yo lego gore ditiragalo tša padi di dikologa mo go yena. E ra gore go thoma mathomong a padi go fihla mafelelong moanegwa yo o ba gona. Gomme ge re lebelela ka gare ga padi ya rena ya nnete fela, re lemoga gore Bubbles le Ariel ke bona ba anegwa thwadi ka gare ga buku ya rena ka baka la gore go thoma mathomong go fihla mafelelong ke ba anegwa ba le gore ba bile gona, le ge le gore ba anegwa ba tsebishwa ba feta ba anegwa ba goba ba anegwa thwadi ba bile gona go thoma mathomong go fihla mafelelong. Moanegwa thwadi goba ba anegwa thwadi gantši e ba lwantšhwa, e ra ke batho ba le gore ba lwantšhwa ka gare ga padi. Mohuta o mongwe o latelang ke moanegwa phethegi le moanegwa hlaedi. Mehuta e mebedi e le yona go a swanela gore re e bapetše. Re tla thoma ka go lebelela moanegwa phethegi, ra boa ra lebelela goba ra e bapetša le moanegwa hlaedi. Ge re bolela ka moanegwa phethegi, re bolela ka moanegwa yo e leng gore bophelo bja gagwe bo hlabologile ka gare ga padi. Go thoma mathomong go fihla mafelelong, re bona e le moanegwa yo e leng gore o kaonafaditše bophelo bja gagwe. Ge e le gore e be e le motho yo a nang le mabofokodi, ge padi e fihla mafelelong, mongwadi o dira gore motho yo mabofokodi a gagwe a le gore o be a ena le ona a kgone go a fenya goba go a tloša. Ge e le gore e be le moanegwa yo le gore o palela ke go rarolla ditaba tša bophelo bja gagwe, mafelelong a padi mongwadi o fetša padi a bontšha moanegwa yo bjalo ka motho yo le gore o kgona go rarolla ditaba tša gagwe ge re bapetša le ka mokgwa a thomileng ka gona. Gomme ge re bolela ka moanegwa hlaedi, lentswe le a itlhaloša le lona gore moanegwa yo go na le se lego gore o a se hlaelela. Ge re bolela ka moanegwa hlaedi, re bolela ka moanegwa yo e leng gore ga se a ba le tlhabologo go thoma mathomong a padi go fihla mafelelong. E ra gore ge e le gore ke moanegwa yo a thomileng a ena le mabofokodi, padi e fela moanegwa yo a sana le mabofokodi. Re tla lebelela ka gare ga padi ya rena ya nnete fela go leka go ka hlatha baanegwa goba moanegwa yo le gore e ka ba moanegwa phethegi le moanegwa yo goba baanegwa bao e ka bang baanegwa hlaedi. E nngwe re ka e lemogang ke gore mabakeng a mantši moanegwa phethegi e ba moanegwa thwadi. Re tla lebelela bophelo bja Bubbles go thoma ge a kopana le Ariel mo meagong ya commissioner. Maitshwaro a gagwe ka mokgwa le gore o be a itshwara ka gona, ka mokgwa le gore o be a lebelela batho ba bangwe ka gona. Maaka ao e leng gore Bubbles o be a ena le ona. Le semelo sa gagwe se le gore Bubbles o be a ena le sona. Tše a thomileng a ena le tšona, re bona ge padi e fihla mafelelong a sa hlo a ena le tšona, ra gore mongwadi o dirileng o mo hlabollotše. Ge padi ya rena e fihla mafelelong, Bubbles ga e sa le motho yola wa go phela ka maaka, ga e sa le motho yo le wa go phela ka bomenetša go ba boikgogomošo. Re a tseba gore Bubbles le ge le gore o be a sa dire mediro ya batho ba syndicate, e fela o be a tseba gore na ba syndicate ba dira eng, ka baka la gore le dikgwebo tšeo tatagwe a bego a ena le tšona di bile gona bjalo ka ge e le ditlamorago tša ditšhelete tše le gore tatago o be a di hwetša ge ba ropa batho, ge ba hula batho, ba thuba dipankeng ba tšea ditšhelete. E fela ge padi ya rena e tšwela pele re bona Bubbles a fetoga, a sa hlo a sa kwana le ba syndicate, a sa hlo a sa kwana le ditiro tša bona. Re bona ebile a thoma go tshepagalela Ariel, se ya ba yona pontšho ya gore o fetogile ka nnete. Nakong ya ge ba syndicate ba be ba beakantše le Bubbles gore ba ya go thuntšha Ariel, re bona Bubbles e le yena yo e leng gore o boloka bophelo bja Ariel. Mola e le gore mathomong o be a sa nyake selo ka Ariel, o be a nyaka sengwalo fela le gore Ariel a bolawe. E fela re bona mongwadi a mmontšha le motho yo a fetogago. E ra gore Bubbles ke mohlala o mmotse wa moanegwa phethegi ka gare ga padi ya rena. A re lebelele moanegwa tlhaedi, ge re lebeletše ba syndicate go thoma mathomong a padi go fihla mafelelong a yona, ke batho ba lego gore ga ba le tlhabologo. Re ba thomile e le batho ba le gore ba bontšhwa e le dinokwane, batho ba go hula batho, ba go senyetša batho, ba dipelo tše dibe. Le ge padi e fihla mafelelong ba sa bontšha e le batho bona ba le re thomileng le bona ka gare ga padi, e ra gore ditiro tša bona ga tša fetoga. E ra re ge re seka-seka ba syndicate re tla ba akaretša ka baka la gore ditiro tša bona goba dilo tše le gore ba be ba di dira ba le ka moka. Karabo le yena re ka mmea ka tlase ga moanegwa tlhaedi ka baka la gore bophelo bja gagwe ga se bja kaonafala go fihla mafelelong a padi. O bontšhitšwe e le ngwana wa go se theeletše, ngwana o leng gore ga a hlokomele lefa la tatago, go ba go fihla ebile tatagwe a tlotla a mo širuša. Lebaka le legolo e le gore ba syndicate ba seke ba tla ba mo hwetša ka baka la gore ba ka mmolaya. E ra gore karabo le yena ke mohlala o mmotse wa moanegwa tlhaedi ka baka la gore mabofokodi a gagwe a beng a ena le ona ka gare ga padi ga se a hlabolloga mo go ona. Mo re be re bontšha phapano gare ga mehuta ya baanegwa, gomme le lena ge le bala padi ya rena goba ge le ikgopotša yona, le kang go nyalanya mehuta ye le baanegwa ba leng ka gare ga padi gore le kgone go tseba gore na ke baanegwa ba bafeng ba le gore ba wela ka tlase ga balwantšhi goba balwantšhwa, ke ba bafeng le gore ke baanegwa thwadi, ke ba bafeng ba e leng baanegwa phethegi goba baanegwa tlhaedi. Re ge re seka-seka mehuta ya baanegwa ke dintlha tše le gore re swanetše go di lebelela. Kgato ya mafelelo ya thuto ya rena re tlo tla lebelela dintlha tše tharo. Ntlha ya pele ke tswalano ya diteng tša padi le hlogo ya yona. Ka morago ga go bala padi ya nnete fela. Bjalo ka babadi, a re swanetše go hlatha ge e ba go na le tswalano gare ga padi le diteng tša yona. Padi ya rena e re nnete fela. Ka morago ga go e bala, re nna bjale ka babadi re swanetše go ipotšiša gore na leina le la nnete fela a le swanela ditiragalo tše lego gore di direga ka gare ga padi. E ra gore go tla tšwa go moithuti gore na yena o bona leina la padi le sepelelana le diteng tša yona goba aowa. Ge e ba o bona leina le sa sepelelane le diteng, o tla fa mabaka a go kwagala gore na ke ka lebaka la eng ore diteng tša padi le leina la padi ga di sepelelane. Gomme le ge o dumela goba o bona o ka re leina la padi le swanetšana le diteng tša yona, le gona ke tshwanelo gore o hlaloše gore ke ka lebaka la eng ore leina la padi le diteng tša yona di a nyalelana. Ntlha ya bobedi ke morero wa padi. Morero wa padi mabakeng a mantši re fele re no fapanya goba re o swantšha le molaetša wa padi goba melaetša ya padi. Ge re bolela ka morero wa padi, re bolela ka kgopolokgolo ye le gore e šušumeditše mongwadi gore a feleletše a ngwala padi. E ra gore morero wa padi ke thuto kgolo yewe mongwadi a nyakang go iša go babadi. Gomme ona morero wa padi re o bona ka morago ga go bala diteng tša padi le go lebelela hlogo ya padi. E ra gore ge e ba padi ya rena e re nnete fela, diteng tša rena le tšona ge e ba diteng tša rena di dukologa mo ntlheng ya nnete. E ra gore thuto kgolo ye le gore mongwadi o iša go babadi le yona e mabapi le nnete. Eupša ga re lebelela molaetša goba melaetša, mo re rile molaetša goba melaetša ka baka la gore ka gare ga padi babadi ba ka hwetša melaetša ya go fapana. Melaetša e le gore nna nka e hwetša ga se melaetša e le gore yo mongwe a ka e hwetša. Ra gore re ka hwetša melaetša ya go fapana go tšwa ka gare ga padi. Ge go bolelwa ka molaetša, go bolelwa ka dintlha tše bohlokwa tše e leng gore mongwadi ke ra mmadi o di kgobokeditše ge a bala ka ditiragalo tša ka gare ga padi. Melaetša mabakeng a mantši babadi ba di hwetša go dimelo tša baanegwa goba ka mokgwa le gore baanegwa ba bontšhitšwe ka gona. Ge e le gore moanegwa o bontšhitšwe e le motho yo a dirang dilo tša go tšwa ka tseleng, mmadi mo go moanegwa yo a ka ithuta gore go dira dilo tše le gore di tšwele ka tseleng ga go gole motho ka selo. E ra gore ge o nyalanya ditiro goba maitshwaro a baanegwa ka gare ga padi, go na le maitshwaro ao e leng gore wa thekga, go na le maitshwaro ao e leng gore ga wa thekge. Gomme go tšona ditiragalo tšona tšeo ke gona mo e lego gore mmadi o kgona go kgoboketša dintlha tše bohlokwa. Gomme tšona dintlha tšeo e leng gore mmadi wa di kgoboketša re di bitša melaetša. Morero ke wa mongwadi, melaetša ke eo e leng gore e hwetšwa ke babadi. Ka gare ga padi ya rena ya nnete fela, morero o le gore mongwadi o na le ona ke go bontšha batho ka bohlokwa bja nnete. Gomme ge baithuti ba e hlaloša ntlha e, bona ba tla bona gore na ba e bea bjang. Eupša ka gare ga morero wa bona ba swantše go akaretša ntlha ya nnete, ka baka la gore go thoma mathomong a padi go fihla mafelelong, diteng tša rena di re bontšha bohlokwa bja nnete. Ke ka baka le ebileng leina la padi le re nnete fela. Gomme merero, moithuti yo mongwe le yo mongwe yena o tla hlaloša gore o ithutile eng go tšwa go ditiragalo tša ka gare ga padi. E ra gore ge re dira tshekatsheko ya padi ya rena ya nnete fela, se re tlo go tla ra se lebelela, re tlo tla ra lebelela thulaganyo, ra e seka-seka go ya ka magato a mahlano a re a boletšeng. Mo tshekatshekong se sengwe re tlo go tla ra se lebelela ke ntlha ya pontšho ya baanegwa goba dimelo tša baanegwa. Go ya le ka mokgwa o le gore rena re rile ge re bala ra kwešiša baanegwa ka gona. Re tlo tla ra lebelela gape le ntlha ya mehuta ya baanegwa gore re kgone go hlatha mehuta ya baanegwa ka gare ga padi, go tseba goba go bolela ge eba ke baanegwa thwadi, ke balwantši balwantšhwa, ke goba ke bahlohleletši. Ra hlatha ge eba moanegwa ke moanegwa phethegi goba ke moanegwa hlaedi. Gomme le ntlha ya tswalano ya diteng tša padi le hlogo le yona e bohlokwa. Ra tseba gape le morero le melaetša gore rena jalo ka babadi ke dilo tše di feng tše le gore re ithutile tšona go tšwa ka gare ga padi. Para thuto ya rena ya tšatši la lekgono e felela gona fa. Re tlo tla ra le fa nako ya gore ba le gore le na le dipotšišo le ka botšiša, mo le gore mohlomongwe le hloka tlhahlo le gona la bolela goba la hlaloša gore re tle re kgone go le thuša. Ba e leng gore le attendile mo YouTube le ka re ngwalela melaetša, re tla e bala melaetša ya lena gomme ra kgona go fetola le lena le leng gona mo Zoom. Ge lena le se le ratang go se bolela le ka re ngwalela, ke moka re tlo tla ra kgona go le fetola, gomme le ge le gore go na le se le gore le nyaka go se bolela le gona le ka bontšha bjalo, re tla le dumelela gore le bolele, ke moka re kgone go thušana le lena. Darren?
Yes, Mr. Shaka.
Are we having anyone attending on YouTube?
Let's just have a quick look. We do have a couple of attendees on YouTube, but none have asked any questions at the moment.
Okay, let's just give them some time until 1:05. Then if they are not asking any questions, then we will end the session.
Sure thing.
Darren?
Yes, Mr. Shaku.
No, I think there's no one asking
No questions.
So,
But thank you for this session, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Also, thank you for your support, and also enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Bye bye.
Our next session will begin at 1:10 It'll be EFT 100 for the January intake with Dr. Kathleen Ganapathy Naidu.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Well, thanks, and you, Darren.
Cannot complain. Oh, we have about a minute and a half before the session is set to begin, but I'll just remind the students that are starting to tune in that this is EFT 100 for the January intake. So once again, for the students just joining us, our next session is EFT 100 for the January intake with Dr. Kathleen Ganapathy Naidu. It has just gone 10 past, so I'll stop my share and it's all yours.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the students who are joining us today for our EFT 100 DL support session. Like our LED has mentioned, this is for the January 2021 intake. So what are we going to be covering in today's session? I'm going to firstly be giving you some test feedback. And for those of you who have questions regarding this, we are still busy marking your tests. Remember that 3 of the questions in your tests were actually writing questions, and those questions require quite a number or quite a lot of time to be marked. So we're currently busy with the marking process. I have received some questions from students asking why they haven't received their marks immediately. Remember, online test 1 was a completely multiple choice test, so it was marked automatically, and therefore you were able to receive your grade immediately. However, with online test 2, there were the last 3 questions in your test that required our markers to engage in the actual marking process. So we're busy with that currently, and the moment we are done with marking and your tests have gone into and come back from moderation, then your marks will be released. But keep an eye on your email. I will be communicating with you via ECI so that you can look out for your marks when they're released. We're then going to be looking at what is reflection. Remember, your upcoming assessment, or the only assessment that you have left now, is your reflective task. So we're going to look a bit on the concept of reflection and what does it mean to actually reflect. And then we're going to look at your reflective task and what is the requirement for that particular task. Now, so far, you have completed online test 1 and online test 2, and you have done your assignment, which was your major assignment. And now the only assessment that you have left is your reflective task, which will open on the 1st of November. So some quick test feedback for you. Right, so thank you to those who have submitted. And what we're going to be looking at in your feedback session now is what were the required responses. So there were 3 questions, as I've mentioned, that were based on the writing component. And you were asked to write 3 different genres of writing. And what I'm going to be focusing on now in your feedback session is what were we requiring of you in that particular, in those particular writing questions. Right, so you had a comprehension and a cartoon analysis. And the comprehension questions and the cartoon analysis were all multiple choice and were marked immediately. Remember, there were also some grammatical aspects that were based on the text and the cartoon text. And then the second part of your online test 2 was actually your 3 writing tasks. And that's what we're going to be looking at a bit closer in today's session. So in writing task 1, you were required to do an analysis of a fable that you were provided with. And it was quite a famous fable, quite a well-known one, the story of the lion and the mouse. And for this particular task, you were asked to write an analysis. And in that analysis, you needed to include a setting, characterization, point of view, plot, theme, and the moral of the story. So if you had included all of these components accurately, then you would have received quite a high mark for this particular task. Now, if we're looking specifically at the setting, for this particular story, all you needed to mention was that the story was set in a forest. It was quite a short fable. We were not given a lot of details in terms of the setting. All that we were told was that it was set in a forest, and that was basically all that you needed to include when it came to the setting. Next, you were required to include some form of characterization. You needed to first do this by identifying both the characters in the story. First, you would have identified the lion and then the mouse, or in any order. But what you also needed to do here was to provide some kind of characteristics about these 2 characters. And remember, that is what characterization is all about. So you were not asked to merely identify the characters, but you needed to give some kind of characteristic description. So for example, if you had mentioned the lion, you could have said something along the lines of the fact that the lion was quite angry and eventually his character developed to one of a bit of generosity. And how do we know that? So we know that initially when the lion was awoken from his sleep, he was quite angry about it. And when the mouse had asked for some mercy, he showed generosity to the mouse and allowed the mouse to actually escape. So we see a development of this character from anger to generosity. We can also say that the lion underestimated the mouse. And we know this because when the mouse asked for mercy and asked the lion to release him and said to the lion, look, I will repay this kindness, the lion actually laughed and he thought in his mind, how is this tiny creature actually going to help me in any way, right? So when we look at characterization, it's offering some additional information that builds to the character profile of that particular character. Next, if you look at the mouse, you could have said that the mouse was quite timid and fearful, but he also displayed an element of bravery, right? And how do we know this? So the story explicitly told us that the mouse was timid and fearful. But when we look at the element of bravery, we can look at the fact that when the mouse actually stumbled upon the lion, as scared as he was, he was still brave enough to ask the lion for mercy. And he was still brave enough to make the proposal that I would be able to help you in return someday. So he had shown an aspect of bravery there. If we look further on in the story, we also find that the mouse was true to his word and his law, and he showed an element of loyalty. And we know this because he actually did keep his word. He did eventually help the lion. And if we reflect back on that story, if you remember what it said, the mouse did not really need to help the lion because the lion did not know that the mouse was anywhere around the area. The only reason the mouse was able to provide that help was because he recognized the voice of the lion when the lion actually screamed in agony. And so the mouse was not forced to provide this help, but because he was loyal and true to his word, he went ahead to find the lion again, to track down that voice and then provide help. So that is basically what we were looking for in characterization, for you to identify the characters and then go ahead and provide some characteristic. Then if you looked at point of view, what we wanted here is not when you are asked in an analysis to provide a point of view, you are not being asked for your point of view. So you're not being asked for your opinion. When you include a point of view from an analysis, from the context of an analysis, we want to know how is the story being narrated. And in this particular story, it was the third person narrator. What it meant was that the narrator was actually outside of the story. It wasn't one of the characters. It was someone that we did not know. And the narrator used words such as he or she because he was referring specifically to the characters. He was not a character in the story himself. So if you look at point of view, what we wanted to know here was that it was being narrated from the third person point of view. Then, if you have a look at the plot, it's a few sentences that gives us a summary of the events of the story. And you could have done this very easily in 2 short sentences. Something like, the fable is about a lion who shows a mouse mercy by letting him go. The mouse promises to repay the kind deed, but the lion underestimates the mouse's ability to help him. The mouse helps free the lion and repays his kindness. Right, so as we can see, 2 simple sentences, but it's able to capture the entire plot for us. Then if we look at theme, it could have been something like individuals should not be judged based on size or strength. Many of you included something about kindness, but remember the moral of the story was kindness, right? A kindness shown is never wasted. So we wanted to see some differentiation between theme and moral so that you don't have the exact same answer for both of these aspects. If you put all of these sentences together, you would have had quite a well thought of and insightful analysis. Then if we look at writing task 2, in which you were required to write a formal email in which you were asked to provide some kind of advice to people who are studying online based on your own experience. Right, so we would look quite closely at the format, right? So have you included an email address? Did you include something in the subject line? And is whatever it is that you included in the subject line, is it relevant to your email? Then you were required to include a salutation or a greeting. So basically, dear and whoever it is that you were writing to. And then your content. Your content was required to include substantiation. I apologize that there's an error in the spelling of the word substantiation there. Right, so you were required to give advice on how you managed your online learning experience. And when I say you were required to provide substantiation, what it means is that if you gave a point, you needed to give some motivation for why it was an effective way for you to do things. So if I think back to one of the very nice examples that I marked, one of the students mentioned that as part of your online learning experience, you should reward yourself for when you reach your goals. And the reason that she gave for that was because it serves as a form of motivation for you, right? So provide a point and provide some kind of reason or motivation for the point that you've given. And then lastly, you are required to conclude that email either with warm regards or yours sincerely or kind regards and your name at the end. So when we look at the email, we're going to be marking it for the format and we're going to be marking it for the actual content. And then next was your writing task 3. And here there were 3 components that we had asked you to address for this particular analysis. So you were provided with the poem. And the first thing that we asked was for you to provide a meaning of the poem. You could have done this in a sentence or 2 sentences. Basically, the poem is about a kitten who lost her tail while playing too closely to a fan. He then bought a new tail from a retail store. So it was quite a simple poem. Remember, the audience was for a grade R or preschool class. So the first thing you were required to do was to obviously provide meaning. What was the meaning of the poem? And then secondly, you were asked to analyze the poem by identifying the different literary devices that were in the poem. So you were not asked to explain the devices in any way, or you were not asked to discuss the impact of the devices like you were asked to do in your assignment. For this particular analysis, all that was said was to please include or identify the different devices. So if we look at the second line, she whimpered, wept, and wailed. We will find matching there in blue, that is an example of alliteration because we have the repetition of the W sound, whimpered, wept, and wailed. And we know that alliteration is the repetition of a consonant sound. And then the next example of a part of a literary device is the example of assonance. And here we have the repetition in red, as you can see, of the vowel sound, the E sound in feeling better before, and we have the repetition of the E sound. So we know that assonance is an example of the repetition of a vowel sound, and that's the example that we can find in the poem. Then if we look at what's here in yellow, we find examples of rhyming words. So the word before and the word store, right? So there's an element of rhyme there. That would have been a literary device. And then lastly, you could have identified personification. And this is the example. She bought a brand new kitten tail. And we know that this is an example of personification because it is giving this cat human-like qualities, right? The kitten cannot go to a retail store and buy anything. But because we've given the kitten human-like qualities, the ability to go out and do some shopping, then that is therefore an example of personification. So you were required to basically identify the examples of literary devices in the particular poem. do not be too worried if you haven't identified all of them. You will still receive marks for the ones that you did identify. And then the third component to the writing task was your activity. And you were asked to design an activity in which you would use to teach the poem. So we were not too, we didn't give you too many details here, in the sense that we didn't tell you at which stage this activity needed to be used. Was it pre-reading, during reading, post-reading? All we said was it needed to be an activity. So you could be quite creative here. You were allowed to include any activity. But what we will be looking for is the activity relevant? Is it practical? Is it something that can actually be done in a classroom? Secondly, is it suitable for the intended audience? So remember, your audience is a preschool class, and therefore the activity that you plan needs to be suitable for that particular audience. And then lastly, is your activity something that actually links directly to the poem? And that is quite an important component as well. So 3 components that we were looking for writing task 3, which was your poetry analysis. Okay, so moving on, I want to quickly look at the concept of reflection, right? Because remember, you need to have an understanding of what it means to reflect meaningfully before you can attempt your reflective activity. Now, if we look at this very nice definition by Jasper, the way that we learn from an experience in order to understand and develop practice. Reflection is a type of thinking aimed at achieving better understanding and leading to new learning. All of the following are important aspects of the reflective process. So this is something that I want you to consider for when you are going to do your reflective task. You will find, as I discuss further, that the task does not require you to study anything in particular. You do not need to learn some kind of content from your course reader. What we require you to do for this activity is to do some honest reflection, right? You need to think back on certain aspects, and you need to think about how these aspects have developed you in terms of your learning process and how they have actually helped you in your actual teaching practice. So when I've been receiving the emails about when are we receiving the topic, what must we study, and I've been saying to you, the topic's only going to be released when the task is open, which is on the 1st of November. But there is nothing that you can go and now study for this particular task. So don't be too alarmed that you haven't received the topic yet. It's because there's nothing that you can actually prepare for. This is going to require some reflection on your part, where you're going to be sitting and thinking about a particular question that I've given you. And it's very, the question is going to be very, it's going to be based on your perception, on your interpretation, on your opinion, something that you have experienced for yourself. So it's nothing that you can actually go ahead and learn for. Right, so if we look at your reflective task specifically, like I've mentioned, you do not have to study for the task. It requires you to reflect on your studying experience and provide insightful discussion based on this. Now, when I talk about your studying experience, I'm speaking specifically about your experience of EFT 100. So the task is not going to be very broad, where we are talking about your studying experience in general. It's going to be more specifically about your experience of EFT 100. It's purely based on a reflection of your experience of the module. Now, if you want to look at how you can prepare for this particular task, like I've mentioned, you can't go and learn anything, right? But what you can do is you can ponder on these 2 questions. What content covered or skills developed in this module have been most beneficial for you in the classroom? So we've done a number of different units in this particular module. And if you go through your course reader, you will find you've gone through reading, you've gone through writing, you've done some speaking in your speech assessment. So reflecting on all of, now think back on all of the content that you've covered and all the skills that you've developed, and reflect on it quite carefully. Think about it. Think about what you've developed in this module, and then ask yourself, which one of this has been the most beneficial for you in the classroom? So when you went out there to do your teaching practice, what have you taken from this module in terms of content and skills that have been beneficial for you? So this is what I meant when I say it's based on your personal experience. It's something for you to think about quite honestly. And then, what content and skills would you like to see in the module that would have assisted you in the classroom? So maybe now that after or while you are on teaching practice, you realized, hey, there's something here that I need to do in the classroom that I have no knowledge on, or I need this particular skill and I don't know how to do it in the classroom. And this module has not really even prepared me for this. So that is what I want you to think about. Is there something that you would like to see covered in the module? Or is there a particular skill that you would like to see that we can help you develop in this module? So think about these two questions. And this is more or less what your task is going to be based on. Having you think quite reflectively on these two questions and your studying experience of the EFT 100 module. So as you can see, based on this is why I said to you, it's not about preparation. It's not about you now going and by hearting something, or it's not about any knowledge of the actual content, but it's about your experience of covering this content and developing the skills and how you used it in the classroom. Right? So think quite carefully about these two questions. And if you formulate a good opinion based on these two questions, then you more or less have the topic for the task that you're going to attempt on the 1st of November. Okay, so just a reminder, the task contributes 10% towards your final mark, right? And you would have found, I would have discussed this with you, it's on the ECI page as well. So whatever mark that you get for this particular task, 10% of it contributes towards your final mark. The exact topic will be available when the task opens, but use the questions provided today to assist you to prepare. I can guarantee you that if you think quite critically about the questions that I've given you today, where you reflect quite actively on the answers of those two questions, then you will be adequately prepared for the topic that you are going to receive. Then your response is required to be between 15 to 20 lines. So it's not a very, very long submission, as you can see. The task is going to open on the 1st of November at 7 p.m. and it will close on the 3rd of November at 7 p.m. But remember, all of these details will be provided for you on ECI. Okay, that's it from me. I'm just wanted to leave some time for questions. I'm not sure if there are any questions that I can address.
I'm not seeing
If
any
you
on
have a
YouTube
question,
at the
please.
moment.
Nothing on YouTube. Okay. Remember, students, you can put your questions in the Q&A or the chat and we can have them read out. Or if you'd like to ask questions yourself. If there's anything you're unsure about, anything that I can assist you with, or any doubt or uncertainty that I can clarify for you now, please feel free. Can I take it from your silence that you all understand what is required of you from this particular task? Remember, I will be providing all of these details on the ECI page as well. I don't seem to have any questions. Okay, I think we have one here. Okay, so I'm glad that it's quite clear to you. But please remember, when you are reflecting on these questions, if you have any, if you're not sure about something, or perhaps you've had a thought and you're not sure if you're on the right track, feel free to send me an email and I'll be happy to communicate with you. We can develop your thoughts further. But what I want to remind you of when it comes to a reflective task, the aim is that we want you to be critical and we want you to be honest. There is no right or wrong answer. It's about your experience and your perception of something. So that's going to be the key to your task, where we want to see that you're being quite honest about your experience. And yeah, so that's going to be key to this. Be critical and be honest when you are approaching those questions. And if you're still unsure about something, then please feel free to pop me an email and I'll be more than happy to provide you with further clarity. Okay.
I think if that's all we have for today, thank you very much for the session.
Okay, thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
You as well.
Our next session will begin at 2 p.m. and will be ACL 100 with Miss Melita Verden. For those just joining, our next session will be ACL 100 with Miss Melita Verden. Good afternoon. How are you today?
Afternoon. Well, thanks.
Awesome, awesome. It has just gone 2 p.m., so I'll stop my share and it's all yours.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Okay, hi everyone. For those of you who are here and present, and for those who will watch the recording, welcome. I'm just going to share my screen. Right, so this is our second support session, our last support session for ACL 100. I hope you all have been preparing well for test 3 that's coming up. Today's session will focus on looking at certain aspects of academic texts that should aid you in attempting the test, which I hope you all will do well in. Okay, just some ground rules. If you want to ask a question, you're welcome to raise your hand or use the Q&A box or the chat box. You're welcome to add questions to the chat box during the session, and at the end of the session, we do have some time for questions and answers. So we will address it then. You're welcome to flood the chat box. Okay, so in today's session, we're gonna look at credibility, critical thinking, referencing, and paraphrasing. I know in our previous sort of custom session that we had, we did consider referencing and paraphrasing, although it is required and sort of your two central elements of academic writing. So it is also required that you meet these standards for test 3. And as you know, there's also a practice test available to assist you with suggested answers. So I hope you've been attempting that in the interim. Right, so let's look at credibility. Just going to get my pen. Okay, so when we consider credibility, what we're really doing prior to judging whether a text is credible is reading for purpose. Okay, so there are different aspects around reading for purpose, but for this session, we're just going to consider skimming in its relationship to credibility. So what are we doing when we're reading for purpose? We're looking at these two main questions. Is the information relative? And should I use this in my research? Of course, when it comes to test 3, the text that you have been prescribed is the text that you will use. So you wouldn't really have to answer that question, but it's important to know going forward. So skimming, and what is it? I think we all have a general perception of skimming. It means sort of just browsing through something. But when it comes to academic texts, what we're really doing is browsing through very specifically, if I could say that. These are some of the aspects that you want to look at when sort of having a bird's eye view of the page, okay? You want to consider, is the publication information present? You want to run straight to the end of the text and consider whether there's a reference list. So it wouldn't require, you know, too much of time when it comes to skimming. You want to look at the pages and how many pages there are in this text. Academic texts, especially your journal articles. Of course, we all are familiar with books, quite lengthy, as being quite lengthy, but when you look at journal articles, I would say 8 to 10 pages is usually a good or fair amount for valuable research, okay? And then consider the layout. When it comes to your academic texts, your books are usually, or textbooks especially, are usually divided in chapters. with specific questions at the end, and outcomes at the beginning. When it comes to academic journals, the layout is usually divided according to an abstract, an introduction, research methodology, and a discussion of results, which is important. And these sort of elements are further discussed in your study guide. All right. So basically, you would just run through the article, in this case, for test 3, you're looking at an article. Just run through the article and make sure that the different sections of a journal article are present. Okay. And then you want to consider, are there any visual elements? Are these visual elements referenced? And what sort of information, just briefly, what sort of information do they provide? And this will give you an idea of if it's organized. Right? If the text is organized constructively, and usually it would give you some initial insight into the logic of the text. And 2 aspects that you can actually read or 2 sections that you can actually read while skimming is an abstract and a conclusion, because these are generally not too long. What an abstract will do is give you an overview of all elements of the research, as well as the beginning efforts, which is the aim, and the results, which is important. And of course, then, from your abstract, your text goes on to give you the details of those elements mentioned in the abstract, and also how those details were obtained. Okay, and then, you would have a main idea of the resource. And when looking at paragraphs while skimming, okay, because remember at this point, we're just skimming. So when looking at paragraphs, you should be able to pick one paragraph and sort of break it down into its different sections. So that is the topic sentence, which is the first sentence that gives you an overview of what the paragraph is discussing specifically. And you should be able to pick out sentences in the central part of the paragraph that introduce supporting details for the overall focus of that specific paragraph. And thereafter, at the end of a paragraph, you usually have your summary sentence that sort of provides an overall comment, not on the entire research, but on that paragraph and the focus of that paragraph specifically. Okay, and then what you should do while skimming is just deconstruct the paragraph, pick out the topic sentence, rewrite it on a page, pick out some supporting details, rewrite it on a page, and then of course the summary sentence or the concluding sentence of a paragraph. And, by doing this, you would have gathered whether the text actually has valuable information and whether that information seems constructive. Now, in doing that, okay, this would be sort of your approach that leads to what's known as the thieves method. Okay, the thieves method is devised by Hatzi. Okay. The full reference for Swirsky is available on this PowerPoint presentation and will be available on your ECI page. So in skimming, you would have adopted the thieves method. You would have considered the title, you would have considered headings, introduction, first paragraph, abstract, all those elements fall into the eye, and you would have understood what the context or the background information that supports this research is about, and then consider everything consider if this research is relevant, look at visual elements as well, like we mentioned. E would represent the end. Once reading the entire text, this also extends further than skimming, but once reading the entire text, you would have been able to pick out main aspects or key elements of the article. And S actually speaks to, while skimming, of course, you ask your so what questions. How does this, if you read information in the text, you could say, so what? How does this actually provide some input into the logic? If you read other parts of the article, you could ask a different so what question, one that either lets you know whether the information is adding or detracting from the theme at hand or the research at hand. Okay. And having done this, you would have gathered some sort of idea on credibility. Let me just get my pen again. Okay, so credibility is the process of determining whether the source is academically suitable and trustworthy. Now, while the text relevant to your test 3, of course, is academically suitable, and you know this because it's available in your course reader, it's been selected for this module. However, you are going to be possibly liable for explaining how that, or why that may be, rather. So these are aspects you can consider. You can consider the author's language and tone, and you can gather this by reading, just one paragraph. You should consider whether the writer uses impersonal writing. Are they writing in the third person, or are they writing in the first person? Okay. Objectivity. Do they use, are they very or highly opinionated, or do they provide different elements? Are they providing advantages and disadvantages, or are they mainly sticking to one point of view? Okay. These are aspects you must consider and be able to comment on when discussing credibility. At this point, I'd just like to know if there are any questions. Are there any questions? No, doesn't seem so. Okay. Now, when discussing objectivity, you want to, pick a paragraph and consider, is there emotive language used in this paragraph? If there is emotive language, it's probably a subjective text. However, if there's no emotive language, then you can pick out words that represent an objective point of view. Okay. Another aspect you can consider is, does the author exaggerate their opinion? I think something that comes to mind around this is fake news. When you read something that's fake news, it's always really exaggerated writing. So when looking at the prescribed text, make sure you consider any sentence and highlight whether the writing style is an exaggerated writing style, an emotive or not. And this will feed back to your commentary on the objectivity of the resource. Then look at spelling and grammar. You'd get a good perception of this in reading the entire resource. And you should be able to pick out examples once again, as well as comment on vocabulary. When discussing credibility, you can pick out words from a resource and discuss whether these words are academically suitable or not. That's what you should consider when looking at the vocabulary of a text. Are there any questions? Okay, if anyone's still unsure about credibility, you're welcome to let me know in the chat box and I'll catch your question at the end. Right, so let's practice. I have a text here. I'll give you a minute to read it. I see there are quite a few of you that are present. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to read it. And I want you to pick out aspects of credibility from this text and maybe just add a comment to the chat box. Okay, I'll give you a minute to read it. And you're welcome to, maybe add to the chat box informal and the word, or formal and the word, or any aspect of credibility. I'll give you 2 minutes to read through that and add your responses to the chat box, please. Okay, I mean, you know, you're also welcome to just read, even if it's just the first sentence, and pick out any words or any aspects of the first sentence that might represent credibility or a lack of credibility. Okay, I'll give you about 30 more seconds. You can pick out a word and add it to the chat box. Are you all able to find the chat box? I'm aware that some of you weren't sure in the last session. If you look at your Zoom panel of icons, it's the option to chat is there with the speech bubble. Okay, so if I had to pick a word, how about the first 6 words? The second criticism is that beneficial long-term effects. Do you consider that sort of, yes, Shakira, yep, words like beneficial, externalities, what do those words actually represent? Is it, does it provide a sense of formal writing or academic vocabulary? These are the sort of the overall terms that you should use when discussing credibility. Yeah, okay, so you can, so Shakira has mentioned that words like beneficial and externalities feed a formal tone within the resource or lend themselves well to a formal tone within the resource. So those are 2 ways that you should represent your discussion on credibility. You should mention the aspect of the writing, such as the formality, the objectivity, the vocabulary, and then, of course, provide specific examples. One more thing we could look at here is also referencing. So, for example, if we look at that in-text reference, it does lend well to the credibility of this resource. Referencing is present. It's a sign of academic integrity as well. If I had to pick out another aspect of this extract, formal, this, you know, the sentence that's sort of highlighted there represents a formal writing style and academic jargon is present. And there's one more element here. A prominent example relates to sectors linked to air travel. That sentence there actually demonstrates a sound paragraph structure, one that's academically aligned because it is a sentence that provides sort of supporting details to this topic. Are there any questions? Okay, and then of course, you know, if we were conducting research or if we were analyzing research based on the climate crisis, in reading just this extract, one thing that you would be able to identify is that this extract contains valuable information. So that's another area of credibility you should discuss and also provide evidence, you know, within your discussion. Okay, any questions? Right. So back to reading techniques. We said that skimming would allow you to assess credibility. And once you've skimmed the resource, the journal article, in your case, what you should do is conduct intensive reading and critical reading. So when we speak about intensive reading, what we're looking at is a thorough reading of the text that focuses on comprehension. You want to read to absorb the information in your process of intensive reading. You want to read line by line, okay, and identify key elements. How do you identify key elements? I would suggest that you do not do this by memory, but rather write down the important points from the article before the test. Write it down on a page. If you're able to, convert photocopy or convert, if you have a PDF version of it, actually highlight on the document itself. All right, that would be useful to keep on hand when writing the test. Okay, and of course, try to create a summary. If you noticed, your practice test also asks you to summarize, so definitely practice your summarizing skills and keep a time limit when summarizing or practicing your summarizing skills. And then, of course, once you've read line by line, once you've extracted key elements, once you've highlighted key elements, once you've tried to summarize, especially important to summarizing is using your own words. You want to read critically. Reading critically means you continuously ask questions while reading. So you go a bit deeper into the text, you read a sentence and you ask yourself, what does this information tell me? Is this information providing positive aspects of the research? Is this information providing insight into the methods used for this research? Okay, so there are various critical questions that you can ask yourself, but you sort of go beyond just rewriting the key elements. And what you should do is begin to make notes. So this is where you would not change any communication, not change the meaning of any information from the article, but make notes in your own words. Okay, and then of course, reread the content. So you definitely should read the article, more than twice, if I could say that. Generally, 4 readings should be good enough to engage critically. And you would reread the article and look at the article in conjunction with your notes and ensure that they match. Okay, are there any questions at this point? Okay, so in preparing for test 3, make sure you read intensively and thereafter critically and make your own notes around the article. Okay, so critical thinking, which lends itself to sort of the critical questions that I mentioned earlier, involves questioning what you read in order to learn. So again, just to reiterate, you will make notes of the facts, okay? What you could do with the article, as it's divided into sections such as an abstract, introduction, literature review, and so on, you could add your notes within those headings. Remember when we said you're skimming, you're looking at headings? So in your own notes, you could outline the headings of the journal article and make notes within those headings that you can use for easy reference when writing the test. Okay, and content curation is where you would pick the important elements of the resource And of course, for an overall perspective, by the end of, sort of maybe your second or third reading of the journal article, you want to gather the writer's position on the topic, okay? Now, I have an example here for you. These examples are not from the article that you would need to analyze for your test, okay? They are just used for demonstration purposes. So let's consider this article here. In skimming it, what I could do is outline, okay, is there a topic sentence? Is there a summary sentence? And are there supporting details? In intensive reading, I would read it line by line and just briefly highlight, as you see on your screen, aspects that sort of reach out to you. And in this case, what we're going to what we would have considered and gathered after intensive reading is that improving food security seemed to be an aim of this research. Bridging data and science was an important fact, and reducing the risk was a goal. Okay, so those are sort of critical questions you pose to yourself, or the critical thinking you adopt while reading. What are the aims here? Are there any important facts? Are there goals? Are there positive aspects? Are there disadvantages? What are the key methods for research that has been used by the authors in this resource? Okay, I see Alice has a question. Will we be able to print the story before attempting the test? Okay, Alice, so it's actually not a story. We use the word story when referring to sort of literature, but with academic texts, you are looking at a journal article for your test 3. Okay, and the article is available in your course reader. It is an open book test, so you're welcome to use your article while you are writing the test, as well as the notes you make. If you look on your ECI page, the instructions give you some tips, as well as let you know that you should read the journal article before the test, and you're welcome to have it on hand, as you should, as part of your course reader. Okay, is that okay? Thanks, Alice. Thank you for that question. Very useful. Okay, then when answering certain questions in your test, just as you had written an essay, you would be paraphrasing some of your answers. And, you know, like we'd mentioned before, when paraphrasing, key elements that you consider are synonyms and rewriting the resource. So when looking at synonyms, what I picked out here is the last sentence in this extract, okay, just for example purposes. If you look at a section of your resource, what you want to do is pick out keywords. So I picked out knowledge, I picked out irrefutable, vacuum, vital, and practices. And then what you want to do is find synonyms for these. So knowledge can be exchanged for awareness, irrefutable for undeniable, vacuum for without, vital. When I thought of vital, the word that came to mind was important. However, you know, you can also go to your thesaurus and think of a word that's more academically suitable, or word that's better, if I could say that, for the word important, and possibly something like fundamental, and then practices can become operations. So that's one of the first things you do in paraphrasing. So when you are asked to possibly discuss a certain aspect of the text, when discussing those sort of key elements or important information, you should not simply copy and paste the information. That does not suffice as an answer. Remember, in academic literacy, what we're looking at is your demonstration of skill. So we're looking at how your academic writing skill has improved for the most part. So it does not suffice to simply copy and paste the information from the article, because that would mean that it was a knowledge-based test, whereas it's a skills-based test. So further to extracting that information that the test is asking you to comprehend, you have to rewrite it in your own words as far as possible. So what I did here was I simply took the sentence, changed the words as mentioned with the synonyms, and I reordered the sentence. Important to paraphrasing is reordering the sentence. So one way to do it is to begin with the end. So the second half of the sentence that discusses vital skills and school leadership, I now made the first part of my sentence. Okay, of course, you will reference it. It's not my information, but it is my sentence. Okay, and that's what you need to do with your academic writing. Make sure you reference the work, so you, you know, sort of maintain your academic integrity. But for the most part, you should use your own words. So it's your sentence, but it's not your information in a nutshell. Okay, so you can sort of reorder the sentence and it could read something like this. Now, I want you to pay attention to the way it sounds, because that's another important element of academic literacy is reading out your sentence sometimes and just making sure that it communicates the same meaning, but it should sound different while maintaining a good academic tone. So I'm going to read the sentence from the resource, and then I want you to listen carefully to the sort of paraphrased sentence. Okay, so the sentence from the resource reads, policy knowledge is an irrefutable part of a school principal's skill set, although it cannot exist within a vacuum of other vital school leadership skills and practice as listed below. Now, I considered as listed below irrelevant to my extraction of information. I'm focusing on the school principal's skill set and leadership skills and practices and policy, okay? And then once paraphrased, it could sound something like this. Although an awareness of policy cannot exist without a combination of other fundamental school leadership operations, it is an undeniable aspect of a school principal's set of skills. Basically, what this sentence is communicating, and this is something you ask yourself, this is a critical question. You say to yourself, well, I know the sentence from the resource. I've rewritten the sentence. Do they have the same meaning? Am I basically telling the reader that the school principal's set of skills around policy should be considered with other leadership operations? Have I kept that communication? That's sort of your critical question that you ask yourself after paraphrasing. Now, I know we only have 45 minutes in this session, but what I do advise is you go back to the recording of this session, you give it a practice yourself, you take part in the practice test on your ECI page. You're welcome to contact me and your tutors should you require assistance in what is your preparation week. And you know, if of course, while you have your portfolio tasks, if you've paraphrased a sentence and you want myself or your tutors to just read through it, that's okay as well. You're welcome to do so. Okay, are there any questions? Okay, and then I have a question for you. Well, you all that are here and present. When looking at this extract on the screen, can you tell me what sentence is the topic sentence? Okay, it's fine if you just type in the first 3 words at least in the chat box. Which sentence from the extract on the screen is the topic sentence? Okay, just for conceptual understanding. You can use the chat box for your answer. First 3 words are okay. Which sentence is the topic sentence? Anyone, if you're not sure, you're welcome to comment and say not sure. That's okay. And then we can run through a basic paragraph structure. If you're not sure, do let me know. Okay, I'll give you, say, 20 seconds to type in the first 3 words. Knowledge and mastery of, yes, Lebogang, that's correct. So, as mentioned by Lebogang, your topic sentence is always the first sentence in the paragraph. It's the sentence that tells you what the paragraph is about. For the most part, your paragraph will consist of supporting details for that specific topic of the paragraph. And your paragraph ends with an overall commentary or summary sentence, as it's sometimes known. Okay, and before we end, we're going to look at referencing quickly. In the last session, we went through the rules, and of course, you've been working with the rules for a while now. So when looking at this reference page on the screen, okay, we're going to conduct a quick activity based on this page. So these are the questions I want you to consider. I want you to, well, for those of you who are present, to pick one question here. Just pick one. Are you going to look for a book, a journal article? Are you going to look for deco? Are you going to look for, consider italics? Or are you going to choose a source and write a citation? I want you to consider one question from this, from the number of questions on your screen. Okay, pick your question. Give you 5 seconds to pick your question. Okay, once you've picked your question, are you all good? Can you get all good in the chat box, or can you give me a yes or a smiley face? You're welcome to use your emojis. Let me know that you've picked your question. Okay, good. You've all picked your question. Now, look at the reference page on your screen and answer your question. Thanks for the wink, Clever. You're welcome to now, using your question, pick the answer based on the reference page on your screen. Okay, and you can please, if you could please add your answer to the chat box. Just let me know whether it was deco, book, journal, and then dash in your answer. And let's have a look. Okay, italics, yep. Shakira, italics tell you the title of the journal. All right, anyone else? What year was deco published in? You have a look. What year was Decode published in? Yeah, Decode 2014. Who can tell me the author's surname that's associated to a book? Who can tell me the author's surname that's associated to a book? Remember, when looking at your reference list and you're trying to find a book, the first thing you want to do is look for location and publisher, because journal articles don't have that. So definitely, if you're looking for a book, try find location and publisher, and that should indicate a book. You can just, yeah, let's see, Maston. Yep, well done, Lebogang, Maston. Shakira, Theory in Practice. Who's the, do you want to give me the author's surname? Then I could find it quicker. Theory in Practice. Oh, first one, yes. Yeah, that's a book. Well done. Okay, and then who wants to give me the surname of a writer from a journal article? Surname of a writer from a journal article. Remember, you know, things to look out for journal articles, definitely that volume and issue number. Yep, Bush, well done, very good. Okay, I'm glad that you all feel a bit more confident about referencing now. You seem to be definitely be good. One thing I will suggest is you also keep your referencing guide on hand when you're writing the test. So if you want to, you know, double check anything, just right click, find, and search for it in the referencing guide. Definitely consider your main citations and how to write a citation. Remember, it's usually the author's surname and the year. So if I could add an example to the chat box, it would be Flamini 2021. According to the STADIO referencing guide, there's no comment there. And of course, the author's surname sort of exists outside the bracket when you use it in a sentence, which you're welcome to do when paraphrasing as well. Okay, right, and then your test 3 is based on the article that's available on your screen. I think your tutors have also informed you of this, and it's also on your ECI. This article is within your course reader. I'm sure it's the second to last article in the course reader, so make sure you go through it before the test. And then we have about 3 minutes for questions and answers. Anybody have any questions and answers? Welcome to add them to the chat box, or if you're comfortable to use your mic, you're welcome to. Any questions and answers? Okay. So remember, you want to read your article at least 4 times. You want to skim through it. Then you want to read it intensively, line by line. Then you want to read it critically and ask yourself critical questions on the elements you've extracted from the article. When writing the test, you want to keep the article on hand, your notes on hand, and the referencing guide on hand. Make sure you attempt the practice test. If you want to confirm any aspect of your academic writing that's outside of your portfolio tasks, your tutor groups are there for that as well. And you're welcome to email me as well, even if it's simply to, can you, you know, even if it's as simple as, can you just look at this sentence and let me know your thoughts on it? I'm happy to do that, to, you know, comment on whether you're using referencing and in-text citations correctly in your paraphrasing attempts. Make sure when paraphrasing, you are not simply adding synonyms, but also reordering the sentence. Remember, the sentence is yours, but the information is not yours, okay? And then, of course, when practicing your summarizing skills, please keep a timer on that. Your test is 90 minutes long, so you will only have one attempt at this. Once you open the test, you'd have to sit down for the 90 minutes and complete it. Alice, how many questions can we expect? And are the marks shown immediately when we are done attempting the test? So Alice, your marks will be released once your test has been marked and feedback provided. The test counts for 50 marks. Can't quite remember the number of questions, but they're spaced out across 50 marks. I think, what you could do is run through your questions, get a good sense of it, and then attempt them one by one. Make sure you do not click submit. You should only click submit though once you're complete, because that, once you've submitted your attempt, it will be sent through for marking. You won't be able to go back and edit anything. So 50 marks, and once your scripts are marked by the markers, then you will receive feedback and your results. Okay, are there any more questions? We're on our last minute. Oh, we're done, I think. Any more questions? Okay, so I wish you all the best. Do keep in touch during the week via your tutor groups. Should you have any further questions. And I trust you all will do well.
Thank you very much for the session, Ms. Verden. I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Our next session will begin at 10 to 3. This will be EFT 100 for the July intake with Mr. Munachiso Anyanwu. For those just joining, our next session will be EFT 100 for the July intake with Mr. Munachiso Anyanwu. Good afternoon. Are you well today?
Thank you. I'm well. And how are you today?
Cannot complain.
Thank you.
It is just about 10 to 3, so I'll stop my share and let you take it away.
Thank you so much.
Just please, he can't make it without you. He's falling apart. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me share. Are you able to see my slide?
It is on its way at the moment. I'll let you know when it shows up first. There we go. Can see your screen now.
Okay, let me put it in a presentation mode. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon to my EFT 100 distant learning students and to my host for making yourself available today. I had decided, because of what we have next, to focus on the 3 aspects that we have for the assignment coming up on February the 18th. So that you can start now. I want to be able to give you October, November, December, January, 4 months to use it, intensify actions around these 3, because it's almost like 3 assignments in one. And during that 4 months, you are welcome to email me if you have queries, even if we're in the holidays, that is okay. So that if there is anything I can do, I will be able to guide you accordingly. So we just have to focus on these 3 aspects so that there is a key understanding around the assignment. And then at the end, we look at the assignment proper, so that if there are questions, I would love to take. You can use the Q&A, and you can use the chats to ask me questions. You can also be allowed to speak, so that if there is something that you need to communicate, I will be able to clarify you. Thank you so much. And thank you for your assignment, which has come in. We are also marking that. And we hope that before the end of this month, you will be able to see your feedback and see how you have done. So far, the outcome is fine. Like the email I sent was to say that there were some parts that some of you did wrong, but generally, it's been a very good feedback. Okay. Here we are looking at identifying and defining the elements of a poem, how to analyze the poem. And in the coming days, I might even send you, I will try to see if I can send you this slide and also other slides that speaks to poetry, how to analyze poetry. And when you have a poem, what to look out for. So here you identify and define a device. So whether it is figure of speech, alliteration, whether it's run online, whether it's so whatever aspect of, because there are so many devices that we use in analyzing poems. So let me time myself. Okay. Then you also have to analyze why the poet selected and used this device. What is the effect? So if you say this is figure of speech, you have to tell us why it is figure of speech. It cannot just be something that you say and you leave it there. So you have to do the next step where you tell us why you think it is a figure of speech. So you have to identify the specific comparison made, identify how they transferred action, eliminate unjustified associations, whichever one, however they come in. So here we are going to use one poem in making this analysis. The poem is Don't Be Scared by Carol and Duffy. You can see the poem. It says, the dark is only a blanket for the moon to put on her head. The dark is a private cinema for the movie dreams in your head. The dark is a little black dress to show off the sequin stars. The dark is the wooden hole behind the strings of happy guitars. The dark is a jeweler's velvet clothes where children sleep like pearls. The dark is a spool of film to photograph boys and girls. So smile in your sleep in the dark. Don't be scared. So this is a poem by Carol and Duffy, which I think speaks more to children as well. It's a poem that children would love due to a lot of rhyming and reading in the poem. You can see it as you look at it. So now when you look at this, the dark is only a blanket, is a metaphor. We know what metaphor. So if you say it's a metaphor now, you ask yourself, why do you say it's a metaphor? So then you have to define metaphor. Metaphor is that figure of speech that compares different objects or humans directly. The direct comparison of what and what. So you have to check, why is it metaphor? Then here, this is an extended metaphor. The dark is a private cinema, movie, dreams, for the movie dreams in your head. The dark is a cinema. It doesn't use us, it doesn't use like, so it's not simile. So when it does use those, we call it simile. So why do we call it extended metaphor? How is it extended? So those are the kind of things that we have to look at. The dark is a little black dress. So because it's extended to the next line to show off the sequin stars. The sequin stars is relating to the dark being a little black dress. Now the dark is the wooden hole, and that's another metaphor. The dark is the jeweler's velvet cloth, another metaphor. The dark is a spool of film, another metaphor. Then the moon to put on her head is a personification, as you can see, because the moon is inanimate. If you make it an animate object, then it becomes personified. Then it says happy guitars. A guitar cannot be happy. When you equate guitar with happiness, then you are making guitar to have human form, to have life. Then children sleep like pearls. Then we're looking at simile because it uses like. We know that when a sentence uses in what do you call it, stanzas, when you see lines in the stanzas that use as or like, they refer to simile. Now, so here you see a comparison without using like and as. So dark, blanket, cold, danger, threat, it speaks to uncertainty. Blanket speaks to warmth, comfort, softness, coziness, home, protection. You can see all of this. And then they can also be equated. Can they be equated to darkness? How can they be equated to darkness? Protection, home, coziness, softness. Then the effect, transform the dark into something positive. Threat and uncertainty, comfort and safety. So it finds a way to speak of dark in a very comforting way that is not so aggravating, that is not so nuanced in negativities. Then the moon, let me increase my volume. Then the moon is inanimate, person, her, animate. Then it has created an animate structure within something that is inanimate. Ability to provide warmth and comfort. So you have to link personification to metaphor in the sense of this. So possible identification of child, you can see how it goes. So here you look at metaphor, you look at personification, you look at how they can be juxtaposed. Transform the dark into something positive. The ability to provide warmth, comfort, and so on for herself. So now the child is being identified, possible identification of the child with the moon. Then here is metaphorical in the sense that it is removing all the threats posed by night and bringing and covering it up or replacing it with very comforting and very endearing words or vocabularies. So you can discuss the effect of those devices. So that is a very quick way of looking at a poem. There are so many other angles. You look for meaning. What does it mean? So you look at the devices, you look at the devices, you look at the figures of speech, Then you try to look at, does it have a run online? Does it have enjambment? So what other devices does it have? You can check poetic devices so that then you can speak about the meaning. What meaning does it speak to? So you try to find a way to relate the poem to reality, to your reality, to every other person's reality. So that is the part that deals with the poem, that deals with the poem. We go to presentation, and we will try to see whether we can have three portals where you submit your orals, where you submit your poem, and where you submit your fable or your narrative, so that they will not be confusing. If not, then you might have to post your oral on YouTube and copy the link and post it on your poetry, or rather, no, sorry, you can post it on your narrative. We have to create a certain level of uniformity so that everybody submit the same way. Okay, so consider when you present, you have to consider your tone. You have to consider the degree of formality with which you expected to present. So you have to use short, simple sentences and concrete language. Try to as much as light and shade in your voice as possible. Smile when you can. Do not be very serious. Yeah, all of those are what we have to consider when we try to present. So you have to try to hear yourself. You have to practice your talk. Maybe stay in the front of a mirror with your colleagues to make sure it runs smoothly. Check your presentation for voice, language, and timing. Time yourself, see how much time you take in your presentation and how much content you cover within that same presentation. Then if you run over allotted time during the rehearsal, shorten your presentation instead of speeding up your delivery. So instead of you being very fast because you have so much to present, rather reduce, we call it cutting your pearls. So you love them so much, but you have to find a way to cut them down so that you are able to present something within the allotted time given to you. So we speak to dress code. You have to remember to dress professionally. The fact that you're presenting on Zoom on video doesn't mean that you have to wear maybe a t-shirt or maybe a singlet or something that is not very professional. So try to be the same way you'll be in your classroom, the same way you'll be when you're going to your interview for intake into a school. Try to be that way. Because it's a serious business, and the fact that you take the way you show that you take it serious is the way you dress. People say dress how you would want to be addressed. So it's almost like, okay, the way you want to be addressed, then you have to dress that way so that it speaks to your ingenuity, your person, and what you want to bring to wherever you find yourself. Body language. Try to maintain an upright posture, sit upright, or you can stand if it helps. Your body language should show that you are confident, that you are not hesitant or doesn't sound uncomfortable or uncertain with what you're communicating. It's almost like you are selling yourself, you're advertising yourself. So if you're not able to concretely dispense what it is that you want to say, how are you going to make another person to buy into what you're going to say? So you have to be the one first to tell people that you are serious about this, to tell people that you are confident about this, and tell people that what you are speaking about, you understand it and it is worth something. So those are the issues that you have to consider. Then tone of voice, the use of your voice is an important teaching tool. A lot of time when you teach the young ones, you don't even have to shout. You don't even have to flog them or use any of corporal punishment, The way you extend your voice would always speak to the class. The way you move it from one pitch to another pitch would tell them that you are being serious, or tell them that, okay, drop whatever you are doing, we are now focusing on the lesson, whatever it is that we are doing. So you are going to use your voice to speak, to create a sort of orchestra of some sort within the classroom, so that learners not only listen to you, but are comfortable with what you are presenting to them. The use of facial expression. your face needs to concur with the word you are communicating. They shouldn't be at variance. They shouldn't diverge. They should actually converge and come together. So the way your voice sounds should be the way your face is. If it is something that is wrong, something that is ugly, you have to show that that is what it says. But if you are speaking about something that is despicable, something that is very, if I may say, not very beautiful, not so good, arrogant, then you have to show that it worries you by the way your face is. But you cannot be speaking to something that is very diabolical and then you are smiling. So it's almost like, what is going on? Do you understand the effect of what you are saying? Do you even understand the content of what you are saying? So how far removed are you from the subject that you are communicating? They have to marry each other. They shouldn't be something that is so dislocated or disingenuous in a way. Make eye contact with the learners. In this case, make eye contact with who you are speaking to. You'll be speaking to me because we will be assessing you, myself, and other markers that mark for us. So you have to find a way to look at us. We've heard severally that in some cultures, it is an anomaly that young people look at the elders. But we have to be very realistic that in a classroom setting, it is the other way around. You have to look at your subjects at all times. You can't be presenting to people and you're not looking at them. That would be antithetical. It wouldn't be something that will work in your favor in that regard. Avoid the following: not playing with markers or pens, touching your head or crossing your arms. Do not teach with your hands in your pocket. Also avoid moving your hands too much, as that is distracting. A great way to avoid this is to record yourself at home with any camera, then practice presenting. You will soon see the habits you have. Know your audience. You need to tailor your presentation to suit the level of learner sitting in front of you. So those speaking in front of you or those you are speaking to will determine how you coordinate yourself. So if it is your lecturers that you are presenting for, then you have to know that this is for my lecturers and this is the way I go about it. So all of those have to be something that you have to be very clear about. Then you have to use acceptable language. Whether you use English or isiZulu, you must use what is called a standard form of language. Your language must be of standard. Your language must not be something that is colloquial. You have to be very sure of that. It has to be clear. Be enthusiastic when presenting. If you show enthusiasm and passion, the learners will become excited. So you have to show that you understand what you're presenting. You love what you're presenting. You have passion for what you're presenting. You can't expect passion from your audience when you do not show any passion yourself. The passion that your audience have will be a spillover from the amount of passion that you have yourself. So you should be able to sell yourself and sell the content that you are working on. Be very prepared. Practice, practice, practice. In front of the mirror, in the bathroom, behind you, to your family. Practice enough so that when you are presenting, you are sure that you have done your homework well. So we have finished with looking at oral presentation, because you have to present for us. You have to analyze a poem, you have to do a presentation, and then lastly, you have to write a narrative or a fable. A fable is like a folklore when you write about animals. For those who come from African background, you will know about Tales by the Moonlight, when your grandmother will call you out and tell you stories about a tortoise, about a lion, about so many other things, how things began, so in the African context. So that is what we'll be expecting from you. So we move to the next one. We're looking at short story. I do not want to speak to fable particularly. We could actually change one for one because they have the same kind of complex structure. So it's a narrative containing few characters, simple plot, conflict. So when you write that, I wanted to say if. There is no if there because you have to write it. It's one of the prerequisites within the assignment. So you have to check how short stories are written, how parables are written, how what other one? Fairy tales are written, how fairy tales are written. Then you use that to work around yours. So it is your prerogative to choose which one that speaks specifically to you and the one that you understand clearly that makes sense to you. So we say we have 4 elements of a short story. We have a plot, we have a setting, we have a character, we have a theme. So when you write those, you are going to have a plot, you're going to have setting, you're going to have character. The plot speaks to the dynamics of the story, how the story moves from the beginning to the end, where you have the climax, where you have the conflict, where you have the beginning, where you have the denouement, which is the closing, where you have achieved your aim for the story. Then you have a setting, which is a place or time. So it could be morning, it could be afternoon, it could be evening, it could be during the modern times, it could be during the pre-colonial times. All of those should be speaking to setting, or it should be in the rural area, it should be in the urban area, it should be in the school environment, it should be on the road. So all of those are speaking to the setting. Where did this take place? That kind of setting. Then the character, who are you going to make the character? What names are you going to give your characters? Would the character be male or female? Would they be short or tall? So all of those things, you would have had a mind map of what you want to achieve in your story. And then you then begin to build on that. And then it is in building on that that you come to the plot or the elements of a short story. Then you have a theme. Is it going to be based on agriculture? Is it going to be based on poverty? Is it going to be based on Black people? Is it going to be based on apartheid? Is it going to be, where are you going to base the content of your subject? So those are also something you have to look at. Then you have to look at how the plot, your graph plot goes, the exposition of the incident, the rising action, you have the climax, you have the falling action, then you have the resolution. Within that resolution, it could be the end of the beginning, it could be the beginning of the end, but you have to be the one to choose how it starts, how it endures the length of time, how long do you want it to play out, and then how it ends. An excellent way to map out a story's plot. Then you look at the introduction. The introduction introduces the reader to the setting, the basic situation, the characters involved, and the narrative question or statement that grabs the reader's attention. So what do you want the readers to achieve within the context of your narrative? Then the rising action, incidents which carry the plot along. It often includes the following: foreshadowing, flashback, conflict, suspense. So we use all of these to create a rising action. Then foreshadowing, a technique for hinting at events that may occur later in the plot. So to say that this is what to see later, then you begin to scratch on it, you begin to show us what it is by pointing it out, either in a very little way or in a very big way. Then flashback, when you insert an earlier event, it's something that happened earlier and you bring it back to the plot, to the way the story is panning out, then you are creating a sort of flashback, probably so that those who are involved but do not claim to be involved, you can then navigate it in that fashion. So to see how you include and then what to exclude. So you have to bring back something that has happened before and then involve it again into the storyline, into the plot that you have already created. The feeling of excitement and curiosity that keeps the reader turning the pages, suspense. You don't give off anything. You gradually, systematically, continuously create a sense of suspense where the reader doesn't know where you are going, but knows that you are on your way. Still, you are going, but you have not been very clear as to how the story ends. Then conflict, you create a conflict in the story at the beginning so that the next part of the story will be what you have been probably discussing. So the plot is driven by climax, and it is the most important feature of the story, because without conflict, there will be boredom within your story. You have to do like an interview probably, or you have to find a way to understand the dynamics of the antagonist and the protagonist. Who will your antagonist be? Who will your protagonist be? And how far would this conflict be? What is the conflict going to be based on? Have you introduced that at the beginning of the story, or are you just introducing it? So all of these are part and parcel of what will help in understanding of the subject. So you have the protagonist. The protagonist is the good guy in the story, the hero, the main character, always positive, always speaking about things the way they are, who doesn't lie, who doesn't involve himself in very deplorable situations, that always does well, that always speaks to the people involved in the characters, and how the character, whether the character will be a round character or a fair character, and etc. The antagonist is the bad guy or the villain in the story, usually creates conflict for the main character. Sorry. Secondary characters are the other characters who are necessary to moving the plot along, but may not be involved with the central conflict. So they are part and parcel of the story, but they don't come out always. They don't come out always. There's maybe within your story, the main character went to a restaurant and ate and then left. So if you speak about the owner of the restaurant, how the food was cooked, how the food was served, then you are saying do not take the vaccine. And again, you are saying probably, why did you take the vaccine? So if it's something that you want to incorporate in your story, so you can just link it up. So now their action could start within the hospital, or where the people are taking a vaccine or something, and then end there. They don't continue in the story. The main character and the protagonist and antagonist, they keep on appearing in the story because the story is weaved around them, the story is built around them. But when you have these characters, they are those that come out now, finish their whatever it is that you have created for them, and then exit. So that is how that works. Any questions so far? I have tried to be very quick so that rather I am quick than that I have not finished what I have planned for today, because the assignment is a 40%, and it's important that you do it well, because if you get in 30 over 40 in that kind of assignment, is a lot. I don't know whether there's any question. Then we speak about point of view. What do you understand by point of view? So you look at your point of view. I have used when I send you the slides, I will make sure that I use a different color for it. The narrator stands inside a story and relates first-hand experience, can create a feeling of intimacy. This is a first-person point of view. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Can't do that now. Sorry. So then you have a second. If this narrator does not fully understand, is a naive character. So I will bring all of this, I will highlight all of this to you. So we have first person, we have third person, and then we have other form of characters that we have not really explored. Then the perspective from which a story is told. This identifies the narrator and describes the part he or she plays in a piece of literature. So we have the first person, we have the third person. So first person speaks to I. So if you're writing a story and you are part of the story, then you have to use I or me, which means you are part and parcel of the story. But if you're writing a story then that you are not part of, but you are looking at it from the outside, you have to use he or she or they, trying to speak to the story and where you are in relation to the story. Then the resolution is the final workings of a story's conflict. All of the loose ends are tied up usually. Then the narrative twist, you can also have a surprising ending. Many times when we read somebody, we try to infuse ourselves into the story, try to find a way to bond, to blend, and to be involved. But to what extent are you going to be involved? Are you going to be involved as probably somebody who is and part of the audience, an unlikely kind of character who is far away from you, or are you going to be involved wholeheartedly in the relationship despite whatever outcome you think emanates from it? So here we're looking at the assignment now. If there is any question around the three aspects that I've presented, please, you can raise your hand. I can't see my... Okay, I thought I would see my... the settings when you wait, so that I know whether there are...
We do have 4 minutes left, so I think maybe it's a good time to stop your share, have a look at the chat, because there have been some questions in the chat and the Q&A.
Okay, that's what I'm struggling to find. How do I do that?
Okay, so I've stopped your share manually. So you should be able to get to the chat quite easily now.
Okay, let me see. Okay. Thank you. I think I've been looking at it from somewhere. Sorry
Awesome.
about that. Can we include gray zone topics such as drug abuse, addiction, or even human trafficking? Yes. And remember, you have to do, you are speaking to children. So if it is not so so condensed or rather deep that it will scare children, then you consider that. So find a way to work around it. But you can always let me know what you think. Savannah, put a slideshow about on, yeah, okay, I'll try to put it on ECI. I will let you know. I'll also send it to your class rep so that they can. Is CPD allowed? No, you have to use English. You can bring in a CPD story, but then you have to tell it in English. I think, Mommy, I answered you. Cindy, if presentation be available later. Yes, I will make it available. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I think I've answered Mohammed. Yeah. A certain length, yes, there is a length which we are going to go get to now. Is this due this year? No, it's due on February the 18th next year. Thank you. Okay, the part of the poem, Savannah, that you can send me an email, we'll discuss about that later. Thank you. I think I've answered everybody. Thank you, Savannah. Yes, the Q&A, no, nobody has, yes, Mommy has been answered here. Okay, let me share the last part Okay, this is, can you see my sharing?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I will leave it here so that I can see what I'm doing now. So the first part, you have to write a story for the preschool classroom. It's for 50 marks. All of them are submitted on the same day. We want to find a way to create different submission portals if we can. Are we able to do that, Darren? We have 3 assignments here. We have orals, we have short story, we have poem. Can I create 3 so that they submit on 3 of them and then we mark and then they are merged? Is it possible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, please, I will write you an email so that you help me with that. As well, I've already set it up, but I didn't add the space for the
Sounds
2.
good. It should be fairly simple. No need to worry.
Okay, thank you. So then the fable, you have to choose to write a fable. You must write an original fable, very original, which means it has to be something that is not adulterated, that is not fake, that is not false. It has to be one. You can choose to write about any one insect of your choice, a mouse and a dog. Remember, so you have to find a way to create whatever it is that you want to use. About you encountered an insect. So what is that insect? Then can you link it up with a mouse? Can you link it up with a dog? So you have to find that it's anthropomorphized, giving them human quality. So these are on your assessment guide, but I am open to speaking to you after you get your online quiz results so that you know where you are. Then you can always write to me. I can also have Zoom meeting with any of you if you are in a group, a small group, so that we flesh some of this out. So the next, either you choose that, where you write about the insect with the mouse and the dog, or you write about a narrative story about 2 children who are the same age as your preschool learners, who try to help a fellow learner who comes from an underprivileged home. 2 children from preschool helping another learner who is from an underprivileged home. Remember these dynamics, do not mix them up. They are very clear. You are writing 2 to 3 pages here. Then the next one, you have a poetry, where we have given you poems. You have to select the poem, the age of the students, what you want to teach. You give a brief analysis of the poem, the literary device, the elements. Then you get into the poem, analyzing it, describing how you would teach that poem to your class. Then, so you have to consider all of this. I will send this to you. They will also help you. Then lastly, you have to prepare an oral speech. So my orals there was very fine about how you have to go about that. So write a speech about one of the following topics. How you would, as a preschool educator, manage online learning and the return to school during the COVID-19 pandemic? How are you going to manage that as a teacher? That is where your speech will be. Or if you choose a teacher who influenced your life, that could be your second one. So we have given you choices here. You either choose one or you choose one. You either do it this way or you do it that way. Okay, I have Genevieve, Savannah. Are there specific teams for 3-part assignments? Yes, you can see there are teams there. You write about a teacher who influenced your life, or you write about how you would deal with online learning in your school. So for each of them, you have choices. We have given you choices. And I'm starting it early so that you have time. People, it is 4 months. You can't have excuses in 4 months. I mean, if you have excuses in February about why you didn't submit about second opportunity, then you know that you didn't have to register for this. You didn't even have to do this because it's a lot of time. During the holiday, you can always speak to me, say, I'm working on this. What do you think about this? I might take long to answer you, but then I will try to answer you all the same. The oral, the length of the oral is there. Everything is noted. Don't be fussy about it now. You will have time to understand all of this. There is still a long time. I'm introducing it now so that you know, and then you also know how much time that you have. Normally we say 3 to 5 minutes. We could make it 3 to 6 minutes, but I will let you know about that. Yes, and if there are going to be small modifications to the assignments and how you submit it, we are going to let you know in the coming days so that everybody is aware of that. I think that is the end of my presentation. Sorry, I was very quick. I needed to get to the questions. I needed to get to the assignment. And like I said, you are doing so well in your assignment, a lot of 40s, a lot of 30s, over 50. So it is progress. And we are glad that a lot of you are taking this serious. We are glad that a lot of you chose to come today instead of just not be available. Yes, thank you so much. If there are questions, then I will take those questions before we close. Thank you, Yvette, Savannah, Togozo, Nicole, Mami, Lucia, Leande, Genevieve, the person in Kakluf, and Fikile and Cindy, and the other students I didn't mention. Thank you so much for making yourself available. And thank you to our hosts. You are the best. Thank you so much.
My
God bless.
pleasure.
Okay.
I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Okay, you too, Darren, and all the students. Thank you so much, and have an awesome weekend.
Thank you. Thank you. So that brings us to the end of our flexible hybrid support session for the 16th of October. I thank everyone for joining, and I hope they enjoy the rest of their day. Goodbye.